Section 1 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface and The Street Folk Part 1. Preface. The present volume is the first of an intended series, which it is hoped will form, when complete, a cyclopedia of the industry, the want, and the vice of the great metropolis. It is believed that the book is curious for many reasons. It surely may be considered curious as being the first attempt to publish the history of a people, from the lips of the people themselves, giving a literal description of their labour, their earnings, their trials, and their sufferings, in their own unvarnished language, and to portray the condition of their homes and their families by personal observation of the places and direct communion with the individuals. It may be considered curious also as being the first commission of inquiry into the state of the people undertaken by a private individual, and the first Blue Book ever published in twopenny numbers. It is curious, moreover, as supplying information concerning a large body of persons of whom the public has less knowledge than of the most distant tribes of the earth, the government population returns not even numbering them among the inhabitants of the kingdom, and as adducing facts so extraordinary that the traveller in the undiscovered country of the poor must, like Bruce, until his stories are corroborated by after investigators, be content to lie under the imputation of telling such tales as travellers are generally supposed to delight in. Be the faults of the present volume what they may, assuredly they are rather shortcomings than exaggerations, for in every instance the author and his coadjutors have sought to understate, and most assuredly never to exceed, the truth. For the omissions, the author would merely remind the reader of the entire novelty of the task, there being no other similar work in the language by which to guide or check his inquiries. When the following leaves are turned over, and the 2 or 3 pages of information derived from books, contrasted with the hundreds of pages of facts obtained by positive observation and investigation, surely some allowance will be made for the details which may still be left for others to supply. Within the last 2 years, some thousands of the humbler classes of society must have been seen and visited, with the especial view of noticing their condition and learning their histories. And it is but right that the truthfulness of the poor generally should be made known. For though checks have been usually adopted, the people have been mostly found to be astonishingly correct in their statements. So much so, indeed, that the attempts at deception are certainly the exception rather than the rule. Those persons who, from an ignorance of the simplicity of the honest poor, might be inclined to think otherwise, have, in order to be convinced of the justice of the above remarks, only to consult the details given in the present volume, and to perceive the extraordinary agreement in the statements of all the vast number of individuals who have been seen at different times, and who cannot possibly have been supposed to have been acting in concert. The larger statistics, such as those of the quantities of fish and fruit, etc., sold in London, have been collected from tradesmen connected with the several markets, or from the wholesale merchants belonging to the trade specified, gentlemen to whose courtesy and cooperation I am indebted for much valuable information, and whose names, were I at liberty to publish them, would be an indisputable guarantee for the facts advanced. The other statistics have been obtained in the same manner, the best authorities having been invariably consulted on the subject treated of. It is right that I should make special mention of the assistance I have received in the compilation of the present volume from Mr. Henry Wood and Mr. Richard Knight, late of the City Mission, gentlemen who have been engaged with me from nearly the commencement of my inquiries, and to whose hearty cooperation both myself and the public are indebted for a large increase of knowledge. Mr. Wood, indeed, has contributed so large a proportion of the contents of the present volume that he may fairly be considered as one of its authors. The subject of the street folk will still require another volume. in order to complete it in that comprehensive manner in which I am desirous of executing the modern history of this and every other portion of the people. There still remain the street buyers, the street finders, the street perfumers, the street artisans, and the street labourers to be done, among the several classes of street people, and the street Jews, the street Italians and foreigners, and the street mechanics, to be treated of as varieties of the order. The present volume refers more particularly to the street sellers, and includes special accounts of the costermongers and the patterers, the two broadly marked varieties of street tradesmen, the street Irish, the female street sellers, and the children's street sellers of the metropolis. My earnest hope is that the book may serve to give the rich a more intimate knowledge of the sufferings and the frequent heroism under those sufferings of the poor, that it may teach those who are beyond temptation to look with charity on the frailties of their less fortunate brethren, and cause those who are in high places, and those of whom much is expected, to bestir themselves to improve the condition of a class of people whose misery, ignorance, and vice, amidst all the immense wealth and great knowledge of the first city in the world, is, to say the very least, a national disgrace to us. The street folk. Of wandering tribes in general. Of the 1,000 millions of human beings that are said to constitute the population of the entire globe, there are, socially, morally, and perhaps even physically considered, but two distinct and broadly marked races, namely the wanderers and the settlers, the vagabond and the citizen, the nomadic and the civilized tribes. Between these two extremes, however, ethnologists recognize a mediate variety partaking of the attributes of both. There is not only the race of hunters and manufacturers, those who live by shooting and fishing and those who live by producing, but, say they, there are also the herdsmen, or those who live by tending and feeding what they consume. Each of these classes has its peculiar and distinctive physical as well as moral characteristics. There are in mankind, says Dr. Pritchard, 3 principal varieties in the form of the head and other physical characters. Among the rudest tribes of men, the hunters and savage inhabitants of forests, dependent for their supply of food on the accidental produce of the soil and the chase, a form of head is prevalent which is mostly distinguished by the term prognathus, indicating a prolongation or extension forward of the jaws. A second shape of the head belongs principally to such races as wander with their herds and flocks over vast plains. These nations have broad lozenge-shaped faces, owing to the great development of the cheekbones, and pyramidal skulls. The most civilized races, on the other hand, those who live by the arts of cultivated life, have a shape of the head which differs from both of those above mentioned. The characteristic form of the skull among these nations may be termed oval or elliptical. These 3 forms of head, however, clearly admit of being reduced to 2 broadly marked varieties, according as the bones of the face or those of the skull are more highly developed. A greater relative development of the jaws and cheekbones, says the author of the Natural History of Man, indicates a more ample extension of the organs subservient to sensation and the animal faculties. Such a configuration is adapted to the wandering tribes, whereas the greater relative development of the bones of the skull, indicating as it does a greater expansion of the brain and consequently of the intellectual faculties, is especially adapted to the civilized races or settlers, who depend mainly on their knowledge of the powers and properties of things for the necessaries and comforts of life. Moreover, it would appear that not only are all races divisible into wanderers and settlers, but that each civilized or settled tribe has generally some wandering horde intermingled with, and in a measure preying on it. According to Dr. Andrew Smith, who has recently made extensive observations in South Africa, almost every tribe of people who have submitted themselves to social laws, recognizing the rights of property and reciprocal social duties, and thus acquiring wealth and forming themselves into a respectable caste, are surrounded by hordes of vagabonds and outcasts from their own community. Such are the Bushmen and Sonquas of the Hottentot race, the term Sonqua meaning literally pauper. But a similar condition in society produces similar results in regards to other races, and the Kafirs have their Bushmen as well as the Hottentots. These are called Fingoes, a word signifying wanderers, beggars, or outcasts. The Lapps seem to have borne a somewhat similar relation to the Finns. That is to say, they appear to have been a wild and predatory tribe who sought the desert like the Arabian Bedouins, while the Finns cultivated the soil like the industrious Fellahs. But a phenomenon still more deserving of notice is the difference of speech between the Bushmen and the Hottentots. The people of some hordes, Dr. Andrew Smith assures us, vary their speech designedly and adopt new words, with the intent of rendering their ideas unintelligible to all but the members of their own community. For this last custom, a peculiar name exists, which is called Kuzukat. This is considered as greatly advantageous in assisting concealment of their designs. Here, then, we have a series of facts of the utmost social importance. 1. There are two distinct races of men, that is, the wandering and the civilized tribes. 2. To each of these tribes a different form of head is peculiar, the wandering races being remarkable for the development of the bones of the face, as the jaws, cheekbones, and so on, and the civilized for the development of those of the head. 3. To each civilized tribe there is generally a wandering horde attached. 4. Such wandering hordes have frequently a different language from the more civilized portion of the community, and that adopted with the intent of concealing their designs and exploits from them. It is curious that no one has as yet applied the above facts to the explanation of certain anomalies in the present state of society among ourselves. That we, like the Kafirs, Fellahs, and Finns, are surrounded by wandering hordes, the Sonquas and the Fingoes of this country, paupers, beggars, and outcasts, possessing nothing but what they acquire by depredation from the industrious, provident, and civilized portions of the community. That the heads of these nomads are remarkable for the greater development of the jaws and cheekbones rather than those of the head, and that they have a secret language of their own, an English Kuzukat, or slang as it is called, for the concealment of their designs. These are points of coincidence so striking that when placed before the mind make us marvel that the analogy should have remained thus long unnoticed. The resemblance once discovered, however, becomes of great service in enabling us to use the moral characteristics of the nomad races of other countries as a means of comprehending the more readily those of the vagabonds and outcasts of our own. Let us, therefore, before entering upon the subject in hand, briefly run over the distinctive moral and intellectual features of the wandering tribes in general. The nomad, then, is distinguished from the civilized man by his repugnance to regular and continuous labour, by his want of providence in laying up a store for the future, by his inability to perceive consequences ever so slightly removed from immediate apprehension, by his passion for stupefying herbs and roots, and, when possible, for intoxicating fermented liquors, by his extraordinary powers of enduring privation, by his comparative insensibility to pain, by an immoderate love of gaming, frequently risking his own personal liberty upon a single cast, by his love of libidinous dances, by the pleasure he experiences in witnessing the suffering of sentient creatures, by his delight in warfare and all perilous sports, by his desire for vengeance, by the looseness of his notions as to property, by the absence of chastity among his women, and his disregard of female honour, and lastly, by his vague sense of religion, his rude idea of a creator, and utter absence of all appreciation of the mercy of the divine spirit. Strange to say, despite its privations, its dangers, and its hardships, those who have once adopted the savage and wandering mode of life rarely abandon it. There are countless examples of white men adopting all the usages of the Indian hunter, but there is scarcely one example of the Indian hunter or trapper adopting the steady and regular habits of civilized life. Indeed, the various missionaries who have visited nomad races have found their labours utterly unavailing, so long as a wandering life continued, and have succeeded in bestowing the elements of civilization only on those compelled by circumstances to adopt a settled habitation. Of the wandering tribes of the country. The nomadic races of England are of many distinct kinds, from the habitual vagrant, half beggar, half thief, sleeping in barns, tents, and casual wards, to the mechanic on tramp, obtaining his bed and supper from the trade societies in the different towns, on his way to seek work. Between these two extremes there are several mediate varieties, consisting of pedlars, showmen, harvestmen, and all that large class who live by either selling, showing, or doing something through the country. These are, so to speak, the rural nomads, not confining their wanderings to any one particular locality, but ranging often from one end of the land to the other. Besides these, there are the urban and suburban wanderers, or those who follow some itinerant occupation in and round about the large towns. Such are, in the metropolis more particularly, the pickpockets, the beggars, the prostitutes, the street sellers, the street performers, the cabmen, the coachmen, the watermen, the sailors, and such like. In each of these classes, according as they partake more or less of the purely vagabond, doing nothing whatsoever for their living, but moving from place to place, preying upon the earnings of the more industrious portion of the community, so will the attributes of the nomad tribes be found to be more or less marked in them. Whether it be that in the mere act of wandering there is a greater determination of blood to the surface of the body, and consequently a less quantity sent to the brain, the muscles being thus nourished at the expense of the mind, I leave physiologists to say. But certainly, be the physical cause what it may, we must all allow that in each of the classes above mentioned there is a greater development of the animal than of the intellectual or moral nature of man, and that they are all, more or less, distinguished for their high cheekbones and protruding jaws, for their use of a slang language, for their lax ideas of property, for their general improvidence, their repugnance to continuous labour, their disregard of female honour, their love of cruelty, their pugnacity, and their utter want of religion. Of the London street folk. Those who obtain their living in the streets of the metropolis are a very large and varied class. Indeed, the means resorted to in order to pick up a crust, as the people call it, in the public thoroughfares, and such in many instances it literally is, are so multifarious that the mind is long baffled in its attempts to reduce them to scientific order or classification. It would appear, however, that the street people may all be arranged under 6 distinct genera or kinds. These are, severally, 1. Street sellers, 2. Street buyers, 3. Street finders, 4. Street performers, artists, and showmen, 5. Street artisans or working pedlars, and 6. Street labourers. The first of these divisions, the street sellers, includes many varieties, namely, 1. The street sellers of fish, etc., wet, dry, and shellfish, and poultry, game, and cheese. 2. The street sellers of vegetables, fruit, both green and dry, flowers, trees, shrubs, seeds, and roots, and green stuff, as watercresses, chickweed, and groundsel, and turf. 3. The street sellers of eatables and drinkables, including the vendors of fried fish, hot eels, pickled whelks, sheep's trotters, ham sandwiches, peas soup, hot green peas, penny pies, plum duff, meat puddings, baked potatoes, spice cakes, muffins and crumpets, Chelsea buns, sweetmeats, brandy balls, cough drops, and cat and dog's meat, such constituting the principal eatables sold in the street, while under the head of street drinkables may be specified tea and coffee, ginger beer, lemonade, hot wine, new milk from the cow, ass's milk, curds and whey, and occasionally water. 4. the street sellers of stationery, literature, and the fine arts, among whom are comprised the flying stationers, or standing and running patterers, the long song sellers, the wall song sellers, or pinners up, as they are technically termed, the ballad sellers, the vendors of playbills, second editions of newspapers, back numbers of periodicals and old books, almanacs, pocket books, memorandum books, notepaper, sealing wax, pens, pencils, stenographic cards, valentines, engravings, manuscript music, images, and gelatin poetry cards. 5. The street sellers of manufactured articles, which class comprises a large number of individuals, as a. the vendors of chemical articles of manufacture, namely blacking, lucifers, corn salves, grease-removing compositions, plating balls, poison for rats, crackers, detonating balls, and cigar lights. B. The vendors of metal articles of manufacture, razors and penknives, tea trays, dog collars and key rings, hardware, bird cages, small coins, medals, jewellery, tinware, tools, card counters, red herring toasters, trivets, gridirons, and Dutch ovens. C. The vendors of china and stone articles of manufacture, as cups and saucers, jugs, vases, chimney ornaments, and stone fruit. D. The vendors of linen, cotton, and silken articles of manufacture, as sheeting, table covers, cotton, tapes and thread, boot and stay laces, haberdashery, pretended smuggled goods, shirt buttons, etc., etc. And E. The vendors of miscellaneous articles of manufacture, as cigars, pipes, and snuff boxes, spectacles, combs, lots, rhubarb, sponges, wash leather, paper hanging, dolls, Bristol toys, sawdust, and pincushions. 6. The street sellers of second-hand articles, of whom there are again 4 separate classes, as a. Those who sell old metal articles, namely old knives and forks, keys, tinware, tools, and marine stores generally. B. Those who sell old linen articles, as old sheeting for towels. C. Those who sell old glass and crockery, including bottles, old pans and pitchers, old looking-glasses, etc. And D. Those who sell old miscellaneous articles, as old shoes, old clothes, old saucepan lids, and so on and so on. 7. The street sellers of live animals, including the dealers in dogs, squirrels, birds, gold and silver fish, and tortoises. 8. The street sellers of mineral productions and curiosities, as red and white sand, silver sand, coals, coke, salt, spar ornaments, and shells. These, so far as my experience goes, exhaust the whole class of street sellers, and they appear to constitute nearly 3/4 of the entire number of individuals obtaining a subsistence in the streets of London. The next class are the street buyers, under which determination comes the purchasers of hareskins, old clothes, old umbrellas, bottles, glass, broken metal, rags, waste paper, and dripping. After these we have the street finders, or those who, as I said before, literally pick up their living in the public thoroughfares. They are the pure pickers, or those who live by gathering dog's dung. The cigar end finders, or hard-ups as they are called, who collect the refuse pieces of smoked cigars from the gutters, and having dried them, sell them as tobacco to the very poor. The dredger men, or coal finders, the mudlarks, the bone grubbers, and the sewer hunters. Under the 4th division, or that of the street performers, artists, and showmen, are likewise many distinct callings. 1. The street performers, who admit of being classified into A. mountebanks, or those who enact puppet shows, as Punch and Judy, the Fantoccini, and the Chinese shades. B. The street performers of feats of strength and dexterity, as acrobats or posturers, equilibrists or balancers, stiff and bending tumblers, jugglers, conjurers, sword swallowers, salamanders or fire eaters, swordsmen, etc. C. The street performers with trained animals, as dancing dogs, performing monkeys, trained birds and mice, cats and hares, sapient pigs, dancing bears, and tame camels. D. The street actors, as clowns, Billy Barlows, Jim Crows, and others. 2. The street showmen, including shows of A. Extraordinary persons, as giants, dwarfs, albinos, spotted boys, and pig-faced ladies. B. Extraordinary animals, as alligators, calves, horses, and pigs with 6 legs or 2 heads, industrious fleas, and happy families. C. Philosophic instruments, as the microscope, telescope, thaumascope. D. Measuring machines, as weighing, lifting, measuring, and striking machines. And E. Miscellaneous shows, such as peep shows, glass ships, mechanical figures, waxwork shows, pugilistic shows, and fortune-telling apparatus. 3. The street artists, as black profile cutters, blind paper cutters, screevers, or draftsmen in coloured chalks on the pavement, writers without hands, and readers without eyes. 4. The street dancers, as street Scotch girls, sailors, slack and tight rope dancers, dancers on stilts, and comic dancers. 5. The street musicians, as the street bands, English and German, players of the guitar, harp, bagpipes, hurdy-gurdy, dulcimer, musical bells, cornet, tom-tom, and so on. 6. The street singers, as the singers of glees, ballads, comic songs, nigger melodies, psalms, serenaders, reciters, and improvisatori. 7. The proprietors of street games, as swings, high flyers, roundabouts, puff and darts, rifle shooting, down the dolly, spin 'em rounds, prick the garter, thumble rig, etc. Then comes the 5th division of the street folk, namely the street artisans or working pedlars. These may be severally arranged into 3 distinct groups. 1. Those who make things in the streets. 2. Those who mend things in the streets. And 3. Those who make things at home and sell them in the streets. 1. Of those who make things in the streets there are the following varieties. A. The metal workers, such as toasting fork makers, pin makers, engravers, tobacco stopper makers. B. The textile workers, stocking weavers, cabbage net makers, nightcap knitters, doll dress knitters. C. The miscellaneous workers, the wooden spoon makers, the leather brace and garter makers, the printers, and the glass blowers. 2. Those who mend things in the streets consist of broken china and glass menders, clock menders, umbrella menders, kettle menders, chair menders, grease removers, hat cleaners, razor and knife grinders, glaziers, travelling bell hangers, and knife cleaners. 3. Those who make things at home and sell them in the streets are A. The woodworkers, as the makers of clothes pegs, clothes props, skewers, needle cases, footstools, and clothes horses, chairs and tables, tea caddies, writing desks, drawers, work boxes, dressing cases, pails, and tubs. B. The trunk, hat, and bonnet box makers, and the cane and rush basket makers. C. The toy makers, such as Chinese roarers, children's windmills, flying birds and fishes, feathered cocks, black velvet caps and sweeps, paper houses, cardboard carriages, little copper pans and kettles, tiny tin fireplaces, children's watches, Dutch dolls, Bayer brooms, and gutta percha heads. D. The apparel makers, namely the makers of women's caps, boys' and men's cloth caps, nightcaps, straw bonnets, children's dresses, watch pockets, bonnet shapes, silk bonnets and gaiters. E. The metal workers, as the makers of fire guards, bird cages, the wire workers. F. The miscellaneous workers, or makers of ornaments for stoves, chimney ornaments, artificial flowers in pots and in nosegays, plaster of Paris nightshades, brooms, brushes, mats, rugs, hearthstones, firewood, rush matting, and hassocks. Of the last division of street labourers there are 4 classes. 1. The cleaners, such as scavengers, nightmen, flushermen, chimney sweeps, dustmen, crossing sweepers, street orderlies, labourers to sweeping machines and to watering carts. 2. The lighters and waterers, or the turncocks and the lamplighters. 3. The street advertisers, namely, the bill stickers, bill deliverers, boardmen, men to advertising vans, and wall and pavement stencillers. 4. The street servants, as horseholders, linkmen, coach hirers, street porters, shoe blacks. End of section 1. Section 2 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 2. Of the number of costermongers and other street folk. The number of costermongers, that is, it is to say, of those street sellers attending the London green and fish markets, appears to be, from the best data at my command, now 30,000 men, women, and children. The census of 1841 gives only 2,045 hawkers, hucksters, and pedlars in the metropolis, and no costermongers or street sellers or street performers at all. This number is absurdly small, and its absurdity is accounted for by the fact that not 1 in 20 of the costermongers, or of the people with whom they lodged, troubled themselves to fill up the census returns, the majority of them being unable to read and write, and others distrustful of the purpose for which the returns were wanted. The costermongering class extends itself yearly, and it is computed that for the last 5 years it has increased considerably faster than the general metropolitan population. This increase is derived partly from all the children of costermongers following the father's trade, but chiefly from working men, such as the servants of greengrocers or of innkeepers, when out of employ, taking to a coster's barrow for a livelihood, and the same being done by mechanics and labourers out of work. At the time of the famine in Ireland, it is calculated that the number of Irish obtaining a living in the London streets must have been at least doubled. The great discrepancy between the government returns and the accounts of the costermongers themselves concerning the number of people obtaining a living by the sale of fish, fruit, and vegetables in the streets of London caused me to institute an inquiry at the several metropolitan markets concerning the number of street sellers attending them. The following is the result. During the summer months and fruit season, the average number of costermongers attending Covent Garden Market is about 2,500 per market day. In the strawberry season there are nearly double as many, there being at that time a large number of Jews who come to buy. During that period, on a Saturday morning, from the commencement to the close of the market, as many as 4,000 costers have been reckoned purchasing at Covent Garden. Through the winter season, however, the number of costermongers does not exceed, upon the average, 1,000 per market morning. About 1/10 of the fruit and vegetables of the least expensive kind sold at this market is purchased by the costers. Some of the better class of costers, who have their regular customers, are very particular as to the quality of the articles they buy, but others are not so particular. So long as they can get things cheap, I am informed, they do not care much about the quality. The Irish, more especially, look out for damaged articles, which they buy at a low price. One of my informants told me that the costers were the best customers to the growers, inasmuch as when the market is flagging on account of the weather, they, the costers, wait and make their purchases. On other occasions, such as fine mornings, the costers purchase as early as others. There is no trust given to them. To use the words of one of my informants, they are such slippery customers, here today and gone tomorrow. At Leadenhall Market, during the winter months, there are from 70 to 100 costermongers, general attendants. but during the summer not much more than one half that number make their appearance. Their purchases consist of warren rabbits, poultry, and game, of which about 1/8 of the whole amount brought to this market is bought by them. When the market is slack, and during the summer, when there is no great call for game, etc., the costers attending Leadenhall Market turn their hands to crockery, fruit, and fish. The costermongers frequenting Spitalfields Market average all the year through from 700 to 1000 each market day. They come from all parts, as far as Edmonton, Edgware, and Tottenham, Highgate, Hampstead, and even from Greenwich and Lewisham. Full 1/3 of the produce of this market is purchased by them. The number of costermongers attending the Borough Market is about 250 during the fruit season, after which they decrease to about 200 per market morning. About 1/6 of the produce that comes into this market is purchased by the costermongers. One gentleman informed me that the salesmen might shut up their shops were it not for these men. In fact, said another, I don't know what would become of the fruit without them. The costers at Billingsgate Market daily number from 3000 to 4000 in winter, and about 2500 in summer. A leading salesman told me that he would rather have an order from a costermonger than a fishmonger, for the one paid ready money, while the other required credit. The same gentleman assured me that the costermongers brought excellent fish, and that very largely. They themselves aver that they purchase half the fish brought to Billingsgate, some fish trades being entirely in their hands. I ascertained, however, from the authorities at Billingsgate and from experienced salesmen, that of the quantity of fish conveyed to that great mart, the costermongers brought 1/3. Another third was sent into the country, and another disposed of to the fishmongers and to such hotel keepers or other large purchasers as resorted to Billingsgate. The salesmen at the several markets all agreed in stating that no trust was given to the costermongers. "Trust them?" exclaimed one. "Oh, certainly, as far as I can see them." Now, adding the above figures together, we have the subjoined sum for the gross number of costermongers attending the London markets. Billingsgate 3500, Covent Garden 4000, Spitalfields 1000, Borough 250, Leadenhall 100, total 8850. Besides these, I am credibly informed that it may be assumed that there are full 1000 men who are unable to attend market owing to the dissipation of the previous night. Another 1000 are absent owing to their having stock on hand, and so requiring no fresh purchases. And further, it may be estimated that there are at least 2000 boys in London at work for costers at half profits, and who consequently have no occasion to visit the markets. Hence, putting these numbers together, we arrive at the conclusion that there are in London upwards of 13,000 street sellers dealing in fish, fruit, vegetables, game, and poultry alone. To be on the safe side, however, let us assume the number of London costermongers to be 12,000, and that one half of these are married and have 2 children, which, from all accounts, appears to be about the proportion. And then we have 30,000 for the sum total of men, women, and children dependent on costermongering for their subsistence. Large as this number may seem, still I am satisfied it is rather within than beyond the truth. In order to convince myself of its accuracy, I caused it to be checked in several ways. In the first place, a survey was made as to the number of stalls in the streets of London. 46 miles of the principal thoroughfares were travelled over, and an account taken of the standings. Thus it was found that there were, upon an average, upwards of 14 stalls to the mile, of which 5/6 were fish and fruit stalls. Now, according to the Metropolitan Police returns, there are 2000 miles of street throughout London, and calculating that the stalls through the whole of the metropolis run upon an average only 4 to the mile, we shall thus find that there are 8000 stalls altogether in London. Of these we may reckon that at least 6000 are fish and fruit stalls. I am informed on the best authority that twice as many costers go rounds as have standings. Hence we come to the conclusion that there are 18,000 itinerant and stationary street sellers, and reckoning the same proportion of wives and children as before, we have thus 45,000 men, women, and children obtaining a living in this manner. Further, to make assurance doubly sure, the street markets throughout London were severally visited, and the number of street sellers at each taken down on the spot. These gave a grand total of 3,801, of which number 2/3 were dealers in fish, fruit, and vegetables, and reckoning that twice as many costers again were on their rounds, we thus make the total number of London costermongers to be 11,403, or, calculating men, women, and children, 28,506. It would appear, therefore, that if we estimate the gross number of individuals subsisting on the sale of fish, fruit, and vegetables in the streets of London at between 25 and 30,000, we shall not be very wide of the truth. But great as is this number, still the costermongers are only a portion of the street folk. Besides these, there are, as we have seen, many other large classes obtaining their livelihood in the streets. The street musicians, for instance, are said to number 1,000, and the old clothesmen the same. There are supposed to be at the least 500 sellers of watercresses, 200 coffee stalls, 300 cat's-meat men, 250 ballad singers, 200 playbill sellers, from 800 to 1,000 bone grubbers and mudlarks, 1,000 crossing sweepers, another 1,000 chimney sweeps, and the same number of turncocks and lamplighters, all of whom, together with the street performers and showmen, tinkers, chair, umbrella, and clock menders, sellers of bonnet boxes, toys, stationery, songs, last dying speeches, tubs, pails, mats, crockery, blacking, lucifers, corn salves, clothes pegs, brooms, sweetmeats, razors, dog collars, dogs, birds, coals, sand, scavengers, dustmen, and others, make up, it may be fairly assumed, full 30,000 adults, so that, reckoning men, women, and children, we may truly say that there are upwards of 50,000 individuals, or about a 40th part of the entire population of the metropolis, getting their living in the streets. Now, of all modes of obtaining subsistence, that of street selling is the most precarious. Continued wet weather deprives those who depend for their bread upon the number of people frequenting the public thoroughfares of all means of living, and it is painful to think of the hundreds belonging to this class in the metropolis who are reduced to starvation by 3 or 4 days' successive rain. Moreover, in the winter, the street sellers of fruit and vegetables are cut off from the ordinary means of gaining their livelihood, and consequently they have to suffer the greatest privations at a time when the severity of the season demands the greatest amount of physical comforts. To expect that the increased earnings of the summer should be put aside as a provision against the deficiencies of the winter is to expect that a precarious occupation should beget provident habits, which is against the nature of things. For it is always in those callings which are the most uncertain that the greatest amount of improvidence and intemperance are found to exist. It is not the well-fed man, be it observed, but the starving one, that is in danger of surfeiting himself. Moreover, when the religious, moral, and intellectual degradation of the great majority of these 50,000 people is impressed upon us, it becomes positively appalling to contemplate the vast amount of vice, ignorance, and want existing in these days in the very heart of our land. The public have but to read the following plain, unvarnished account of the habits, amusements, dealings, education, politics, and religion of the London costermongers in the 19th century, and then to say whether they think it safe, even if it be thought fit, to allow men, women, and children to continue in such a state. Of the varieties of street folk in general, and costermongers in particular. Among the street folk there are many distinct characters of people, people differing as widely from each in tastes, habits, thoughts, and creed as one nation from another. Of these, the costermongers form by far the largest and certainly the mostly broadly marked class. They appear to be a distinct race, perhaps originally of Irish extraction, seldom associating with any other of the street folks, and being all known to each other. The patterers, or the men who cry the last dying speeches and so on in the street, and those who help off their wares by long harangues in the public thoroughfares, are again a separate class. These, to use their own term, are the aristocracy of the street sellers, despising the costers for their ignorance, and boasting that they live by their intellect. The public, they say, do not expect to receive from them an equivalent for their money. They pay to hear them talk. Compared with the costermongers, the patterers are generally an educated class, and among them are some classical scholars, one clergyman, and many sons of gentlemen. They appear to be the counterparts of the old mountebanks or street doctors. As a body they seem far less improvable than the costers, being more knowing and less impulsive. The street performers differ again from those. These appear to possess many of the characteristics of the lower class of actors, namely, a strong desire to excite admiration, an indisposition to pursue any settled occupation, a love of the tap room, although more for the society and display than for the drink connected with it, a great fondness for finery, and predilection for the performance of dexterous or dangerous feats. Then there are the street mechanics or artisans, quiet, melancholy, struggling men, who, unable to find any regular employment at their own trade, have made up a few things and taken to hawk them in the streets, as the last shift of independence. Another distinct class of street folk are the blind people, mostly musicians in a rude way, who after the loss of their eyesight have sought to keep themselves from the workhouse by some little excuse for alms-seeking. These, so far as my experience goes, appear to be a far more deserving class than is usually supposed. Their affliction, in most cases, seems to have chastened them, and to have given a peculiar religious cast to their thoughts. Such are the several varieties of street folk, intellectually considered. Looked at in a national point of view, they likewise include many distinct people. Among them are to be found the Irish fruit sellers, the Jew clothesmen, the Italian organ boys, French singing women, the German brass bands, the Dutch byre broom girls, the Highland bagpipe players, and the Indian crossing sweepers, all of whom I shall treat of in due order. The costermongering class or order has also its many varieties. These appear to be in the following proportions. 1/2 of the entire class are costermongers proper, that is to say, the calling with them is hereditary, and perhaps has been so for many generations, while the other half is composed of 3/8 Irish and 1/8 mechanics, tradesmen, and Jews. Under the term costermonger is here included only such street sellers as deal in fish, fruit, and vegetables, purchasing their goods at the wholesale green and fish markets. Of these, some carry on their business at the same stationary stall, or standing, in the street, while others go on rounds. The itinerant costermongers, as contradistinguished from the stationary street fishmongers and greengrocers, have in many instances regular rounds, which they go daily, and which extend from 2 to 10 miles. The longest are those which embrace a suburban part. The shortest are through streets thickly peopled by the poor, where duly to work a single street consumes in some instances an hour. There are also chance rounds. Men working these carry their wares to any part in which they hope to find customers. The costermongers, moreover, diversify their labours by occasionally going on a country round, travelling on these excursions in all directions, from 30 to 90 and even 100 miles from the metropolis. Some, again, confine their callings chiefly to the neighbouring races and fairs. Of all the characteristics attending these diversities of traders, I shall treat severally. I may here premise that the regular or thoroughbred costermongers repudiate the numerous persons who sell only nuts or oranges in the streets, whether at a fixed stall or any given locality, or who hawk them through the thoroughfares or parks. They repudiate also a number of Jews who confine their street trading to the sale of cocoa-nuts on Sundays, vended from large barrows. Nor do they rank with themselves the individuals who sell tea and coffee in the streets, or such condiments as peas soup, sweetmeats, spice cakes, and the like, those articles not being purchased at the markets. I often heard all such classes called the illegitimates. Of costermongering mechanics. From the number of mechanics, said one smart costermonger to me, that I know of in my own district, I should say that there's now more than 1,000 costers in London that were once mechanics or labourers. They are driven to it as a last resource when they can't get work at their trade. They don't do well, at least 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 4 don't. They're not up to the dodges of the business. They go to market with fear and don't know how to venture a bargain if one offers. They're inferior salesmen too, and if they have fish left that won't keep, it's a dead loss to them, for they aren't up to the trick of selling it cheap at a distance where the coster ain't known, or of quitting it to another for candlelight sale, cheap, to the Irish or to the Lushingtons that haven't a proper taste for fish. Some of these poor fellows lose every penny. They're mostly middle-aged when they begin costering. They'll generally commence with oranges or herrings. We pity them. We say, poor fellows, they'll find it out by and by. It's awful to see some poor women, too, trying to pick up a living in the streets by selling nuts or oranges. It's awful to see them, for they can't set about it right. Besides that, there's too many before they start. They don't find a living. It's only another way of starving. Ancient calling of costermongers. The earliest record of London cries is, according to Mr. Charles Knight, in Lydgate's poem of London Lykepenny, which is as old as the days of Henry V, or about 430 years back. Among Lydgate's cries are enumerated strawberries ripe and cherries in the rise, the rise being a twig to which the cherries were tied, as at present. Lydgate, however, only indicates costermongers, but does not mention them by name. It is not my intention, as my inquiries are directed to the present condition of the costermongers, to dwell on this part of the question, but some historical notice of so numerous a body is indispensable. I shall confine myself, therefore, to show from the elder dramatists how the costermongers flourished in the days of Elizabeth and James I. Virtue, says Shakespeare, is of so little regard in these costermonger times that true valour is turned bear-herd. Costermonger times are as old as any trading times of which our history tells. Indeed, the stationary costermonger of our own day is a legitimate descendant of the tradesmen of the olden time, who stood by the shops with their open casements, loudly inviting buyers by praises of their wares, and by direct questions of "What do you buy? What do you lack?" Ben Jonson makes his morose, who hated all noises and sought for a silent wife, enter "upon diverse treatise with the fishwives and orange women," to moderate their clamour, but morose, above all other noisy people, cannot endure a costardmonger. He swoons if he hear one. In Ford's Son's Darling I find the following: "Upon my life, he means to turn costermonger, and is projecting how to forestall the market. I shall cry pippins rarely." In Beaumont and Fletcher's Scornful Lady is the following: "Pray, sister, do not laugh, you'll anger him, and then he'll rail like a rude costermonger." Dr. Johnson gives the derivation of costardmonger, note the orthography he uses, end note, as derived from the sale of apples or costards, round and bulky like the head, and he cites Burton as an authority. Many country vicars, writes Burton, are driven to shifts, and if our great patrons hold us to such conditions, they will make us costardmongers, graziers, or sell ale. The costardmonger, says Mr. Charles Knight in his London, was originally an apple seller, whence his name, and from the mention of him in the old dramatists he appears to have been frequently an Irishman. In Ireland the word costermonger is almost unknown. Of the obsolete cries of the costermongers. A brief account of the cries once prevalent among the street sellers will show somewhat significantly the change in the diet or regalements of those who purchase their food in the street. Some of the articles are not vended in the public thoroughfare now, while others are still sold, but in different forms. Hot sheep's feet, for instance, were cried in the streets in the time of Henry V. They are now sold cold at the doors of the lower-priced theatres and at the larger public houses. Among the street cries the following were common prior to the Wars of the Roses: ribs of beef, hot peascod, and pepper and saffron. These certainly indicate a different street diet from that of the present time. The following are more modern, running from Elizabeth's days down to our own. Pippins, and in the time of Charles II, and subsequently, oranges were sometimes cried as orange pips. Fair lemons and oranges, oranges and citrons. New Wallfleet oysters. Note, fresh fish was formerly cried as new. End note. New river water. Note, I may here mention that water carriers still ply their trade in parts of Hampstead. End note. Rosemary and lavender. Small coals. Note, a cry rendered almost poetical by the character, career, and pitiful end, through a practical joke, of Tom Britton, the small coal man. End note. Pretty pins, pretty women. Lily white vinegar. Hot wardens. Note, pears. End note. Hot codlings. And lastly, the greasy-looking beverage which Charles Lamb's experience of London at early morning satisfied him was, of all preparations, the most grateful to the stomach of the then existing climbing boys, namely saloop. I may state for the information of my younger readers that saloop, note, spelt also salep and salop, end note, was prepared as a powder from the root of the Orchis mascula, or red-banded orchis, a plant which grows luxuriantly in our meadows and pastures, flowering in the spring, though never cultivated to any extent in this country. That required for the purpose of commerce was imported from India. The saloop stalls were superseded by the modern coffee stalls. There were many other cries, now obsolete, but what I have cited were the most common. Of the costermongers economically considered. Political economy teaches us that between the two great classes of producers and consumers stand the distributors, or dealers, saving time, trouble, and inconvenience to the one in disposing of, and to the other in purchasing, their commodities. But the distributor was not always a part and parcel of the economical arrangements of the state. In olden times the producer and consumer were brought into immediate contact at markets and fairs, holden at certain intervals. The inconvenience of this mode of operation, however, was soon felt, and the pedlar, or wandering distributor, sprung up as a means of carrying the commodities to those who were unable to attend the public markets at the appointed time. Still, the pedlar, or wandering distributor, was not without his disadvantages. He only came at certain periods, and commodities were occasionally required in the interim. Hence, the shopkeeper, or stationary distributor, was called into existence, so that the consumer might obtain any commodity of the producer at any time he pleased. Hence, we see that the pedlar is the primitive tradesman, and that the one is contradistinguished from the other by the fact that the pedlar carries the goods to the consumer, whereas in the case of the shopkeeper the consumer goes after the goods. in country districts, remote from towns and villages, the pedlar is not yet wholly superseded. But a dealer who has a fixed abode and fixed customers is so much more to be depended on, says Mr. Stuart Mill, that consumers prefer resorting to him if he is conveniently accessible, and dealers therefore find their advantage in establishing themselves in every locality where there are sufficient customers near at hand to afford them a remuneration. Hence the pedlar is now chiefly confined to the poorer districts, and is consequently distinguished from the stationary tradesman by the character and means of his customers, as well as by the amount of capital and extent of his dealings. The shopkeeper supplies principally the noblemen and gentry with the necessaries and luxuries of life, but the pedlar or hawker is the purveyor in general to the poor. He brings the greengrocery, the fruit, the fish, the watercresses, the shrimps, the pies and puddings, the sweetmeats, the pineapples, the stationery, the linen drapery, and the jewellery, such as it is, to the very door of the working classes. Indeed, the poor man's food and clothing are mainly supplied to him in this manner. Hence the class of travelling tradesmen are important, not only as forming a large portion of the poor themselves, but as being the persons through whom the working people obtain a considerable part of their provisions and raiment. But the itinerant tradesman or street seller is still further distinguished from the regular fixed dealer, the stall keeper from the shopkeeper, the street wareman from the warehouse man, by the arts they respectively employ to attract custom. The street seller cries his goods aloud at the head of the barrow. The enterprising tradesman distributes bills at the door of his shop. The one appeals to the ear, the other to the eye. The cutting costermonger has a drum and 2 boys to excite attention to his stock. The spirited shopkeeper has a column of advertisements in the morning newspapers. They are but different means of attaining the same end. End of section 2. Section 3 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 3. The London Street Markets on a Saturday Night. The street sellers are to be seen in the greatest numbers at the London street markets on a Saturday night. Here, and in the shops immediately adjoining, the working classes generally purchase their Sunday's dinner, and after pay-time on Saturday night, or early on Sunday morning, the crowd in the New Cut, and the Brill in particular, is almost impassable. Indeed, the scene in these parts has more of the character of a fair than a market. There are hundreds of stalls, and every stall has its 1 or 2 lights. Either it is illuminated by the intense white light of the new self-generating gas lamp, or else it is brightened up by the red smoky flame of the old-fashioned grease lamp. One man shows off his yellow haddock with a candle stuck in a bundle of firewood. His neighbour makes a candlestick out of a huge turnip, and the tallow gutters over its sides, while the boy shouting, "8 a penny, stunning pears," has rolled his dip in a thick coat of brown paper that flares away with the candle. Some stalls are crimson with the fire shining through the holes beneath the baked chestnut stove. Others have handsome octahedral lamps, while a few have a candle shining through a sieve. These, with the sparkling ground-glass globes of the tea-dealers' shops, and the butcher's gas-lights streaming and fluttering in the wind like flags of flame, pour forth such a flood of light that, at a distance, the atmosphere immediately above the spot is as lurid as if the street were on fire. The pavement and the road are crowded with purchasers and street sellers. The housewife, in her thick shawl with the market basket on her arm, walks slowly on, stopping now to look at the stall of caps and now to cheapen a bunch of greens. Little boys, holding 3 or 4 onions in their hand, creep between the people, wriggling their way through every interstice, and asking for custom in whining tones as if seeking charity. Then the tumult of the 1,000 different cries of the eager dealers, all shouting at the top of their voices at one and the same time, is almost bewildering. "Sold again," roars one. "Chestnuts all hot, a penny a score," bawls another. "An halfpenny a skin, blacking," squeaks a boy. "Buy, buy, 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 buy," cries the butcher. "Half quire of paper for a penny," bellows the street stationer. "An halfpenny a lot Inghams. Twopence a pound grapes. 3 a penny Yarmouth bloaters. Who'll buy a bonnet for 4pence? Pick 'em out cheap here. 3 pair for a halfpenny, bootlaces. Now's your time. Beautiful whelks, a penny a lot. Here's ha'porths," shouts the perambulating confectioner. "Come and look at 'em. Here's toasters," bellows one with a Yarmouth bloater stuck on a toasting fork. "Penny a lot, fine russets," calls the apple woman. And so the babel goes on. One man stands with his red-edged mats hanging over his back and chest, like a herald's coat, and the girl with her basket of walnuts lifts her brown-stained fingers to her mouth as she screams, "Fine walnuts! 16 a penny, fine walnuts!" A bootmaker, to ensure custom, has illuminated his shop front with a line of gas, and in its full glare stands a blind beggar, his eyes turned up so as to show only the whites, and mumbling some begging rhymes that are drowned in the shrill notes of the bamboo flute player next to him. The boy's sharp cry, the woman's cracked voice, the gruff, hoarse shout of the man are all mingled together. Sometimes an Irishman is heard with his "fine ating apples," or else the jingling music of an unseen organ breaks out, as the trio of street singers rest between the verses. Then the sights, as you elbow your way through the crowd, are equally multifarious. Here is a stall glittering with new tin saucepans, there another bright with its blue and yellow crockery, and sparkling with white glass. Now you come to a row of old shoes arranged along the pavement, now to a stand of gaudy tea trays, then to a shop with red handkerchiefs and blue checked shirts fluttering backwards and forwards, and a counter built up outside on the curb, behind which are boys beseeching custom. At the door of a tea shop, with its 100 white globes of light, stands a man delivering bills, thanking the public for past favours and defying competition. Here, alongside the road, are some half-dozen headless tailors' dummies, dressed in Chesterfields and fustian jackets, each labelled "Look at the prices," or "Observe the quality." After this is a butcher's shop, crimson and white with meat piled up to the first floor, in front of which the butcher himself, in his blue coat, walks up and down, sharpening his knife on the steel that hangs to his waist. A little further on stands the clean family, begging, the father with his head down as if in shame, and a box of lucifers held forth in his hand, the boys in newly washed pinafores, and the tidily got-up mother with a child at her breast. This stall is green and white with bunches of turnips, that red with apples, the next yellow with onions, and another purple with pickling cabbages. 1 minute you pass a man with an umbrella turned inside up and full of prints, the next you hear one with a peep show of Mazeppa and Paul Jones the pirate, describing the pictures to the boys looking in at the little round windows. Then is heard the sharp snap of the percussion cap from the crowd of lads firing at the target for nuts, and the moment afterwards you see either a black man half clad in white and shivering in the cold with tracts in his hand, or else you hear the sounds of music from Frazier's Circus on the other side of the road, and the man outside the door of the penny concert beseeching you to be in time, as Mr. Somebody is just about to sing his favourite song of the knife grinder. Such indeed is the riot, the struggle, and the scramble for a living, that the confusion and uproar of the new cart on a Saturday night have a bewildering and saddening effect upon the thoughtful mind. Each salesman tries his utmost to sell his wares, tempting the passers-by with his bargains. The boy with his stock of herbs offers a double handful of fine parsley for a penny. The man with the donkey cart filled with turnips has 3 lads to shout for him to their utmost, with their "Ho, ho, hi, hi!" What do you think of this here? A penny a bunch, hurrah for free trade! Here's your turnips!" Until it is seen and heard, we have no sense of the scramble that is going on throughout London for a living. The same scene takes place at the Brill, the same in Leather Lane, the same in Tottenham Court Road, the same in Whitecross Street. Go to whatever corner of the metropolis you please, either on a Saturday night or a Sunday morning, and there is the same shouting and the same struggling to get the penny profit out of the poor man's Sunday dinner. Since the above description was written, the New Cut has lost much of its noisy and brilliant glory. In consequence of a new police regulation, stands or pitches have been forbidden, and each coster on a market night is now obliged, under pain of the lock-up house, to carry his tray or keep moving with his barrow. The gay stalls have been replaced by deal boards, some sodden with wet fish, others stained purple with blackberries, or brown with walnut peel, and the bright lamps are almost totally superseded by the dim guttering candle. Even if the pole under the tray, or shallow, is seen resting on the ground, the policeman on duty is obliged to interfere. The mob of purchasers has diminished one half, and instead of the road being filled with customers and trucks, the pavement and curbstones are scarcely crowded. The Sunday morning markets. Nearly every poor man's market does its Sunday trade. For a few hours on the Sabbath morning, the noise, bustle, and scramble of the Saturday night are repeated, and but for this opportunity, many a poor family would pass a dinner-less Sunday. The system of paying the mechanic late on the Saturday night, and more particularly of paying a man his wages in a public house, when he is tired with his day's work, lures him to the tavern, and there the hours fly quickly enough beside the warm tap-room fire, so that by the time the wife comes for her husband's wages, she finds a large portion of them gone in drink, and the streets half cleared, so that the Sunday market is the only chance of getting the Sunday's dinner. Of all these Sunday morning markets, the Brill, perhaps, furnishes the busiest scene, so that it may be taken as a type of the whole. The streets in the neighbourhood are quiet and empty. The shops are closed with their different-coloured shutters, and the people round about are dressed in the shiny cloth of the holiday suits. There are no cabs, and but few omnibuses to disturb the rest, and men walk in the road as safely as on the footpath. As you enter the Brill, the market sounds are scarcely heard, but at each step the low hum grows gradually into the noisy shouting, until at last the different cries become distinct, and the hubbub, din, and confusion of 1,000 voices bellowing at once again fill the air. The road and footpath are crowded, as on the overnight. The men are standing in groups, smoking and talking, whilst the women run to and fro, some with the white round turnips showing out of their filled aprons, others with cabbages under their arms, and a piece of red meat dangling from their hands. Only a few of the shops are closed, but the butcher's and the coal shed are filled with customers, and from the door of the shut-up baker's the women come streaming forth with bags of flour in their hands, while men sally from the halfpenny barber's, smoothing their clean-shaved chins. Walnuts, blacking, apples, onions, braces, combs, turnips, herrings, pens, and corn-plasters are all bellowed out at the same time. Labourers and mechanics, still unshorn and undressed, hang about with their hands in their pockets, some with their pet terriers under their arms. The pavement is green with the refuse leaves of vegetables, and round a cabbage barrow the women stand turning over the bunches, as the man shouts, "Where you like, only a penny." Boys are running home with the breakfast herring held in a piece of paper, and the side pocket of the appleman's stuff coat hangs down with the weight of the halfpence stored within it. Presently the tolling of the neighbouring church bells breaks forth. Then the bustle doubles itself, the cries grow louder, the confusion greater. Women run about and push their way through the throng, scolding the saunterers, for in half an hour the market will close. In a little time the butcher puts up his shutters and leaves the door still open. The policemen in their clean gloves come round and drive the street sellers before them, and as the clock strikes 11 the market finishes, and the Sunday's rest begins. The following is a list of the street markets and the number of costers usually attending. Markets on the Surrey side: New Cut, Lambeth, 300, Lambeth Walk, 104, Walworth Road, 22, Camberwell, 15, Newington, 45, Kent Street, Borough, 38, Bermondsey, 107, Union Street, Borough, 29, Great Suffolk Street, 46, Blackfriars Road, 58, total 764. Markets on the Middlesex side: Brill and Chapel Street, Somers Town, 300, Camden Town, 50, Hampstead Road and Tottenham Court Road, 333, St George's Market, Oxford Street, 177, Marylebone, 37, Edgware Road, 78, Crawford Street, 145, Knightsbridge, 46, Pimlico, 32, Tothill Street and Broadway, Westminster, 119, Drury Lane, 32, Clare Street, 139, Exmouth Street and Aylesbury Street, Clerkenwell, 142, Leather Lane, 150, St John's Street, 47, Old Street, St Luke's, 46, Whitecross Street, Cripplegate, 150, Islington, 79, City Road, 49, Shoreditch, 100, Bethnal Green, 100, Whitechapel, 258, Mile End, 105, Commercial Road, East, 114, Limehouse, 88, Ratcliffe Highway, 122, Rosemary Lane, 119, total 3,147. We find from the foregoing list of markets held in the various thoroughfares of the metropolis that there are 10 on the Surrey side and 27 on the Middlesex side of the Thames. The total number of hucksters attending these markets is 3,911, giving an average of 105 to each market. Habits and amusements of costermongers. I find it impossible to separate these two headings, for the habits of the costermonger are not domestic. His busy life is passed in the markets or the streets, and as his leisure is devoted to the beer shop, the dancing room, or the theatre, we must look for his habits, to his demeanour at those places. Home has few attractions to a man whose life is a street life. Even those who are influenced by family ties and affections prefer to home, indeed that word is rarely mentioned among them, the conversation, warmth, and merriment of the beer shop, where they can take their ease among their mates. Excitement or amusement are indispensable to uneducated men. Of beer shops resorted to by costermongers, and principally supported by them, it is computed that there are 400 in London. Those who meet first in the beer shop talk over the state of trade and of the markets, while the later comers enter at once into what may be styled the serious business of the evening, amusement. Business topics are discussed in a most peculiar style. One man takes the pipe from his mouth and says, "Bill made a Duganno hit this morning." "Jem," says another to a man just entering, "you'll stand atop a reeb?" "On," answers Jem. "I've had a Treseno toll, and have been doing dab." For an explanation of what may be obscure in this dialogue, I must refer my readers to my remarks concerning the language of the class. If any strangers are present, the conversation is still further clothed in slang, so as to be unintelligible even to the partially initiated. The evident puzzlement of any listener is, of course, gratifying to the costermonger's vanity, for he feels that he possesses a knowledge peculiarly his own. Among the indoor amusements of the costermonger is card-playing, at which many of them are adepts. The usual games are all fours, all fives, cribbage, and put. Whist is known to a few, but is never played, being considered dull and slow. Of short whist they have not heard. "But," says one, whom I questioned on the subject, "if it's come into fashion, it'll soon be among us." The play is usually for beer, but the game is rendered exciting by bets both among the players and the lookers-on. "I'll back Jem for a Yanapassine," says one. "Jack for again," cries another. A penny is the lowest sum laid, and 5 shillings generally the highest, but a shilling is not often exceeded. "We play fair among ourselves," said a costermonger to me. "Aye, fairer than the aristocrats, but we'll take in anyone else." Where it is known that the landlord will not supply cards, a sporting coster carries a pack or two with him. The cards played with have rarely been stamped. They are generally dirty, and sometimes almost illegible from long handling and spilled beer. Some men will sit patiently for hours at these games, and they watch the dealing round of the dingy cards intently, and without the attempt, common among politer gamesters, to appear indifferent, though they bear their losses well. In a room full of card players the groups are all shrouded in tobacco smoke, and from them are heard constant sounds, according to the games they are engaged in, of "I'm low and Ped's high," "Tip and me's game," 15-4 and a flush of 5. I may remark it is curious that costermongers who can neither read nor write, and who have no knowledge of the multiplication table, are skilful in all the intricacies and calculations of cribbage. There is not much quarrelling over the cards unless strangers play with them, and then the costermongers all take part one with another, fairly or unfairly. It has been said that there is a close resemblance between many of the characteristics of a very high class, socially, and a very low class. Those who remember the disclosures on a trial a few years back as to how men of rank and wealth passed their leisure in card playing, many of their lives being one continued leisure, can judge how far the analogy holds when the card passion of the costermongers is described. Shove halfpenny is another game played by them, as is 3 up. 3 halfpennies are thrown up, and when they fall all heads or all tails, it is a mark, and the man who gets the greatest number of marks out of a given amount, 3 or 5 or more, wins. 3 up is played fairly among the costermongers, but is most frequently resorted to when strangers are present to make a pitch, which is in plain words to cheat any stranger who is rash enough to bet upon them. "This is the way, sir," said an adept to me. "Bless you, I can make them fall as I please. If I'm playing with Joe and a stranger bets with Joe, why of course I'll make Joe win." This adept illustrated his skill to me by throwing up 3 halfpennies, and 5 times out of 6 they fell upon the floor, whether he threw them nearly to the ceiling or merely to his shoulder, all heads or all tails. The halfpence were the proper current coins, indeed they were my own, and the result is gained by a peculiar position of the coins on the fingers and a peculiar jerk in the throwing. There was an amusing manifestation of the pride of art in the way in which my obliging informant displayed his skill. Skittles is another favourite amusement, and the costermongers class themselves among the best players in London. The game is always for beer, but betting goes on. A fondness for sparring and boxing lingers among the rude members of some classes of the working men, such as the tanners. With the great majority of the costermongers this fondness is still as dominant as it was among the higher classes, when boxers were the pets of princes and nobles. The sparring among the costers is not for money, but for beer and a lark, a convenient word covering much mischief. 2 out of every 10 landlords whose houses are patronised by these lovers of the art of self-defence supply gloves. Some charge 2d a night for their use, others only a penny. The sparring seldom continues long, sometimes not above 1/4 of an hour, for the costermongers, though excited for a while, weary of sports in which they cannot personally participate, and in the beer shops only 2 spar at a time, though 50 or 60 may be present. The shortness of the duration of this pastime may be one reason why it seldom leads to quarrelling. The stake is usually a top of reeb, and the winner is the man who gives the first noser. A bloody nose, however, is required to show that the blow was veritably a noser. The costermongers boast of their skill in pugilism as well as at skittles. "We're all handy with our fists," said one man, "and our matches, aye, and more than matches, for anybody but regular boxers. We've stuck to the ring too, and gone regular to the fights. more than any other men. Twopenny hops are much resorted to by the costermongers, men and women, boys and girls. At these dances decorum is sometimes, but not often, violated. The women, I was told by one man, doesn't show their necks, as I've seen the ladies do in them their pictures of high life in the shop windows, or on the stage. Their Sunday gowns, which is their dancing gowns, ain't made that way. At these hops, the clog hornpipe is often danced, and sometimes a collection is made to ensure the performance of a first-rate professor of that dance. Sometimes, and more frequently, it is volunteered gratuitously. The other dances are jigs, flash jigs, hornpipes in fetters, a dance rendered popular by the success of the acted Jack Sheppard, polkas and country dances, the last mentioned being generally demanded by the women. Waltzes are as yet unknown to them. Sometimes they do the pipe dance. For this, a number of tobacco pipes, about a dozen, are laid close together on the floor, and the dancer places the toe of his boot between the different pipes, keeping time with the music. 2 of the pipes are arranged as a cross, and the toe has to be inserted between each of the angles without breaking them. The numbers present at these hops vary from 30 to 100 of both sexes, their ages being from 14 to 45. And the female sex being slightly predominant as to the proportion of those in attendance. At these hops there is nothing of the leisurely style of dancing, half a glide and half a skip, but vigorous, laborious capering. The hours are from 8:30 to 12, sometimes to 1 or 2 in the morning, and never later than 2, as the costermongers are early risers. There is sometimes a good deal of drinking, some of the young girls being often pressed to drink, and frequently yielding to the temptation. From £1 to £7 is spent in drink at a hop. The youngest men or lads present spend the most, especially in that act of costermonger politeness, treating the gals. The music is always a fiddle, sometimes with the addition of a harp and a cornetpiano. The band is provided by the costermongers, to whom the assembly is confined. But during the present and the last year, when the coster's earnings have been less than the average, the landlord has provided the harp, whenever that instrument has added to the charms of the fiddle. Of one use to which these hops are put, I have given an account under the head of marriage. The other amusements of this class of the community are the theatre and the penny concert, and their visits are almost entirely confined to the galleries of the theatres on the Surrey side. The Surrey, the Victoria, the Bower Saloon, and, but less frequently, Astley's. 3 times a week is an average attendance at theatres and dances by the more prosperous costermongers. The most intelligent man I met with among them gave me the following account. He classes himself with the many, but his tastes are really those of an educated man. Love and murder suits us best, sir. But within these few years I think there's a great deal more liking for deep tragedies among us. They set men a-thinking, but then we all consider them too long. Of Hamlet we can make neither end nor side, and 9 out of 10 of us, why, far more than that, would like it to be confined to the ghost scenes, and the funeral, and the killing off at the last. Macbeth would be better liked if it was only the witches and the fighting. The high words in a tragedy we call jawbreakers, and we say we can't tumble to that barracking. We always stay to the last because we've paid for it all, or very few costers would see a tragedy out if any money was returned to those leaving after 2 or 3 acts. We're fond of music. Nigger music was very much liked among us, but it's stale now. Flash songs are liked, and sailors' songs, and patriotic songs. Most costers, indeed I can't call to mind an exception, listen very quietly to songs that they don't in the least understand. We have among us translations of the patriotic French songs. Mourir pour la patrie is very popular, and so is the Marseillaise. A song to take hold of us must have a good chorus. They like something, sir, that is worth hearing, said one of my informants, such as The Soldier's Dream, The Dream of Napoleon, or I Had a Dream, an Happy Dream. The songs in ridicule of Marshal Hainaut and in laudation of Barclay and Perkins' draymen were and are very popular among the costers, but none are more popular than Paul Jones. A noble commander, Paul Jones was his name. Among them the chorus of Britons never shall be slaves is often rendered Britons always shall be slaves. The most popular of all songs with the class, however, is Duck-Legged Dick, of which I give the first verse. Duck-legged Dick had a donkey, and his lush loved much for to swill. One day he got rather lumpy, and got sent 7 days to the mill. His donkey was taken to the green yard, a fate which he never deserved. Oh, it was such a regular mean yard, that, alas, the poor moke got starved. Oh, bad luck can't be prevented. Fortune she smiles or she frowns. He's best off that's contented to mix, sirs, the ups and the downs. Their sports are enjoyed the more if they are dangerous, and require both courage and dexterity to succeed in them. They prefer, if crossing a bridge, to climb over the parapet and walk along on the stone coping. When a house is building, rows of coster lads will climb up the long ladders, leaning against the unslated roof, and then slide down again, each one resting on the other's shoulders. A peep show with a battle scene is sure of its coster attendants, and a favourite pastime is fighting with cheap theatrical swords. They are, however, true to each other, and should a coster, who is the hero of his court, fall ill and go to a hospital, the whole of the inhabitants of his quarter will visit him on the Sunday and take him presents of various articles, so that he may live well. Among the men, rat-killing is a favourite sport. They will enter an old stable, fasten the door, and then turn out the rats. Or they will find some unfrequented yard, and at night-time build up a pit with apple-case boards, and lighting up their lamps, enjoy the sport. Nearly every coster is fond of dogs. Some fancy them greatly, and are proud of making them fight. If, when out working, they see a handsome stray, whether he is a toy or sporting dog, they whip him up, many of the class not being very particular whether the animals are stray or not. Their dog fights are both cruel and frequent. It is not uncommon to see a lad walking with the trembling legs of a dog shivering under a bloody handkerchief that covers the bitten and wounded body of an animal that has been figuring at some match. These fights take place on the sly, the tap-room or backyard of a beer shop being generally chosen for the purpose. A few men are let into the secret, and they attend to bet upon the winner, the police being carefully kept from the spot. Pigeons are fancied to a large extent, and are kept in lath cages on the roofs of the houses. The lads look upon a visit to the Red House, Battersea, where the pigeon shooting takes place, as a great treat. They stand without the hoarding that encloses the ground, and watch for the wounded pigeons to fall, when a violent scramble takes place among them, each bird being valued at 3d. or 4d. So popular has this sport become, that some boys take dogs with them trained to retrieve the birds, and 2 Lambeth costers attend regularly after their morning's work with their guns to shoot those that escape the shots within. A good pugilist is looked up to with great admiration by the costers, and fighting is considered to be a necessary part of a boy's education. Among them, cowardice in any shape is despised as being degrading and loathsome. Indeed, the man who would avoid a fight is scouted by the whole of the court he lives in. Hence it is important for a lad, and even a girl, to know how to work their fists well, as expert boxing is called among them. If a coster man or woman is struck, they are obliged to fight. When a quarrel takes place between 2 boys, a ring is formed, and the men urge them on to have it out, for they hold that it is a wrong thing to stop a battle, as it causes bad blood for life, whereas if the lads fight it out, they shake hands and forget all about it. Everybody practises fighting, and the man who has the largest and hardest muscle is spoken of in terms of the highest commendation. It is often said in admiration of such a man that he could muzzle 6 bobbies before breakfast. To serve out a policeman is the bravest act by which a costermonger can distinguish himself. Some lads have been imprisoned upwards of 12 times for this offence, and are consequently looked upon by their companions as martyrs. When they leave prison for such an act, a subscription is often got up for their benefit. In their continual warfare with the force, they resemble many savage nations, from the cunning and treachery they use. The lads endeavour to take the unsuspecting crusher by surprise, and often crouch at the entrance of a court until a policeman passes, when a stone or a brick is hurled at him, and the youngster immediately disappears. Their love of revenge, too, is extreme, their hatred being in no way mitigated by time. They will wait for months, following a policeman who has offended or wronged them, anxiously looking out for an opportunity of paying back the injury. One boy, I was told, vowed vengeance against a member of the force, and for 6 months never allowed the man to escape his notice. At length, one night, he saw the policeman in a row outside a public house, and running into the crowd, kicked him savagely, shouting at the same time, "Now, you B blank, I've got you at last." When the boy heard that his persecutor was injured for life, his joy was very great, and he declared the 12 months' imprisonment he was sentenced to for the offence to be dirt cheap. The whole of the court where the lad resided sympathised with the boy, and vowed to a man that had he escaped, they would have subscribed a pad or two of dry herrings to send him into the country until the affair had blown over, for he had shown himself a plucky one. It is called plucky to bear pain without complaining. To flinch from expected suffering is scorned, and he who does so is sneered at and told to wear a gown, as being more fit to be a woman. To show a disregard for pain, a lad, when without money, will say to his pal, "Give us a penny, and you may have a punch at my nose." They also delight in tattooing their chests and arms with anchors and figures of different kinds. During the whole of this painful operation, the boy will not flinch, but laugh and joke with his admiring companions, as if perfectly at ease. End of section 3. Section 4 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 4. Gambling of costermongers. It would be difficult to find in the whole of this numerous class a youngster who is not what may be safely called a desperate gambler. At the age of 14 this love of play first comes upon the lad, and from that time until he is 30 or so, not a Sunday passes but he is at his stand on the gambling ground. Even if he has no money to stake, he will loll away the morning looking on, and so borrow excitement from the successes of others. Every attempt made by the police to check this ruinous system has been unavailing, and has rather given a gloss of daring courage to the sport that tends to render it doubly attractive. If a costermonger has an hour to spare, his first thought is to gamble away the time. He does not care what he plays for, so long as he can have a chance of winning something. Whilst waiting for a market to open, his delight is to find out some pieman and toss him for his stock, though by so doing he risks his market money and only chance of living, to win that which he will give away to the first friend he meets. For the whole week the boy will work untiringly, spurred on by the thought of the money to be won on the Sunday. Nothing will damp his ardour for gambling, the most continued ill fortune making him even more reckless than if he were the luckiest man alive. Many a lad who had gone down to the gambling ground with a good warm coat upon his back, and his pocket well filled from the Saturday night's market, will leave it at evening penniless and coatless, having lost all his earnings, stock money, and the better part of his clothing. Some of the boys, when desperate with bad luck, borrow to the utmost limit of their credit. Then they mortgage their kingsman or necktie, and they will even change their cord trousers, if better than those of the winner, so as to have one more chance at the turn of fortune. The coldest winter's day will not stop the Sunday's gathering on the riverside, for the heat of play warms them in spite of the sharp wind blowing down the Thames. If the weather be wet, so that the halfpence stick to the ground, they find out some railway arch, or else a beer shop, and having filled the tap-room with their numbers, they muffle the table with handkerchiefs and play secretly. When the game is very exciting, they will even forget their hunger and continue to gamble until it is too dark to see before they think of eating. One man told me that when he was working the races with lemonade, he had often seen in the centre of a group composed of costers, thimble riggers, and showmen as much as £100 on the ground at one time in gold and silver. A friend of his who had gone down in company with him, with a pony truck of toys, lost in less than an hour his earnings, truck, stock of goods, and greatcoat. Vowing to have his revenge next time, he took his boy on his back and started off on the tramp to London, there to borrow sufficient money to bring down a fresh lot of goods on the morrow, and then gamble away his earnings as before. It is perfectly immaterial to the coster with whom he plays, whether it be a lad from the Lambeth potteries or a thief from the Westminster slums. Very often, too, the gamblers of one costermonger district will visit those of another, and work what is called a plant. In this way, one of the visitors will go beforehand, and joining a group of gamblers, commence tossing. When sufficient time has elapsed to remove all suspicion of companionship, his mate will come up and commence betting on each of his pal's throws with those standing round. By a curious quickness of hand, a coster can make the toss tell favourably for his wagering friend, who meets him after the play is over in the evening and shares the spoil. The spots generally chosen for the Sunday's sport are in secret places, half hidden from the eye of the passers, where a scout can give quick notice of the approach of the police, in the fields about King's Cross, or near any unfinished railway buildings. The Mint, St. George's Fields, Blackfriars Road, Bethnal Green, and Marylebone are all favourite resorts. Between Lambeth and Chelsea, the shingle on the left side of the Thames is spotted with small rings of lads, half hidden behind the barges. One boy of the party is always on the lookout, and even if a stranger should advance, the cry is given of "Na mouse," or "Cool a slop." Instantly the money is whipped up and pocketed, and the boys stand chattering and laughing together. It is never difficult for a coster to find out where the gambling parties are, for he has only to stop the first lad he meets and ask him where the Urt Pu, or 3 up, is going on, to discover their whereabouts. If during the game a cry of "Police!" should be given by the looker-out, instantly a rush at the money is made by anyone in the group, the costers preferring that a stranger should have the money rather than the policeman. There is also a custom among them that the ruined player should be started again by a gift of 2d in every shilling lost, or if the loss is heavy, a present of 4 or 5 shillings is made. Neither is it considered at all dishonourable for the party winning to leave with the full bloom of success upon him. That the description of one of these Sunday scenes might be more truthful, a visit was paid to a gambling ring close to although not 20 yards distant from the steamboat pier. Yet the little party was so concealed among the coal barges that not a head could be seen. The spot chosen was close to a small narrow court leading from the street to the waterside, and here the lad on the lookout was stationed. There were about 30 young fellows, some tall, strapping youths, in the coster's cable-cord costume, others mere boys, in rags, from the potteries, with their clothes stained with clay. The party was hidden from the river by the black dredger boats on the beach, and it was so arranged that should the alarm be given, they might leap into the coal barges and hide until the intruder had retired. Seated on some oars stretched across 2 craft was a mortar-stained bricklayer, keeping a lookout towards the river, and acting as a sort of umpire in all disputes. The 2 that were tossing had been playing together since early morning, and it was easy to tell which was the loser by the anxious-looking eye and compressed lip. He was quarrelsome too, and if the crowd pressed upon him, he would jerk his elbow back savagely, saying, "I wish to C_T, you'd stand backer." The winner, a short man, in a mud-stained canvas jacket and a week's yellow beard on his chin, never spoke a word beyond his "heads" or "tails," but his cheeks were red and the pipe in his mouth was unlit, though he puffed at it. In their hands they each held a long row of halfpence, extending to the wrist, and topped by shillings and half-crowns. Nearly every one round had coppers in his hands, and bets were made and taken as rapidly as they could be spoken. "I lost a sov last night in less than no time," said one man, who, with his hands in his pockets, was looking on. "Never mind, I mustn't have no wenson this week, and try again next Sunday." The boy who was losing was adopting every means to bring back his luck again. Before crying, he would toss up a halfpenny 3 times to see what he should call. At last, with an oath, he pushed aside the boys round him and shifted his place, to see what that would do. It had a good effect, for he won toss after toss in a curiously fortunate way, and then it was strange to watch his mouth gradually relax and his brows unknit. His opponent was a little startled, and passing his fingers through his dusty hair, said with a stupid laugh, "Well, I never see the likes." The betting also began to shift. "Sixpence Ned wins," cried 3 or 4. "Sixpence he loses," answered another. "Done." And up went the halfpence. "Half a crown Joe loses." "Here you are," answered Joe, but he lost again. "I'll try you again," shilling, said a coster. "And a Ralph-your-nap," 4pence, added the other. "Say a X's," 6pence. "Done." And the betting continued, till the ground was spotted with silver and halfpence. "That's 10 bobbies won in 5 minutes," said Joe, the loser, looking round with a forced smile. But Ned, the winner, never spake a word, even when he gave any change to his antagonist, and if he took a bet, he only nodded to the one that offered it, and threw down his money. Once, when he picked up more than a sovereign from the ground that he had won in one throw, a washed sweep, with a black rim round his neck, said, "There's a hog." But there wasn't even a smile at the joke. At last Joe began to feel angry, and stamping his feet till the water squirted up from the beach, cried, "It's no use. Luck's setting him. He'd muck 1,000. And so he shifted his ground, and betted all round on the chance of better fortune attending the movement. He lost again, and someone, bantering, said, "You'll win the shine rag, Joe," meaning that he would be cracked up or ruined if he continued. When 1 o'clock struck, a lad left, saying that he was going to get an inside lining dinner. The sweep asked him what he was going to have. "A 2½ plate and a ha'porth of smash." "A plate of soup and a ha'porth of mashed potatoes," replied the lad, bounding into the courts. Nobody else seemed to care for his dinner, for all stayed to watch the gamblers. Every now and then someone would go up the court to see if the lad watching for the police was keeping a good lookout, but the boy never deserted his post for fear of losing his 3pence. If he had, such is the wish to protect the players felt by every lad, that even whilst at dinner one of them, if he saw a policeman pass, would spring up and rush to the gambling ring to give notice. When the tall youth, Ned, had won nearly all the silver of the group, he suddenly jerked his gains into his coat pocket, and saying, "I've done," walked off and was out of sight in an instant. The surprise of the loser and all round was extreme. They looked at the court where he had disappeared, then at one another, and at last burst out into one expression of disgust. "There's a scurf," said one. "He's a regular scab," cried another, and a coster declared that he was a Tresano and no mistake. For although it is held to be fair for the winner to go whenever he wishes, yet such conduct is never relished by the losers. It was then determined that they would have him to rights the next time he came to gamble, for everyone would set at him and win his money, and then turn up, as he had done. The party was then broken up, the players separating, to wait for the newcomers that would be sure to pour in after dinner. Vic Gallery. On a good, attractive night, the rush of costers to the threepenny gallery of the Coburg, better known as the Vic, is peculiar and almost awful. The long zigzag staircase that leads to the pay-box is crowded to suffocation at least an hour before the theatre is opened, but on the occasion of a piece with a good murder in it, the crowd will frequently collect as early as 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lads stand upon the broad wooden banisters, about 50 feet from the ground, and jump on each other's backs, or adopt any expedient they can think of to obtain a good place. The walls of the well staircase having a remarkably fine echo, and the wooden floor of the steps serving as a sounding board, the shouting, whistling, and quarrelling of the impatient young costers is increased tenfold. If, as sometimes happens, a song with a chorus is started, the ears positively ache with the din, and when the chant has finished, it seems as though a sudden silence has fallen on the people. To the centre of the road, and all around the door, the mob is in a ferment of excitement, and no sooner is the money-taker at his post than the most frightful rush takes place, everyone heaving with his shoulder at the back of the person immediately in front of him. The girls shriek, men shout, and a nervous fear is felt lest the massive staircase should fall in with the weight of the throng, as it lately did, with the most terrible results. If a hat tumbles from the top of the staircase, 100 hands snatch at it as it descends. When it is caught, a voice roars above the tumult, "All right, Bill, I've got it," for they all seem to know one another. "Keep us a pitch and I'll bring it." To anyone unaccustomed to be pressed flat, it would be impossible to enter with the mob. To see the sight in the gallery, it is better to wait until the first piece is over. The ham sandwich men and pig trotter women will give you notice when the time is come, for with the first clatter of the descending footsteps, they commence their cries. There are few grown-up men that go to the Vic Gallery. The generality of the visitors are lads from about 12 to 23, and though a few black-faced sweeps or whitey-brown dustmen may be among the throng, the gallery audience consists mainly of costermongers. Young girls, too, are very plentiful, only 1/3 of whom now take their babies, owing to the new regulation of charging half price for infants. At the foot of the staircase stands a group of boys begging for the return checks, which they sell again for a penny halfpenny or a penny, according to the lateness of the hour. At each step up the well staircase, the warmth and stench increase, until by the time one reaches the gallery doorway, a furnace heat rushes out through the entrance that seems to force you backwards, whilst the odour positively prevents respiration. The mob on the landing, standing on tiptoe and closely wedged together, resists any civil attempt at gaining a glimpse of the stage, and yet a coster lad will rush up, elbow his way into the crowd, then jump up on the shoulders of those before him, and suddenly disappear into the body of the gallery. The gallery at the Vic is one of the largest in London. It will hold from 1,500 to 2,000 people, and runs back to so great a distance that the end of it is lost in shadow, except where the little gas jets against their wall light up the 2 or 3 faces around them. When the gallery is well packed, it is usual to see piles of boys on each other's shoulders at the back, while on the partition boards dividing off the slips, lads will pitch themselves, despite the spikes. As you look up the vast slanting mass of heads from the upper boxes, each one appears on the move. The huge black heap, dotted with faces and spotted with white shirt sleeves, almost pains the eye to look at, and should a clapping of hands commence, the twinkling nearly blinds you. It is the fashion with the mob to take off their coats, and the cross braces on the backs of some, and the bare shoulders peeping out of the ragged shirts of others, are the only variety to be found. The bonnets of the ladies are hung over the iron railing in front, their numbers nearly hiding the panels, and one of the amusements of the lads in the back seats consists in pitching orange peel or nutshells into them, a good aim being rewarded with a shout of laughter. When the orchestra begins playing, before the gods have settled into their seats, it is impossible to hear a note of music. The puffed-out cheeks of the trumpeters and the raised drumsticks tell you that the overture has commenced, but no tune is to be heard. An occasional burst of the full band being caught by gushes, as if a high wind were raging. Recognitions take place every moment, and "Bill Smith" is called to in a loud voice from one side, and a shout in answer from the other asks, "What's up?" Or family secrets are revealed, and Bob Triller is asked where Sal is, and replies amid a roar of laughter that she is a-learning the pickaninny. By and by a youngster who has come in late jumps up over the shoulders at the door, and doubling himself into a ball rolls down over the heads in front, leaving a trail of commotion, for each one, as he passes, aims a blow at the fellow. Presently a fight is sure to begin, and then everyone rises from his seat, whistling and shouting. 3 or 4 pairs of arms fall too, the audience waving their hands, till the moving mass seems like microscopic eels in paste. But the commotion ceases suddenly on the rising of the curtain, and then the cries of "Silence! Order! Order!" make more noise than ever. The Vic Gallery is not to be moved by touching sentiment. They prefer vigorous exercise to any emotional speech. The child of the storm's declaration that she would share her father's death or imprisonment as her duty had no effect at all compared with the split in the hornpipe. The shrill whistling and bravos that followed the tar's performance showed how highly it was relished, and one god went so far as to ask how it was done. The comic actor, kicking a dozen Polish peasants, was encored, but the grand banquet of the Tsar of all the Russias only produced merriment, and a request that he would give them a bit was made directly the Emperor took the willow-patterned plate in his hand. All affecting situations were sure to be interrupted by cries of "Order!" and the lady begging for her father's life was told to "Speak up, old girl!" Though when the heroine of the "domestic dreamer," as they call it, told the general of all the Cossack forces not to be a fool, the uproar of approbation grew greater than ever, and when the lady turned up her swansdown cuffs, and, seizing 4 Russian shoulders, shook them successively by the collar, then the enthusiasm knew no bounds, and the cries of "Bravo, Vincent! Go it, my tulip!" resounded from every throat. Altogether, the gallery audience do not seem to be of a gentle nature. One poor little lad shouted out in a crying tone that he couldn't see, and instantly a dozen voices demanded that he should be thrown over. Whilst the pieces are going on, brown flat bottles are frequently raised to the mouth, and between the acts a man with a tin can, glittering in the gaslight, goes round crying, "Porter! Who's for porter?" As the heat increased, the faces grew bright red, every bonnet was taken off, and ladies could be seen wiping the perspiration from their cheeks with the playbills. No delay between the pieces will be allowed, and should the interval appear too long, someone will shout out, referring to the curtain, "Pull up that there window blind," or they will call to the orchestra, saying, "Now then, you catgut scrapers, let's have a ha'porth of liveliness." Neither will they suffer a play to proceed until they have a good view of the stage, and "Higher the blue" is constantly shouted when the sky is too low, or "Light up the moon" when the transparency is rather dim. The dances and comic songs between the pieces are liked better than anything else. A Highland fling is certain to be repeated, and a stamping of feet will accompany the tune, and a shrill whistling keep time through the entire performance. But the grand hit of the evening is always when a song is sung to which the entire gallery can join in chorus. Then a deep silence prevails all through the stanzas. Should any burst in before his time, a shout of "Order!" is raised, and the intruder put down by 1,000 indignant cries. At the proper time, however, the throats of the mob burst forth in all their strength. The most deafening noise breaks out, and suddenly, while the catcalls keep up the tune, and an imitation of a dozen Mr. Punches squeak out the words. Some actors at the minor theatres make a great point of this, and in the bill upon the night of any visit, under the title of "There's a good time coming, boys," there was printed, "Assisted by the most numerous and effective chorus in the metropolis," meaning the whole of the gallery. The singer himself started the mob, saying, "Now then, the Exeter Hall touch, if you please, gentlemen," and beat time with his hand, parodying Monsieur Julien with his baton. An encore on such occasions is always demanded, and despite a few murmurs of "Change it to duck-legged Dick," invariably insisted on. The politics of costermongers. Policemen. The notion of the police is so intimately blended with what may be called the politics of the costermongers that I give them together. The politics of these people are detailed in a few words. They are nearly all Chartists. You might say, sir, remarked one of my informants, that they all were Chartists, but as it's better you should rather be under than over the mark, say nearly all. Their ignorance and their being impulsive makes them a dangerous class. I am assured that in every district where the costermongers are congregated, one or two of the body, more intelligent than the others, have great influence over them, and these leading men are all Chartists, and being industrious and not unprosperous persons, their pecuniary and intellectual superiority cause them to be regarded as oracles. One of these men said to me, "The costers think that working men know best, and so they have confidence in us. I like to make men discontented, and I will make them discontented while the present system continues, because it's all for the middle and the moneyed classes, and nothing in the way of rights for the poor. People fancy when all's quiet that all's stagnating. Propagandism is going on for all that. It's when all's quiet that the seeds are growing. Republicans and Socialists are pressing their doctrines." The costermongers have very vague notions of an aristocracy. They call the more prosperous of their own body aristocrats. Their notions of an aristocracy of birth or wealth seem to be formed on their opinion of the rich, or reputed rich, salesmen with whom they deal, and the result is anything but favourable to the nobility. Concerning free trade, nothing, I am told, can check the costermonger's fervour for a cheap loaf. A Chartist costermonger told me that he knew numbers of costers who were keen Chartists without understanding anything about the 6 points. The costermongers frequently attend political meetings, going there in bodies of from 6 to 12. Some of them, I learned, could not understand why Chartist leaders exhorted them to peace and quietness, when they might as well fight it out with the police at once. The costers boast, moreover, that they stick more together in any row than any other class. It is considered by them a reflection on the character of the thieves that they are seldom true to one another. It is a matter of marvel to many of this class that people can live without working. The ignorant costers have no knowledge of property or income, and conclude that the non-workers all live out of the taxes. Of the taxes generally they judge from their knowledge that tobacco, which they account a necessary of life, pays 3 shillings per pound, pound weight, duty. As regards the police, the hatred of a costermonger to a peeler is intense, and with their opinion of the police, all the more ignorant unite that of the governing power. "Can you wonder at it, sir," said a costermonger to me, "that I hate the police? They drive us about, we must move on, we can't stand here, and we can't pitch there. But if we're cracked up, that is, if we're forced to go into the Union, I've known it both at Clerkenwell and the City of London workhouses, why, the parish gives us money to buy a barrow or a shallow, or to hire them, and leave the house and start for ourselves. And what's the use of that if the police won't let us sell our goods? Which is right, the parish or the police?" To thwart the police in any measure, the costermongers readily aid one another. One very common procedure, if the policeman has seized a barrow, is to whip off a wheel while the officers have gone for assistance, for a large and loaded barrow requires 2 men to convey it to the green yard. This is done with great dexterity, and the next step is to dispose of the stock to any passing costers, or to any standing in the neighbourhood, and it is honestly accounted for. The policemen on their return find an empty and an unwheelable barrow, which they must carry off by main strength, amid the jeers of the populace. I am assured that, in case of a political riot, every coster would seize his policeman. Marriage and concubinage of costermongers. Only 1/10, at the outside 1/10, of the couples living together and carrying on the costermongering trade are married. In Clerkenwell parish, however, where the number of married couples is about 1/5 of the whole, the difference is easily accounted for, as in Advent and Easter the incumbent of that parish marries poor couples without a fee. Of the rights of legitimate or illegitimate children, the costermongers understand nothing, and account it a mere waste of money and time to go through the ceremony of wedlock, when a pair can live together and be quite as well regarded by their fellows without it. The married women associate with the unmarried mothers of families without the slightest scruple. There is no honour attached to the marriage state, and no shame to concubinage. Neither are the unmarried women less faithful to their partners than the married, but I understand that, of the two classes, the unmarried betray the most jealousy. As regards the fidelity of these women, I was assured that, in anything like good times, they were rigidly faithful to their husbands or paramours, but that, in the worst pinch of poverty, a departure from this fidelity, if it provided a few meals or a fire, was not considered at all heinous. An old costermonger, who had been mixed up with other callings, and whose prejudices were certainly not in favour of his present trade, said to me, "What I call the working girls, sir, are as industrious and as faithful a set as can well be. I'm satisfied that they're more faithful to their mates than other poor working women. I never knew one of these working girls do wrong that way. They're strong, hearty, healthy girls, and keep clean rooms. Why, there's a number of men leave their stock money with their women, just taking out 2 or 3 shillings to gamble with and get drunk upon. They sometimes take a little drop themselves, the women do, and get beaten by their husbands for it, and hardest beaten if the man's drunk himself. They're sometimes beaten for other things too, or for nothing at all. But they seem to like the men better for their beating them. I never could make that out." Notwithstanding this fidelity, it appears that the larking and joking of the young, and sometimes of the middle-aged, people among themselves is anything but delicate. The unmarried separate as seldom as the married. The fidelity characterizing the women does not belong to the men. The dancing rooms are the places where matches are made up. There the boys go to look out for mates, and sometimes a match is struck up the first night of meeting, and the couple live together forthwith. The girls at these dances are all the daughters of costermongers, or of persons pursuing some other course of street life. Unions take place when the lad is but 14. 2 or 3 out of 100 have their female helpmates at that early age, but the female is generally a couple of years older than her partner. Nearly all the costermongers form such alliances as I have described, when both parties are under 20. One reason why these alliances are contracted at early ages is that when a boy has assisted his father, or anyone engaging him, in the business of a costermonger, he knows that he can borrow money, and hire a shallow or a barrow, or he may have saved 5 shillings. And then if the father vexes him or snubs him, said one of my informants, he'll tell his father to go to H.L., and he and his gal will start up on their own account. Most of the costermongers have numerous families, but not those who contract alliances very young. The women continue working down to the day of their confinement. Chance children, as they are called, or children unrecognised by any father, are rare among the young women of the costermongers. End of section 4. Section 5 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. Chapter 1, Part 5. Religion of Costermongers. An intelligent and trustworthy man, until very recently actively engaged in costermongering, computed that not 3 in 100 costermongers had ever been in the interior of a church, or any place of worship, or knew what was meant by Christianity. The same person gave me the following account, which was confirmed by others. The costers have no religion at all, and very little notion, or none at all, of what religion or a future state is. Of all things they hate tracts. They hate them because the people leaving them never give them anything, and as they can't read the tract, not 1 in 40, they're vexed to be bothered with it. And really, what is the use of giving people reading before you've taught them to read? Now they respect the city missionaries because they read to them, and the costers will listen to reading when they don't understand it, and because they visit the sick and sometimes give oranges and such like to them and the children. I've known a city missionary buy a shilling's worth of oranges of a coster and give them away to the sick and the children, most of them belonging to the costermongers, down the court, and that made him respected there. I think the city missionaries have done good. But I'm satisfied that if the costers had to profess themselves as some religion tomorrow, they would all become Roman Catholics, every one of them. This is the reason. London costers live very often in the same courts and streets as the poor Irish, and if the Irish are sick, be sure there comes to them the priest, the sisters of charity, they are good women, and some other ladies. Many a man that's not a Catholic has rotted and died without any good person near him. Why, I lived a good while in Lambeth, and there wasn't one coster in 100, I'm satisfied, knew so much as the rector's name, though Mr. Dalton's a very good man. But the reason I was telling you of, sir, is that the costers reckon that religion's the best that gives the most in charity, and they think the Catholics do this. I'm not a Catholic myself, but I believe every word of the Bible, and have the greater belief that it's the word of God because it teaches democracy. The Irish in the courts get sadly chaffed by the others about their priests, but they'll die for the priest. Religion is a regular puzzle to the costers. They see people come out of church and chapel, and as they're mostly well-dressed and there's very few of their own sort among the churchgoers, the costers somehow mix up being religious with being respectable, and so they have a queer sort of feeling about it. It's a mystery to them. It's shocking when you come to think of it. They'll listen to any preacher that goes among them, and then a few will say, I've heard it often, a B-blank-Y, fool, why don't he let people go to H-blank-L their own way? There's another thing that makes the costers think so well of the Catholics. If a Catholic coster, there's only very few of them, is cracked up, note, penniless, end note, he's often started again, and the others have a notion that it's through some chapel fund. I don't know whether it is so or not, but I know the cracked-up men are started again if they're Catholics. It's still the stranger that the regular costermongers, who are nearly all Londoners, should have such respect for the Roman Catholics, when they have such a hatred of the Irish, whom they look upon as intruders and underminers. If a missionary came among us with plenty of money, said another costermonger, he might make us all Christians or Turks, or anything he liked. Neither the Latter-day Saints, nor any similar sect, have made converts among the costermongers. Of the uneducated state of costermongers. I have stated elsewhere that only about 1 in 10 of the regular costermongers is able to read. The want of education among both men and women is deplorable, and I tested it in several instances. The following statement, however, from one of the body, is no more to be taken as representing the ignorance of the class generally, than are the clear and discriminating accounts I received from intelligent costermongers to be taken as representing the intelligence of the body. The man with whom I conversed, and from whom I received the following statement, seemed about 30. He was certainly not ill-looking, but with a heavy cast of countenance, his light blue eyes having little expression. His statements or opinions, I need hardly explain, were given both spontaneously in the course of conversation and in answer to my questions. I give them almost verbatim, omitting oaths and slang. "Well, times is bad, sir," he said, "but it's a deadish time. I don't do so well at present as in middlish times, I think. When I served the Prince of Naples, not far from here," note, I presume that he alluded to the Prince of Capua, end note, "I did better, and times was better. That was 5 years ago, but I can't say to a year or two. He was a good customer, and was very fond of peaches. I used to sell them to him at 12 shillings the plasket, when they was new. The plasket held a dozen, and cost me 6 shillings at Covent Garden, more sometimes, but I didn't charge him more when they did. His footman was a black man, and a ignorant man quite, and his housekeeper was a Englishwoman. He was the Prince of Naples, was my customer, but I don't know what he was like, for I never saw him. I've heard that he was the brother of the King of Naples. I can't say where Naples is, but if you was to ask at Euston Square, they'll tell you the fair there, and the time to go it in. It may be in France for anything I know, may Naples, or in Ireland. Why don't you ask at the square? I went to Croydon once by rail, and slept all the way without stirring, and so you may to Naples for anything I know." I never heard of the Pope being a neighbour of the King of Naples. Do you mean living next door to him? But I don't know nothing of the King of Naples, only the Prince. I don't know what the Pope is. Is he any trade? It's nothing to me, when he's no customer of mine. I have nothing to say about nobody that ain't no customers. My crabs is caught in the sea, in course. I gets them at Billingsgate. I never saw the sea, but it's salt water, I know. I can't say whereabouts it lays. I believe it's in the hands of the Billingsgate salesman, all of it. I've heard of shipwrecks at sea, caused by drowning, in course. I never heard that the Prince of Naples was ever at sea. I like to talk about him. He was such a customer when he lived near here. Note. Here he repeated his account of the supply of peaches to His Royal Highness. End note. I never was in France, no, sir, never. I don't know the way. Do you think I could do better there? I never was in the Republic there. What's it like? Bonaparte? Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He was at Waterloo. I didn't know he'd been alive now, and in France, as you ask me about him. I don't think you're larking, sir. Did I hear of the French taking possession of Naples, and Bonaparte making his brother-in-law king? Well, I didn't, but it may be true, because I served the Prince of Naples, what was the brother of the king. I never heard whether the prince was the king's older brother or his younger. I wish he may turn out his older, if there's property coming to him, as the oldest has the first turn. At least so I've heard. First come, first served. I've worked the streets and the courts at all times. I've worked them by moonlight, but you couldn't see the moonlight where it was busy. I can't say how far the moon's off us. It's nothing to me, but I've seen it a good bit higher than St. Paul's. I don't know nothing about the sun. Why do you ask? It must be nearer than the moon, for it's warmer, and if they're both fire, that shows it. It's like the taproom grate and that bit of a gaslight. To compare the two is... What was St. Paul's that the moon was above? A church, sir, so I've heard. I never was in a church. Oh, yes, I've heard of God. He made heaven and earth. I never heard of his making the sea. That's another thing, and you can best learn about that at Billingsgate. Note. He seemed to think that the sea was an appurtenance of Billingsgate. End note. Jesus Christ? Yes, I've heard of him. Our Redeemer? Well, I only wish I could redeem my Sunday togs from my uncle's. Another costermonger, in answer to inquiries, said, I suppose you think us original coves that you ask? We're not like Methusalem or some such swell's name. Note. I presume that Malthus was meant. Note. As wanted to murder children afore they was born, as I once heard lectured about, we're nothing like that. Another, on being questioned, and on being told that the information was wanted for the press, replied, The press? I'll have nothing to say to it. We're oppressed enough already. That a class numbering 30,000 should be permitted to remain in a state of almost brutish ignorance is a national disgrace. If the London costers belong especially to the dangerous classes, the danger of such a body is assuredly an evil of our own creation, for the gratitude of the poor creatures to anyone who seeks to give them the least knowledge is almost pathetic. Language of costermongers. The slang language of the costermongers is not very remarkable for originality of construction. It possesses no humour, but they boast that it is known only to themselves. It is far beyond the Irish, they say, and puzzles the Jews. The root of the costermonger tongue, so to speak, is to give the words spelt backwards, or rather pronounced rudely backward. For in my present chapter the language has, I believe, been reduced to orthography for the first time. With this backward pronunciation, which is very arbitrary, are mixed words reducible to no rule and seldom referable to any origin, thus complicating the mystery of this unwritten tongue, while any syllable is added to a proper slang word at the discretion of the speaker. Slang is acquired very rapidly, and some costermongers will converse in it by the hour. The women use it sparingly, the girls more than the women, the men more than the girls, and the boys most of all. The most ignorant of all these classes deal most in slang, and boast of their cleverness and proficiency in it. In their conversations among themselves, the following are invariably the terms used in money matters. A rude backspelling may generally be traced. Flatch, halfpenny. Yenep, penny. Out yenep, twopence. Earth yenep, threepence. Ralph Yenep, 4d. Ewif Yenep, 5d. Exis Yenep, 6d. Neves Yenep, 7d. Th Yenep, 8d. Inine Yenep, 9d. Net Yenep, 10d. Leven, 11d. Gen, 12d. Yenep Flatch, 3 halfpence, and so on through the penny halfpennies. It was explained to me by a costermonger who had introduced some new words into the slang that leven was allowed so closely to resemble the proper word because 11d was almost an unknown sum to costermongers, the transition, weights and measures notwithstanding, being immediate from 10d to 1 shilling. Gen is a shilling, and the numismatic sequence is pursued with the gens as regards shillings as with the yeneps as regards pence. The blending of the two is also according to the same system as algen th yenep, 2 and 8d. The exception to the uniformity of the gen enumeration is in the sum of 8 shillings, which instead of th gen is th guy, a derivation with ample precedence in all civilized tongues. As regards the larger coins, the translation into slang is not reducible into rule. The following are the costermonger coins of the higher value. Kauter, sovereign. Half kauter or net gen, half sovereign. Ewif gen, crown. Flatginork, half crown. The costermongers still further complicate their slang by a mode of multiplication. They thus say earth ewif gens, or 3 times 5 shillings, which means, of course, 15 shillings. Speaking of this language, a costermonger said to me, "The Irish can't tumble to it anyhow. The Jews can tumble better, but we're their masters. Some of the young salesmen at Billingsgate understand us, but only at Billingsgate, and they think they're uncommon clever, but they're not quite up to the mark. The police don't understand us at all. It would be a pity if they did." I give a few more phrases. A dughenno or dabhenno? Is it a good or bad market? A regular traseno, a regular bad one. On, no. Say, yes. Tumble to your barrakin, understand you. Top a reeb, pot of beer. Doing dab, doing badly. Cool him, look at him. The latter phrase is used when one costermonger warns another of the approach of a policeman, who might order him to move on or be otherwise unpleasant. Cool, note, look, end note, is exclaimed, or cool him, note, look at him, end note. One costermonger told me as a great joke that a very stout policeman, who was then new to the duty, was, when in a violent state of perspiration, much offended by a costermonger saying, "Cool him." Call the esclop, look at the police. Call the namisclop, look at the policeman. Call to the dillo nemo, look at the old woman. Said of any woman, young or old, who, according to costermonger notions, is giving herself airs. This language seems confined in its general use to the immediate objects of the costermonger's care, but is, among the more acute members of the fraternity, greatly extended, and is capable of indefinite extension. The costermonger's oaths, I may conclude, are all in the vernacular, nor are any of the common salutes, such as how do you do or good night, known to their slang. Kenetsino, stinking. Note, applied principally to the quality of fish. End note. Flatch canard, half drunk. Finch it, show it, in cases of bargains offered. On doog, no good. Cross chap, a thief. Showfulls, bad money. Note, seldom in the hands of costermongers. End note. I'm on to the deb. I'm going to bed. Do the tightener. Go to dinner. Normus, be off. Toll, lot, stock or share. Many costermongers, but principally, perhaps entirely, I was told, those who had not been regular born and bred to the trade, but had taken to it when cracked up in their own, do not trouble themselves to acquire any knowledge of slang. It is not indispensable for the carrying on of their business. The grand object, however, seems to be to shield their bargainings at market, or their conversation among themselves touching the day's work and profits, from the knowledge of any Irish or uninitiated fellow traders. The simple principle of costermonger slang, that of pronouncing backward, may cause its acquirement to be regarded by the educated as a matter of ease, but it is a curious fact that lads who become costermongers' boys without previous association with the class acquire a very ready command of the language, and this though they are not only unable to spell, but don't know a letter in a book. I saw one lad whose parents had, until 5 or 6 months back, resided in the country. The lad himself was 14. He told me that he had not been a costermongering more than 3 months, and prided himself on his mastery over slang. To test his ability, I asked him the coster's word for hippopotamus. He answered with tolerable readiness, "Musatop-pop." I then asked him for the like rendering of equestrian. Note, one of Astley's bills having caught my eye. End note. He replied, but not quite so readily, "Nietsequi." The last test to which I subjected him was good-naturedly, and though I induced him to repeat the word twice, I could not, on any of the 3 renderings, distinguish any precise sound beyond an indistinct gabbling, concluded emphatically with "doog," good, being a word with which all these traders are familiar. It must be remembered that the words I demanded were remote from the young costermonger's vocabulary, if not from his understanding. Before I left this boy, he poured forth a minute or more's gibberish, of which, from its rapid utterance, I could distinguish nothing, but I found from his after explanation that it was a request to me to make a further purchase of his walnuts. This slang is utterly devoid of any applicability to humour. It gives no new fact, or approach to a fact, for philologists. One superior genius among the costers, who has invented words for them, told me that he had no system for coining his term. He gave to the known words some terminating syllable, or, as he called it, a new turn just. To use his own words, as if he chorused them with a tol-de-roll. The intelligence communicated in this slang is, in a great measure, communicated, as in other slang, as much by the inflection of the voice, the emphasis, the tone, the look, the shrug, the nod, the wink, as by the words spoken. Of the nicknames of costermongers. Like many rude and almost all wandering communities, the costermongers, like the cabmen and pickpockets, are hardly ever known by their real names. Even the honest men among them are distinguished by some strange appellation. Indeed, they are all known one to another by nicknames, which they acquire either by some mode of dress, some remark that has ensured costermonger applause, some peculiarity in trading, or some defect or singularity in personal appearance. Men are known as rotten herrings, spuddy, note a seller of bad potatoes, until beaten by the Irish for his bad wares, end note. Curly, note a man with a curly head, end note. Foreigner, note a man who had been in the Spanish Legion, end note. Brassy, note a very saucy person, end note. Gaffy, note once a performer, end note. The one-eyed buffer, jawbreaker, pineapple jack, cast iron pole, note her head having been struck with a pot without injury to her, end note. Wilkie, black-walled pole, note a woman generally having 2 black eyes, end note. Lushy Bet, dirty Sal, note the costermongers generally objecting to dirty women, end note. And Dancing Sue. Of the education of costermonger children. I have used the heading of education, but perhaps to say non-education would be more suitable. Very few indeed of the costermongers' children are sent even to the ragged schools, and if they are, from all I could learn, it is done more that the mother may be saved the trouble of tending them at home than from any desire that the children shall acquire useful knowledge. Both boys and girls are sent out by their parents in the evening to sell nuts, oranges, and so on, at the doors of the theatres, or in any public place, or round the houses. Note, a stated circuit from their place of abode. End note. This trade they pursue eagerly for the sake of bunts, though some carry home the money they take very honestly. The costermongers are kind to their children. perhaps in a rough way, and the women make regular pets of them very often. One experienced man told me that he had seen a poor costermonger's wife, one of the few who could read, instructing her children in reading, but such instances were very rare. The education of these children is such only as the streets afford, and the streets teach them, for the most part, and in greater or lesser degree, acuteness, a precocious acuteness, in all that concerns their immediate wants, business, or gratifications, a patient endurance of cold and hunger, a desire to obtain money without working for it, a craving for the excitement of gambling, an inordinate love of amusement, and an irrepressible repugnance to any settled indoor industry. The literature of costermongers. We have now had an inkling of the London costermonger's notions upon politics and religion. We have seen the brutified state in which he is allowed by society to remain, though possessing the same faculties and susceptibilities as ourselves, the same power to perceive and admire the forms of truth, beauty, and goodness as even the very highest in the state. We have witnessed how, instinct with all the elements of manhood and beasthood, the qualities of the beast are principally developed in him, while those of the man are stunted in their growth. It now remains for us to look into some other matters concerning this curious class of people, and first of their literature. It may appear anomalous to speak of the literature of an uneducated body, but even the costermongers have their tastes for books. They are very fond of hearing anyone read aloud to them, and listen very attentively. One man often reads the Sunday paper of the beer shop to them, and on a fine summer's evening a costermonger, or any neighbour who has the advantage of being a scholard, reads aloud to them in the courts they inhabit. What they love best to listen to, and indeed what they are most eager for, are Reynolds' periodicals, especially the Mysteries of the Court. They've got tired of Lloyd's blood-stained stories, said one man, who was in the habit of reading to them, and I'm satisfied that of all the London, Reynolds is the most popular man among them. They stuck to him in Trafalgar Square, and would again. They all say he's a trump, and Fergus O'Connor's another trump with them. One intelligent man considered that the spirit of curiosity manifested by costermongers, as regards the information or excitement derived from hearing stories read, augured well for the improvability of the class. Another intelligent costermonger, who had recently read some of the cheap periodicals to 10 or 12 men, women, and boys, all costermongers, gave me an account of the comments made by his auditors. They had assembled after their day's work or their rounds for the purpose of hearing my informant read the last number of some of the penny publications. The costermongers, said my informant, are very fond of illustrations. I've known a man who couldn't read buy a periodical what had an illustration, a little out of the common way perhaps, just that he might learn from someone who could read what it was all about. They've all heard of Cruikshank, and they think everything funny is by him, funny scenes in a play and all. His bottle was very much admired. I heard one man say it was very prime, and showed what Lush did, but I saw the same man, added my informant, drunk 3 hours afterwards. Look you here, sir, he continued, turning over a periodical, for he had the number with him. Here's a portrait of Catherine of Russia. Tell us all about her, said one man to me last night. Read it. What was she? When I had read it, my informant continued, another man to whom I showed it said, Don't the covers did that know a deal? For they fancy, at least a many do, that one man writes a whole periodical or a whole newspaper. Now here, proceeded my friend, you sees an engraving of a man hung up, burning over a fire, and some costers would go mad if they couldn't learn what he'd been doing, who he was, and all about him. But about the picture, they would say, and this is a very common question put by them whenever they see an engraving. Here's one of the passages that took their fancy wonderfully, my informant observed. With glowing cheeks, flashing eyes, and palpitating bosom, Venetia Trelawney rushed back into the refreshment room, where she threw herself into one of the armchairs already noticed. But scarcely had she thus sunk down upon the flocculent cushion, when a sharp click, as of some mechanism giving way, met her ears, and at the same instant her wrists were caught in manacles, which sprang out of the arms of the treacherous chair, while 2 steel bands started from the richly carved back and grasped her shoulders. A shriek burst from her lips. She struggled violently, but all to no purpose, for she was a captive and powerless. We should observe that the manacles and the steel bands which had thus fastened upon her were covered with velvet, so that they inflicted no positive injury upon her, nor even produced the slightest abrasion of her fair and polished skin. Here all my audience, said the man to me, broke out with, "Aye, that's the way the aristocrats hooks it. There's nothing of that sort among us. The rich has all that barracking to themselves." "Yes, that's the B-blank way the taxes goes in," shouted a woman. Anything about the police sets them a-talking at once. This did when I read it. The Ebenezers still continued their fierce struggle, and from the noise they made, seemed as if they were tearing each other to pieces, to the wild roar of a chorus of profane swearing. The alarm, as Bloomfield had predicted, was soon raised, and some 2 or 3 policemen with their bull's-eyes and still more effective truncheons speedily restored order. "The blessed crushers is everywhere," shouted one. "I wish I'd been there to have a shy at the Eslops," said another, and then a man sung out, "Oh, don't I like the bobbies!" If there's any foreign language which can't be explained, I've seen the costers, my informant went on, annoyed at it, quite annoyed. Another time I read part of one of Lloyd's numbers to them, but they like something spicier. One article in them, here it is, finishes in this way: "The social habits and costumes of the Magyar noblesse have almost all the characteristics of the corresponding class in Ireland. This word noblesse is one of wide signification in Hungary, and one may with great truth say of this strange nation that qui n'est point noble n'est rien." "I can't tumble to that barracking," said a young fellow. "It's a jawbreaker. But if this here, what do you call it, you talk about, was like the Irish, why, they was a rum lot." "Noblesse," said a man that's considered a clever fellow, from having once learned his letters, though he can't read or write. "Noblesse? Blessed if I know what he's up to." Here there was a regular laugh. From other quarters I learned that some of the costermongers who were able to read, or loved to listen to reading, purchased their literature in a very commercial spirit, frequently buying the periodical which is the largest in size, because when they got the reading out of it, as they say, it's worth a halfpenny for the barrow. Tracts they will rarely listen to, but if any persevering man will read tracts, and states that he does it for their benefit and improvement, they listen without rudeness, though often with evident unwillingness. "Sermons or tracts," said one of their body to me, "gives them the horrors." Costermongers purchase, and not unfrequently, the first number of a penny periodical to see what it's like. The tales of robbery and bloodshed, of heroic, eloquent, and gentlemanly highwaymen, or of gipsies turning out to be nobles, now interest the costermongers but little, although they found great delight in such stories a few years back. Works relating to courts, potentates, or aristocrats are the most relished by these rude people. Of the honesty of costermongers. I heard on all hands that the costers never steal from one another, and never wink at anyone stealing from a neighbouring stall. Any stall-keeper will leave his stall untended to get his dinner, his neighbour acting for him. Sometimes he will leave it to enjoy a game at skittles. It was computed for me that property worth £10,000 belonging to costers is daily left exposed in the streets or at the markets, almost entirely unwatched, the policeman or market-keeper only passing at intervals. And yet thefts are rarely heard of, and when heard of, are not attributable to costermongers, but to regular thieves. The way in which the sum of £10,000 was arrived at is this. "In Hooper Street, Lambeth," said my informant, "there are 30 barrows and carts exposed on an evening, left in the street with nobody to see them, left there all night. That is only one street. Each barrow and board would be worth, on the average, £2 5s, and that would be £67 10s. In the other by-streets and courts off the New Cut are 6 times as many, Hooper Street having the most. This would give £405 in all, left unwatched of a night. There are, throughout London, 12 more districts besides the New Cut, at least 12 districts, and calculating the same amount in these, we have altogether £4,860 worth of barrows. Taking in other by-streets, we may safely reckon it at 4,000 barrows, for the numbers I've given in the 13 places are 2,520, and 1,480 added is moderate. At least half of those which are in use next day are left unwatched. More, I have no doubt, but say half. The stock of these 2,000 will average 10s each, or £1,000, and the barrows will be worth £4,500. In all, £5,500, and the property exposed on the stalls and the markets will be double in amount, or £11,000 in value, every day, but say 10,000. Besides, sir, I was told, the thieves won't rob the costers so often as they will the shopkeepers. It's easier to steal from a butcher's or bacon seller's open window than from a costermonger's stall or barrow, because the shopkeeper's eye can't be always on his goods, but there's always someone to give an eye to a coster's property. At Billingsgate the thieves will rob the salesman far readier than they will us. They know we'd take it out of them readier if they were caught. It's lynch law with us. We never give them in charge. The costermongers' boys will, I am informed, cheat their employers, but they do not steal from them. The costers' donkey stables have seldom either lock or latch, and sometimes oysters and other things which the donkey will not molest are left there, but are never stolen. End of section 5. Section 6 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 6. Of the conveyances of the costermongers and other street sellers. We now come to consider the matters relating more particularly to the commercial life of the costermongers. All who pass along the thoroughfares of the metropolis, bestowing more than a cursory glance upon the many phases of its busy street life, must be struck with astonishment to observe the various modes of conveyance used by those who resort to the public thoroughfares for a livelihood. From the more provident costermonger's pony and donkey cart to the old rusty iron tray slung around the neck by the vendor of blacking, and down to the little grey-eyed Irish boy with his lucifer matches in the last remains of a willow hand-basket. The shape and variety of the means resorted to by the costermongers and other street sellers for carrying about their goods are almost as manifold as the articles they vend. The pony or donkey carts, and the latter is by far the more usual beast of draught, of the prosperous costermongers are of 3 kinds. The first is of an oblong shape, with a rail behind upon which is placed a tray filled with bunches of greens, turnips, celery, and so on, whilst other commodities are laid in the bed of the cart. Another kind is the common square cart, without springs, which is so constructed that the sides, as well as the front and back, will let down and form shelves, whereon the stock may be arranged to advantage. The third sort of pony cart is one of home manufacture, consisting of the framework of a body without sides or front or hind part. Sometimes a coster's barrow is formed into a donkey cart merely by fastening with cord 2 rough poles to the handles. All these several kinds of carts are used for the conveyances of either fruit, vegetables, or fish. But besides those, there is the salt and mustard vendor's cart, with and without the tilt or covering, and a square piece of tin stuck into a block of salt, on which is painted salt 3 a penny, and mustard a penny an ounce. Then there is the poultry cart, with the wild ducks and rabbits dangling at its sides, and with 2 uprights and a cross stick, upon which are suspended birds and so on, slung across in couples. The above conveyances are all of small dimensions, the barrows being generally about 5 feet long and 3 wide, while the carts are mostly about 4 feet square. Every kind of harness is used. Some is well blacked and greased and glittering with brass. Others are almost as grey with dust as the donkey itself. Some of the jackasses are gaudily caparisoned in an old carriage harness, which fits it like a man's coat on a boy's back, while the plated silver ornaments are pink with the copper showing through. Others have rope traces and belly bands, and not a few indulge in old cotton handkerchiefs for pads. The next conveyance, which, indeed, is the most general, is the costermonger's hand barrow. These are very light in their make, with springs terminating at the axle. Some have rails behind for the arrangement of their goods, others have not. Some have side rails, whilst others have only the framework. The shape of these barrows is oblong, and sloped from the hind part towards the front. The bottom of the bed is not boarded, but consists of narrow strips of wood nailed athwart and across. When the coster is hawking his fish or vending his greenstuff, he provides himself with a wooden tray which is placed upon his barrow. Those who cannot afford a tray get some pieces of board and fasten them together, these answering their purpose as well. Pineapple and pineapple rock barrows are not unfrequently seen with small bright coloured flags at the four corners fluttering in the wind. The knife cleaner's barrow, which has lately appeared in the streets, must not be passed over here. It consists of a huge sentry box with a door, and is fixed upon two small wheels, being propelled in the same way as a wheelbarrow. In the interior is one of Kent's patent knife cleaning machines, worked by turning a handle. Then there are the cat and dog's meat barrows. These, however, are merely common wheelbarrows, with a board in front and a ledge or shelf formed by a piece of board nailed across the top of the barrow to answer the purpose of a cutting board. Lastly, there is the hearthstone barrow, piled up with hearthstone, bath brick, and lumps of whiting. Another mode of conveying the goods through the streets is by baskets of various kinds, as the sieve or head basket, the square and oval shallow, fastened in front of the fruit woman with a strap round the waist, the hand basket, and the prickle. The sieve, or head basket, is a round willow basket containing about 1/3 of a bushel. The square and oval shallows are willow baskets, about 4 inches deep and 30 inches long by 18 broad. The hand basket is the common oval basket, with a handle across to hang upon the arm. The latter are generally used by the Irish for onions and apples. The prickle is a brown willow basket, in which walnuts are imported into this country from the continent. They are about 30 inches deep, and in bulk rather larger than a gallon measure. They are used only by the vendors of walnuts. Such are the principal forms of the costermongers' conveyances. But besides carts, barrows, and baskets, there are many other means adopted by the London street sellers for carrying their goods from one part of the metropolis to another. The principal of these are cans, trays, boxes, and poles. The baked potato cans sometimes are square and sometimes oval. They are made with and without legs, a lid fastened on with hinges, and have a small charcoal fire fixed at the bottom of the can so as to keep the potatoes hot, while there is a pipe at top to let off the steam. On one side of the can is a little compartment for the salt, and another on the other side for the butter. The hot pie can is a square tin can standing upon 4 legs, with a door in front and 3 partitions inside. A fire is kept in the bottom, and the pies arranged in order upon the iron plates or shelves. When the pies at the bottom are sufficiently hot, they are taken out and placed on the upper shelf, while those above are removed to the lower compartments, by which means all the pies are kept hot and hot. The muffin and crumpet boy carries his articles in a basket, covered outside with oilcloth and inside with green baize, either at his back or slung over his arm, and rings his bell as he walks. The vendors of corn salve, plating balls, soap for removing grease spots, paper, steel pens, envelopes, and so on, carry their commodities in front of them in boxes, suspended round the neck by a narrow leather strap. Rabbits and game are sometimes carried in baskets, and at other times tied together and slung over a pole upon the shoulder. Hat and bonnet boxes are likewise conveyed upon a pole. Doormats, baskets, and duffers' packs, wood pails, brushes, brooms, clothes props, clotheslines and string, and gridirons, Dutch ovens, skewers, and fire shovels are carried across the shoulder. Of the Smithfield races. Having set forth the costermonger's usual mode of conveying his goods through the streets of London, I shall now give the reader a description of the place and scene where and when he purchases his donkeys. When a costermonger wishes to sell or buy a donkey, he goes to Smithfield Market on a Friday afternoon. On this day, between the hours of 1 and 5, there is a kind of fair held, attended solely by costermongers, for whose convenience a long paved slip of ground, about 80 feet in length, has been set apart. The animals for sale are trotted up and down this, the racecourse as it is called, and on each side of it stand the spectators and purchasers, crowding among the stalls of peas soup, hot eels, and other street delicacies. Everything necessary for the starting of a costermonger's barrow can be had in Smithfield on a Friday, from the barrow itself to the weights, from the donkey to the whip. The animals can be purchased at prices ranging from 5 shillings to £3. On a brisk market day as many as 200 donkeys have been sold. The barrows for sale are kept apart from the steeds, but harness to any amount can be found everywhere, in all degrees of excellence, from the bright japanned cart saddle with its new red pads, to the old mouldy trace covered with buckle marks. Wheels of every size and colour, and springs in every stage of rust, are hawked about on all sides. To the usual noise and shouting of a Saturday night's market is added the shrill squealing of distant pigs, the lowing of the passing oxen, the bleating of sheep, and the braying of donkeys. The paved road all down the racecourse is level and soft, with the mud trodden down between the stones. The policeman on duty there wears huge fisherman's or flusherman's boots, reaching to their thighs, and the trouser ends of the costers' corduroys are black and sodden with wet dirt. Every variety of odour fills the air. You pass from the stable smell that hangs about the donkeys into an atmosphere of apples and fried fish near the eating stalls, while a few paces further on you are nearly choked with the stench of goats. The crowd of black hats, thickly dotted with red and yellow plush caps, reels about, and the "hi, yi, yi, yi" of the donkey runners sounds on all sides. Sometimes a curly-headed bull with a fierce red eye, on its way to or from the adjacent cattle market, comes trotting down the road, making all the visitors rush suddenly to the railings, for fear, as a coster near me said, of being taught the hornpipe. The donkeys standing for sale are ranged in a long line on both sides of the racecourse, their white velvety noses resting on the wooden rail they are tied to. Many of them wear their blinkers and head harness, and others are ornamented with ribbons fastened in their halters. The lookers-on lean against this railing, and chat with the boys at the donkeys' heads, or with the men who stand behind them, and keep continually hitting and shouting at the poor still beasts to make them prance. Sometimes a party of 2 or 3 will be seen closely examining one of these Jerusalem ponies, passing their hands down its legs, or looking quietly on while the proprietor's ash stick descends on the patient brute's back, making a dull, hollow sound. As you walk in front of the long line of donkeys, the lads seize the animals by their nostrils, and show their large teeth, asking if you "want a house, sir?" and all warranting the creature to be 5 years old next buff day. Dealers are quarrelling among themselves, down-crying each other's goods. "A hearty man," shouted one proprietor, pointing to his rival's stock, "could eat 3 sich donkeys as yourn at a meal." One fellow standing behind his steed shouts as he strikes, "Here's the real Britannia metal," while another asks, "Who's for the pride of the market?" and then proceeds to flip the pride with his whip till she clears away the mob with her kickings. Here, standing by its mother, will be a shaggy little colt, with a group of ragged boys fondling it, and lifting it in their arms from the ground. During all this, the shouts of the drivers and runners fill the air as they rush past each other on the racecourse. Now a tall fellow dragging a donkey after him runs by, crying as he charges in amongst the mob, "Halloa! Halloa! Hi! Hi!" His mate, with his long coat-tails flying in the wind, hurrying after, and roaring between his blows, "Keem up!" On nearly every post are hung traces or bridles, and in one place, on the occasion of my visit, stood an old collar with a donkey nibbling at the straw that had burst out. Some of the lads in smock frocks walk about with cart saddles on their heads, and crowds gather round the trucks piled up with a black heap of harness studded with brass. Those without trays have spread out old sacks on the ground, on which are laid axle-trees, bound-up springs, and battered carriage lamps. There are plenty of rusty nails and iron bolts to be had if a barrow should want mending, and if the handles are broken, an old cab shaft can be bought cheap to repair them. In another racecourse, opposite to the donkeys, the ponies are sold. These make a curious collection, each one showing what was his last master's whim. One has its legs and belly shorn of its hair, another has its mane and tail cut close, and some have switch-tails, muddy at the end from their length. A big-hipped black nag, with red tinsel-like spots on its back, had its ears cut close, and another curly-haired brute that was wet and steaming with having been shown off had 2 huge letters burnt into its hind quarters. Here the clattering of the hoofs and the smacking of whips added to the din, and one poor brute with red, empty eye-holes, and carrying its head high up, as a blind man does, sent out showers of sparks from its hoofs as it spluttered over the stones at each blow it received. Occasionally, in one part of the pony market, there may be seen a crowd gathered round a nag that someone swears has been stolen from him. Raised up over the heads of the mob are bundles of whips, and men push their way past with their arms full of yellow-handled currycombs, while amongst the other cries is heard that of "Sticks! Halfpenny each! Sticks! Real smarters!" At one end of the market, the barrows for sale are kept piled up one on another, or filled with old wheels, and some with white unpainted wood, showing where they have been repaired. Men are seen here thumping the wooden trays, and trying the strength of the springs by leaning on them. And here, too, stood, on the occasion of my visit, a ragged coster lad trying to sell his scales, now the cherry season had passed. On all sides the refreshment barrows are surrounded by customers. The whelk man peppers his lots, and shouts, "A lumping penneth for a halfpenny," and a lad in a smock frock carries 2 full pails of milk, slopping it as he walks, and crying, "Halfpenny a mugful, new milk from the cow." The only quiet people to be seen are round the peas soup stall, with their cups in their hands, and there is a huge crowd covering in the hot eel stand, with the steam rising up in the centre. Baskets of sliced cake, apples, nuts, and pineapple rock block up the pathway, and long wicker baskets of live fowls hem you in, round which are grouped the costers, handling and blowing apart the feathers on the breast. Of the donkeys of the costermongers. The costermongers almost universally treat their donkeys with kindness. Many a costermonger will resent the ill treatment of a donkey as he would a personal indignity. These animals are often not only favourites, but pets, having their share of the costermonger's dinner, when bread forms a portion of it, or pudding, or anything suited to the palate of the brute. Those well used manifest fondness for their masters, and are easily manageable. It is, however, difficult to get an ass whose master goes regular rounds away from its stable for any second labour during the day, unless it has fed and slept in the interval. The usual fare of a donkey is a peck of chaff, which costs 1 penny, a quart of oats, and a quart of beans, each averaging a penny halfpenny, and sometimes a pennyworth of hay, being an expenditure of 4d. or 5d. a day, but some give double this quantity in a prosperous time. Only 1 meal a day is given. Many costermongers told me that their donkeys lived well when they themselves lived well. "It's all nonsense to call donkeys stupid," said one costermonger to me. "Them's stupid that calls them so. They're sensible. Not long since I worked Guildford with my donkey cart and a boy. Jack, the donkey, was slow and heavy in coming back, until we got in sight of the lights at Vauxhall Gate, and then he trotted on like 1 o'clock, he did indeed, just as if he smelt it was London, besides seeing it, and knew he was at home. He had a famous appetite in the country, and the fresh grass did him good. I gave a country lad 2d. to mind him in a green lane there. I wanted my own boy to do so, but he said, 'I'll see you further first.' A London boy hates being by himself in a lone country part. He's afraid of being burked, he is indeed. One can't quarrel with a lad when he's away with one in the country. He's very useful. I feed my donkey well. I sometimes give him a carrot for a luxury, but carrots are dear now. He's fond of mashed potatoes, and has many a good mash, when I can buy them at 4 pounds a penny." "There was a friend of mine," said another man, "had great trouble about his donkey a few months back. I saw part of it, and knew all about it. He was doing a little work on a Sunday morning at Wandsworth, and the poor thing fell down dead. He was very fond of his donkey, and kind to it, and the donkey was very fond of him. He thought he wouldn't leave the poor creature he'd had a good while, and had been out with in all weathers, by the roadside. So he dropped all notion of doing business, and with help got the poor dead thing into his cart, its head lolloping over the end of the cart, and its poor eyes staring at nothing. He thought he'd drag it home, and bury it somewhere. It wasn't for the value he dragged it, for what's a dead donkey worth? There was a few persons about him, and they was all quiet, and seemed sorry for the poor fellow and for his donkey. But the church bells struck up, and up came a crusher, and took the man up, and next day he was fined 10 shillings. I can't exactly say for what. He never saw no more of the animal, and lost his stock as well as his donkey." Of the costermonger's capital. The costermongers, though living by buying and selling, are seldom or never capitalists. It is estimated that not more than 1/4 of the entire body trade upon their own property. Some borrow their stock money, others borrow the stock itself, others again borrow the donkey carts, barrows, or baskets in which their stock is carried round, while others borrow even the weights and measures by which it is meted out. The reader, however uninformed he may be as to the price the poor usually have to pay for any loans they may require, doubtlessly need not be told that the remuneration exacted for the use of the above-named commodities is not merely confined to the legal 5 pounds per centum per annum. Still, many of even the most knowing will hardly be able to credit the fact that the ordinary rate of interest in the costermonger's money market amounts to 20% per week, or no less than £1,040 a year for every £100 advanced. But the iniquity of this usury in the present instance is felt not so much by the costermongers themselves as by the poor people whom they serve, for, of course, the enormous rate of interest must be paid out of the profits on the goods they sell, and consequently added to the price, so that coupling this overcharge with the customary short allowance, in either weight or measure, as the case may be, we can readily perceive how cruelly the poor are defrauded, and how they not only get often too little for what they do, but have as often to pay too much for what they buy. Premising thus much, I shall now proceed to describe the terms upon which the barrow, the cart, the basket, the weights, the measures, the stock money, or the stock, is usually advanced to the needy costermongers by their more thrifty brethren. The hire of a barrow is 3d. a day, or 1 shilling a week, for the 6 winter months, and 4d. a day, or 1 shilling and 6d. a week, for the 6 summer months. Some are to be had rather lower in the summer, but never for less than 4d. Sometimes for not less than 6d. on a Saturday, when not unfrequently every barrow in London is hired. No security and no deposit is required, but the lender satisfies himself that the borrower is really what he represents himself to be. I am informed that 5,000 hired barrows are now in the hands of the London costermongers, at an average rental of £3 5s each, or £10,250 a year. One man lets out 120 yearly at a return, dropping the 5s, of £360, while the cost of a good barrow new is £2 12s, and in the autumn and winter they may be bought new, or as good as new, at 30s each, so that, reckoning each to cost this barrow letter £2, he receives £360 rent or interest, exactly 150% per annum for property which originally cost but £240, and property which is still as good for the ensuing year's business as for the past. One man has rented a barrow for 8 years, during which period he has paid £26 for what, in the first instance, did not cost more than twice as many shillings, and which he must return if he discontinues its use. "I know men well-to-do," said an intelligent costermonger, "who have paid 1 shilling and 1 shilling and sixpence a week for a barrow for 3, 4, and 5 years, and they can't be made to understand that it's rather high rent for what might cost 40 shillings at first. They can't see that they are losers. One barrow lender sends his son out, mostly on a Sunday, collecting his rents for barrows, but he's not a hard man." Some of the lenders complain that their customers pay them irregularly and cheat them often, and that in consequence they must charge high, while the borrowers declare that it is very seldom indeed that a man shirks the rent for his barrow, generally believing that he has made an advantageous bargain, and feeling the want of his vehicle if he lose it temporarily. Let the lenders, however, be deceived by many, still it is evident that the rent charged for barrows is most exorbitant, by the fact that all who take to the business become men of considerable property in a few years. Donkey carts are rarely hired. If there's 2,000 donkey and pony carts in London, more or less, not 200 of them's borrowed, but of barrows 5 to 2 is borrowed. A donkey cart costs from £2 to £10, £3 10s being an average price. The hire is 2 shillings or 2 shillings and sixpence a week. The harness costs £2 10s new, but is bought 19 times out of 20 second hand at from 2 shillings and sixpence to 20 shillings. The donkeys themselves are not let out on hire, though a costermonger may let out his donkey to another in the trade when he does not require its services. The usual sum paid for the hire of a donkey is 2 shillings and sixpence or 3 shillings per week. The cost price of a pony varies from £5 to £13, that of a donkey from £1 to £3. There may be 6 donkeys or more in costermonger use to 1 pony. Some traffic almost weekly in these animals, liking the excitement of such business. The repairs to barrows, carts, and harness are almost always effected by the costermongers themselves. Shallows, baskets, which cost 1 shilling and 1 shilling and sixpence, are let out at 1 penny a day, but not 5 in 100 of those in use are borrowed, as their low price places them at the costermonger's command. A pewter quart pot for measuring onions and so on is let out at 2d a day, its cost being 2 shillings. Scales are 2d, and a set of weights 1 penny a day. Another common mode of usury is in the lending of stock money. This is lent by the costermongers who have saved the means for such use of their funds, and by beer shop keepers. The money-lending costermongers are the most methodical in their usury, £1,040 per cent per annum, as was before stated, being the rate of interest usually charged. It is seldom that a lower sum than 10 shillings is borrowed, and never a higher sum than £2. When a stranger applies for a loan, the money-lender satisfies himself, as I have described of the barrow lender. He charges 2d a day for a loan of 2 shillings and sixpence, 3d a day for 5 shillings, 6d a day for 10 shillings, and 1 shilling a day for £1. If the daily payments are rendered regularly, at a monthly end the terms are reduced to 6pence a week for 5 shillings, 1 shilling for 10 shillings, and 2 shillings for £1. "That's reckoned an extraordinary small interest," was said to me. "Only 4pence a day for £1." The average may be 3 shillings a week for the loan of 20 shillings, it being only to a few that a larger sum than 20 shillings is lent. "I paid 2 shillings a week for £1 for a whole year," said one man, "or £5 4 shillings for the use of £1, and then I was liable to repay the £1. The principal, however, is seldom repaid, nor does the lender seem to expect it, though he will occasionally demand it. One money lender is considered to have a floating capital of £150 invested in loans to costermongers. If he receives 2 shillings per week per pound for but 26 weeks in the year, and he often receives it for the 52 weeks, his £150 brings him in £390 a year. Sometimes a loan is effected only for a day, generally a Saturday, as much as 2 and 6pence being sometimes given for the use of 5 shillings, the 5 shillings being of course repaid in the evening. The money lenders are subject to at least twice the extent of loss to which the barrow lender is exposed, as it is far oftener that money is squandered, on which of course no interest can be paid, than that a barrow is disposed of. The money lenders, from the following statement made to me by one who was in the habit of borrowing, pursue their business in a not very dissimilar manner to that imputed to those who advance larger sums. "If I want to borrow in a hurry," said my informant, "as I may hear of a good bargain, I run to my neighbour, L.'s, and he first says he hasn't 20 shillings to lend, and his wife's by and she says she hasn't 2 shillings in her pocket, and so I can't be accommodated. Then he says if I must have the money, he'll have to pawn his watch, or to borrow it of Mr. , an innkeeper, who would charge a deal of interest, for he wasn't paid all he lent 2 months back, and 1 shilling would be expected to be spent in drink, though L. don't drink, or he must try if his sister would trust him, but she was sick and wanted all her money. Or perhaps his barrow merchant would lend him 10 shillings, if he'd undertake to return 15 shillings at night. And it ends by my thinking I've done pretty well if I can get £1 for 5 shillings interest for a day's use of it." The beer shop keepers lend on far easier terms, perhaps at half the interest exacted by the others, and without any regular system of charges, but they look sharp after the repayment, and expect a considerable outlay in beer, and will only lend to good customers. They, however, have even lent money without interest. "In the depth of last winter," said a man of good character to me, "I borrowed 5 shillings. The beer shop keeper wouldn't lend. He'd rather lend to men doing well and drinking, but I borrowed it at 6pence a day interest, and that 6pence a day I paid exactly 4 weeks, Sundays and all, and that was 15 shillings in 30 days for the use of 5 shillings. I was half starving all the time, and then I had a slice of luck and paid the 5 shillings back slap, and got out of it." Many shopkeepers lend money to the stall-keepers, whom they know from standing near their premises, and that without interest. They generally lend, however, to the women, as they think the men want to get drunk with it. "Indeed, if it wasn't for the women," said a costermonger to me, "half of us might go to the Union." Another mode of usurious lending or trading is, as I said before, to provide the costermonger not with the stock money, but with the stock itself. This mode is also highly profitable to the usurer, who is usually a costermonger, but sometimes a greengrocer. A stock of fruit, fish, or vegetables, with a barrow for its conveyance, is entrusted to a street seller, the usual way being to let him have a sovereign's worth. The value of this, however, at the market cost, rarely exceeds 14 shillings. Still, the man entrusted with it must carry 20 shillings to his creditor, or he will hardly be trusted a second time. The man who trades with the stock is not required to pay the 20 shillings on the first day of the transaction, as he may not have realized so much, but he must pay some of it, generally 10 shillings, and must pay the remainder the next day, or the moneylender will decline any subsequent dealings. It may be thought, as no security is given, and as the costermongering barrow, stock, or money-lender never goes to law for the recovery of any debts or goods, that the percentage is not so very exorbitant after all. But I ascertained that not once in 20 times was the money-lender exposed to any loss by the non-payment of his usurious interest, while his profits are enormous. The borrower knows that if he fail in his payment, the lender will acquaint the other members of his fraternity so that no future loan will be attainable, and the costermonger's business may be at an end. One borrower told me that the repayment of his loan of £2, borrowed 2 years ago at 4s. a week, had this autumn been reduced to 2s. 6d. a week. "He's a decent man I pay now," he said. "He has twice forgiven me a month, at a time when the weather was very bad and the times as bad as the weather. Before I borrowed of him, I had dealings with . He was a scurf. If I missed a week and told him I would make it up next week, 'That won't do,' he'd say. 'I'll turn you up. I'll take D good care to stop you. I'll have you to rights.' If I hadn't satisfied him as I did at last, I could never have got credit again, never." I am informed that most of the money-lenders, if a man has paid for a year or so, will now drop it for a month or so in a very hard-up time and go on again. There is no IOU or any memorandum given to the usurer. "There's never a slip of paper about it, sir," I was told. I may add that a very intelligent man from whom I derived information said to me concerning costermongers never going to law to recover money owing to them, nor indeed for any purpose, "If anyone steals anything from me, and that, as far as I know, never happened but once in 10 years, and I catch him, I take it out of him on the spot. I give him a jolly good hiding, and there's an end of it. I know very well, sir, that the costers are ignorant men, but in my opinion," laughing, "our never going to law shows that in that point we're in advance of the aristocrats. I never heard of a coster in a law court, unless he was in trouble (charged with some offence) for assaulting a crusher or anybody he had quarrelled with, or something of that kind." The barrow lender, when not regularly paid, sends someone or goes himself and carries away the barrow. My personal experience with this peculiar class justifies me in saying that they are far less dishonest than they are usually believed to be, and much more honest than their wandering habits, their want of education and principle, would lead even the most charitable to suppose. Since I have exhibited an interest in the sufferings and privations of these neglected people, I have, as the reader may readily imagine, had many applications for assistance, and without vanity, I believe I may say that as far as my limited resources would permit, I have striven to extricate the street sellers from the grasp of the usurer. Some to whom I have lent small sums (for gifts only degrade struggling honest men into the apathy of beggars) have taken the money with many a protestation that they would repay it in certain weekly instalments, which they themselves proposed, but still have never made their appearance before me a second time. It may be from dishonesty, and it may be from inability and shame. Others, however, and they are not a few, have religiously kept faith with me, calling punctually to pay back a sixpence or a shilling, as the precariousness of their calling would permit, and doing this though they knew that I abjured all claims upon them, but through their honour, and was indeed in most cases ignorant where to find them, even if my inclination led me to seek or enforce a return of the loan. One case of this kind shows so high a sense of honour among a class generally considered to rank among the most dishonourable, that, even at the risk of being thought egotistical, I will mention it here. 2 young men, street sellers, called upon me and begged hard for the loan of a little stock money. They made needle cases and hawked them from door to door at the east end of the town, and had not the means of buying the wood. I agreed to let them have 10 shillings between them. This they promised to repay at a shilling a week. They were utter strangers to me. Nevertheless, at the end of the first week, 1 shilling of the sum was duly returned. The second week, however, brought no shilling, nor did the third nor the fourth, by which time I got to look upon the money as lost. But at the end of the 5th week, one of the men called with his sixpence, and told me how he should have been with me before, but his mate had promised each week to meet him with his sixpence, and each week disappointed him, so he had come on alone. I thanked him, and the next week he came again, so he did the next and the next after that. On the latter occasion he told me that in 5 more weeks he should have paid off his half of the amount advanced, and that then, as he had come with the other man, he would begin paying off his share as well. Those who are unacquainted with the character of the people may feel inclined to doubt the trustworthiness of the class, but it is an extraordinary fact that but few of the costermongers fail to repay the money advanced to them, even at the present ruinous rate of interest. The poor, it is my belief, have not yet been sufficiently tried in this respect. Pawnbrokers, loan offices, tally shops, dolly shops are the only parties who will trust them. But as a startling proof of the good faith of the humbler classes generally, it may be stated that Mrs. Chisholm, note the lady who has exerted herself so benevolently in the cause of emigration, end note, has lent out at different times as much as £160,000 that has been entrusted to her for the use of the lower orders, and that the whole of this large amount has been returned, with the exception of £12. I myself have often given a sovereign to professed thieves to get changed, and never knew one to make off with the money. Depend upon it, if we would really improve, we must begin by elevating instead of degrading. End of section 6. Section 7 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 7. Of the slang, weights and measures. All counterfeit weights and measures the costermongers call by the appropriate name of slang. "There are not half so many slangs as there was 18 months ago," said a general dealer to me. "You see, sir, the letters in the Morning Chronicle set people a-talking, and some altered their way of business. Some was very angry at what was said in the articles on the street sellers, and swore that costers was gentlemen, and that they'd smash the men's noses that had told you so, if they knew who they were. There's plenty of costers wouldn't use slangs at all if people would give a fair price. But you see, the boys will try it on for their bunts. And how is a man to sell fine cherries at 4p a pound that cost him 3p halfpenny, when there's a kid alongside of him a-selling his toll at 2p a pound, and singing it out as bold as brass? So the men slangs it, and cries 2p a pound, and gives £half, as the boy does, which brings it to the same thing. We doesn't adulterate our goods like the tradesmen, that is, the regular hands doesn't. It wouldn't be easy, as you say, to adulterate cabbages or oysters, but we deals fair to all that's fair to us, and that's more than many a tradesman does for all their juries. The slang quart is 1.5 pints. It is made precisely like the proper quart, and the maker, I was told, knows well enough what it's for, as it's charged, new, 6p more than a true quart measure. But it's nothing to him, as he says, what it's for, so long as he gets his price. The slang quart is let out at 2p a day, a penny extra being charged for the risk. The slang pint holds in some cases 3/4 of the just quantity, having a very thick bottom. Others hold only half a pint, having a false bottom halfway up. These are used chiefly in measuring nuts, of which the proper quantity is hardly ever given to the purchaser. But then, it was often said, or implied to me, the price is all the lower, and people just brings it on themselves by wanting things for next to nothing. So it's all right, it's people's own faults. The hire of the slang pint is 2p a day. The scales used are almost all true, but the weights are often beaten out flat to look large, and are 4, 5, 6, or even 7 ounces deficient in a pound, and in the same relative proportion with other weights. The charge is twopence, threepence, and fourpence a day for a pair of scales and a set of slang weights. The wooden measures, such as pecks, half pecks, and quarter pecks, are not let out slang, but the bottoms are taken out by the costers and put in again half an inch or so higher up. "I call this," said a humorous dealer to me, "slop work, or the cutting system." One candid costermonger expressed his perfect contempt of slangs as fit only for bunglers, as he could always work slang with a true measure. "Why, I can cheat any man," he said. "I can manage to measure muscles so as you'd think you got a lot over, but there's a lot under measure, for I holds them up with my fingers and keep crying, 'Muscles, full measure, live muscles.' I can do the same with peas. I delight to do it with stingy aristocrats. We don't work slang in the city. People know what they're buying on there. There's plenty of us would pay for an inspector of weights. I would. We might do fair without an inspector, and make as much if we only agreed one with another." In conclusion, it is but just I should add that there seems to be a strong disposition on the part of the more enlightened of the class to adopt the use of fair weights and measures, and that even among the less scrupulous portion of the body short allowance seems to be given chiefly from a desire to be even with a scaly customer. The coster makes it a rule never to refuse an offer, and if people will give him less than what he considers his proper price, why, he gives them less than their proper quantity. As a proof of the growing honesty among this class, many of the better disposed have recently formed themselves into a society, the members of which are one and all pledged not only to deal fairly with their customers, but to compel all other street sellers to do the same. With a view of distinguishing themselves to the public, they have come to the resolution of wearing a medal on which shall be engraved a particular number, so that should any imposition be practised by any of their body, the public will have the opportunity of complaining to the committee of the association, and having the individual, if guilty, immediately expelled from the society. Of half profits. Besides the modes of trading on borrowed capital above described, there is still another means of obtaining stock prevalent among the London costermongers. It is a common practice with some of the more provident costermongers, who buy more largely, for the sake of buying cheaply, than is required for the supply of their own customers, to place goods in the hands of young men who are unable to buy goods on their own account, on half profits, as it is called. The man adopting this means of doing a more extensive business says to any poor fellow willing to work on those terms, "Here's a barrow of vegetables to carry round, and the profit on them will be 2 shillings. You sell them, and half is for yourself." The man sells them accordingly. If, however, he fail to realise the 2 shillings anticipated profit, his employer must still be paid 1 shilling, even if the seller prove that only 13 pence was cleared, so that the costermonger capitalist, as he may be described, is always, to use the words of one of my informants, on the profitable side of the hedge. Boys are less frequently employed on half profits than young men, and I am assured that instances of these young men wronging their employers are hardly ever known. Of the boys of the costermongers and their bunts. But there are still other agents among the costermongers, and these are the boys deputed to sell a man's goods for a certain sum, all over that amount being the boy's profit, or bunts. Almost every costermonger who trades through the streets with his barrow is accompanied by a boy. The ages of these lads vary from 10 to 16. There are few above 16, for the lads think it is then high time for them to start on their own account. These boys are useful to the man in calling, their shrill voices being often more audible than the loudest pitch of an adult's lungs. Many persons, moreover, I am assured, prefer buying of a boy, believing that if the lad did not succeed in selling his goods, he would be knocked about when he got home. Others think that they are safer in a boy's hands, and less likely to be cheated. These, however, are equally mistaken notions. The boys also are useful in pushing at the barrow, or in drawing it along by tugging at a rope in front. Some of them are the sons of the costermongers. Some go round to the costermongers' abodes and say, "Will you want me tomorrow? Shall I come and give you a lift?" The parents of the lads thus at large are, when they have parents, either unable to support them, or, if able, prefer putting their money to other uses, such as drinking, and so the lads have to look out for themselves, or, as they say, pick up a few halfpence and a bit of grub as we can. Such lads, however, are the smallest class of costermongering youths, and are sometimes called casualty boys, or nippers. The boys, and nearly the whole of them, soon become very quick, and grow masters of slang, in from 6 weeks to 2 or 3 months. "I suppose," said one man familiar with their character, "they'd learn French as soon if they was thrown into the way of it. They must learn slang to live, and as they have to wait at markets every now and then, from 1 hour to 6, they associate one with another, and carry on conversations in slang about the penny gaffs (theatres), criticising the actors, or maybe they toss the pieman, if they've got any halfpence, or else they chaff the passers-by. The older ones may talk about their sweethearts, but they always speak of them by the name of namow (girls). The boys are severe critics too," continued my informant, "on dancing. I heard one say to another, 'What do you think of Johnny Millicent's new step?' For they always recognise a new step. Or they discuss the female dancer's legs, and not very decently. At other times the boys discuss the merits or demerits of their masters, as to who feeds them best. I've heard one say, 'Oh, ain't Bob stingy? We have bread and cheese.' Another added, 'We have steak and beer, and I've the use of Bill's,' the master's, 'baccy box.' Some of these lads are paid by the day, generally from 2d. or 3d, and their food, and as much fruit as they think fit to eat, as by that they soon get sick of it. They generally carry home fruit in their pockets for their playmates, or brothers, or sisters. The costermongers allow this, if they are satisfied that the pocketing is not for sale. Some lads are engaged by the week, having from 1 shilling to 1 shilling and 6pence, and their food when out with their employer. Their lodging is found only in a few cases, and then they sleep in the same room with their master and mistress. Of master and mistress, however, they never speak, but of Jack and Bet. They behave respectfully to the women, who are generally kind to them. They soon desert a very surly or stingy master, though such a fellow could get 50 boys next day if he wanted them, but not lads used to the trade, for to these he's well known by their talk one with another, and they soon tell a man his character very plainly. "Very plainly indeed, sir, and to his face too," said one. Some of these boys are well beaten by their employers. This they put up with readily enough, if they experience kindness at the hands of the man's wife, for, as I said before, parties that have never thought of marriage, if they live together, call one another husbands and wives. In working the country, these lads are put on the same footing as their masters, with whom they eat, drink, and sleep, but they do not gamble with them. A few, however, go out and tempt country boys to gamble, and, as an almost inevitable consequence, to lose. "Some of the boys," said one who had seen it often, "will keep a number of countrymen in a beer shop in a roar for the hour, while the countrymen ply them with beer, and some of the street lads can drink a good deal. I've known 3 bits of boys order a pot of beer each, one after the other, each paying his share, and a quartern of gin each after that, drunk neat. They don't understand water. Drink doesn't seem to affect them as it does men. I don't know why." "Some costermongers," said another informant, "have been known, when they've taken a fancy to a boy, I know of 2, to dress him out like themselves, silk handkerchiefs and all, for if they didn't find them with silk handkerchiefs, the boy would soon get them out of their bunts. They like silk handkerchiefs, for if they lose all their money gambling, they can then pledge their handkerchiefs." I have mentioned the term bunts. Bunts is the money made by the boys in this manner. If a costermonger, after having sold a sufficiency, has 2 shillings or 3 shillings worth of goods left, and is anxious to get home, he says to the boy, "Work these streets, and bring me 2 shillings and 6pence for the toll," lot, which the costermonger knows by his eye, for he seldom measures or counts, is easily worth that money. The lad then proceeds to sell the things entrusted to him, and often shows great ingenuity in so doing. If, for instance, turnips be tied up in penny bunches, the lad will open some of them so as to spread them out to nearly twice their previous size, and if anyone ask if that be a penn'orth, he will say, "Here's a larger for a penny halfpenny, ma'am," and so palm off a penny bunch at a penny halfpenny. Out of each bunch of onions he takes one or two and makes an extra bunch. All that the lad can make in this way over the half-crown is his own, and called bunts. Boys have made from 6pence to 1 and 6pence bunts, and this day after day. Many of them will, in the course of their traffic, beg old boots or shoes, if they meet with better sorts of people, and so work it to rights, as they call it among themselves. Servants often give them cast-off clothes. It is seldom that a boy carries home less than the stipulated sum. The above is understood as fair bunts. Unfair bunts is what the lad might make unknown to his master, as if a customer called from the area for goods cried at 2pence, the lad may get 2pence halfpenny by pretending what he had carried was a superior sort to that called at 2pence, or by any similar trick. "I've known some civil and industrious boys," said a costermonger to me, "get to save a few shillings, and in 6 months start with a shallow, and so rise to a donkey cart. The greatest drawback to struggling boys is their sleeping in low lodging houses, where they are frequently robbed or trepanned to part with their money, or else they get corrupted." Some men employ from 4 to 12 boys, sending them out with shallows and barrows, the boys bringing home the proceeds. The men who send lads out in this way count the things, and can tell to a penny what can be realized on them. They neither pay nor treat the boys well, I am told, and are looked upon by the other costermongers as extortioners or unfair dealers, making money by trading on poor lads' necessities, who serve them to avoid starvation. These men are called scurfs. If the boys working for them make bunts, or are suspected of making bunts, there is generally a row about it. The bunts is for the most part the gambling money, as well as the money for the penny gaff, the twopenny hop, the tobacco, and the pudding money of the boys. "More would save their wages than their bunts," was said to me on good authority, "but they have no place to keep their money in, and don't understand anything about savings banks. Many of these lads are looked on with suspicion by the police, and treated like suspected folks. But in my opinion they're not thieves, or they wouldn't work so hard, for a thief's is a much easier life than a costermonger's." When a boy begins business on his own account, or sets up, as they call it, he purchases a shallow, which costs at least 1 shilling, and a half-hundred of herrings, 1 and 6pence. By the sale of the herrings he will clear 1 shilling, going the round he has been accustomed to, and then trade on the 2 and 6pence. Or, if it be fruit time, he will trade in apples until master of 5 shillings, and then take to a barrow at 3pence a day hire. By this system the ranks of the costermongers are not only recruited but increased. There is one grand characteristic of these lads. I heard on all hands they are every one of them what the costers call wide awake. There are, I am assured, from 200 to 300 costers, who in the busier times of the year send out 4 youths or lads each on an average. The young men thus sent out generally live with the costermonger, paying 7 shillings a week for board, lodging, and washing. Those youths, I was told by one who knew them well, were people who didn't care to work for themselves, because they couldn't keep their money together. It would soon all go, and they must keep it together for their masters. They're not fed badly, but then they make bunts sometimes, and it goes for grub when they're out, so they eat less at home. Of the juvenile trading of the costermongers. My inquiries among the costermongers induced one of their number to address me by letter. My correspondent, a well-informed and well-educated man, describes himself as being one of those that have been unfortunately thrust into that precarious way of obtaining a living, not by choice but circumstances. The writer then proceeds to say, "No person but those actually connected with the streets can tell the exertion, anxiety, and difficulties we have to undergo, and I know for a fact it induces a great many to drink that would not do so, only to give them a stimulant to bear up against the troubles that they have to contend with, and so it ultimately becomes habitual. I could point out many instances of the kind. My chief object in addressing you is to give my humble suggestion as to the best means of alleviating our present position in society, and establishing us in the eyes of the public as a respectable body of men, honestly endeavouring to support our families, without becoming chargeable in the parish, and to show that we are not all the degraded class we are at present thought to be, subject to the decision of every passer-by, and all looked upon as extortioners and the confederates of thieves. It is grievous to see children, as soon as they are able to speak, thrust into the streets to sell, and in many instances, I am sorry to state, to support their parents. Kind sir, picture to yourself a group of those children mixing together indiscriminately, the good with the bad, all uneducated, and without the parental care which is so essential for youth, and judge for yourself the result. The lads in some instances take to thieving, this being easier for a living, and the girls to prostitution, and so they pass the greater part of their time in jail, or get transported. Even those who are honestly disposed cannot have a chance of bettering their condition, in consequence of their being uneducated, so that they often turn out brutal husbands and bad fathers. Surely, sir, government could abolish in a measure this juvenile trading, so conducive to crime and so injurious to the shopkeeper, who is highly rated. How is it possible, if children congregate around his door with the very articles he may deal in, that he can meet the demands for rates and taxes, whereas the educated man, brought by want to sell in the streets, would not do so, but keep himself apart from the shopkeeper, and not merit his enmity and the interference of the police, which he necessarily claims? I have procured an existence, with a few years' exception, in the streets for the last 25 years, as a general salesman of perishable and imperishable articles, and should be most happy to see anything done for the benefit of my class. This juvenile trading I consider the root of the evil. After the removal of this, the costermongers might, by classifying and cooperation, render themselves comparatively happy in their position, and become acknowledged members of society. Another costermonger, in conversing with me concerning these young traders, said that many of them would ape the vices of men. Mere urchins would simulate drunkenness, or boast, with many an exaggeration, of their drinking feats. They can get as much as they please at the public houses, and this too, I may add, despite the 43rd clause in the Police Act, which enacts that every person licensed to deal in excisable liquors within the said Metropolitan Police District, who shall knowingly supply any sort of distilled excisable liquor to be drunk upon the premises to any boy or girl apparently under the age of 16 years, shall be liable to a penalty of not more than 20 shillings, and upon a second conviction to 40 shillings penalty, and on a third to £5. Of the education of the coster lads. Among the costers, the term education is, as I have already intimated, merely understood as meaning a complete knowledge of the art of buying in the cheapest market and selling in the dearest. There are few lads whose training extends beyond this. The father is the tutor, who takes the boy to the different markets, instructs him in the art of buying, and when the youth is perfect on this point, the parent's duty is supposed to have been performed. Nearly all these boys are remarkable for their precocious sharpness. To use the words of one of the class, these young ones are as sharp as terriers, and learns every dodge of business in less than half no time. There's one I know's about 3 feet high, that's up to the business as clever as a man of 30. Though he's only 12 years old, he'll chaff down a peeler so uncommon severe that the only way to stop him is to take him in charge. It is idle to imagine that these lads, possessed of a mental acuteness almost wonderful, will not educate themselves in vice, if we neglect to train them to virtue. At their youthful age, the power of acquiring knowledge is the strongest, and some kind of education is continually going on. If they are not taught by others, they will form their own characters, developing habits of dissipation and educing all the grossest passions of their natures, and learning to indulge in the gratification of every appetite without the least restraint. As soon as a boy is old enough to shout well and loudly, his father takes him into the streets. Some of these youths are not above 7 years of age, and it is calculated that not more than 1 in 100 has ever been to a school of any kind. The boy walks with the barrow, or guides the donkey, shouting by turns with the father, who, when the goods are sold, will, as a reward, let him ride home on the tray. The lad attends all markets with his father, who teaches him his business and shows him his tricks of trade. For, said a coster, a governor in our line leaves the knowledge of all his dodges to his son, just as the rich coves do their kin. The life of a coster boy is a very hard one. In summer he will have to be up by 4 o'clock in the morning, and in winter he is never in bed after 6. When he has returned from market, it is generally his duty to wash the goods and help dress the barrow. About 9 he begins his day's work, shouting whilst the father pushes, and, as very often the man has lost his voice, this share of the labour is left entirely to him. When a coster has regular customers, the vegetables or fish are all sold by 12 o'clock, and in many coster families the lad is then packed off with fruit to hawk in the streets. When the work is over, the father will perhaps take the boy to a public house with him, and give him part of his beer. Sometimes a child of 4 or 5 is taken to the tap room, especially if he be pretty, and the father proud of him. I have seen, said a coster to me, a baby of 5-year-old reeling drunk in a tap room. His governor did it for the lark of the thing, to see him chuck himself about, silly-fied like. The love of gambling soon seizes upon the coster boy. Youths of about 12 or so will, as soon as they can get away from work, go to a public house and play cribbage for pints of beer, or for a pint a corner. They generally continue playing till about midnight, and rarely, except on a Sunday, keep it up all night. It ordinarily happens that when a lad is about 13, he quarrels with his father, and gets turned away from home. Then he is forced to start for himself. He knows where he can borrow stock money and get his barrow, for he is as well acquainted with the markets as the oldest hand at the business, and children may often be seen in the streets underselling their parents. "How's it possible," said a woman, "for people to live when there's their own son at the end of the court a-calling his goods as cheap again as we can afford to sell our'n?" If the boy is lucky in trade, his next want is to get a girl to keep home for him. I was assured that it is not at all uncommon for a lad of 15 to be living with a girl of the same age as man and wife. It creates no disgust among his class, but seems rather to give him a position among such people. Their courtship does not take long. When once the mate has been fixed upon, the girl is invited to raffles, and treated to twopenny hops and half-pints of beer. Perhaps a silk neck-handkerchief, a king's man, is given as a present, though some of the lads will, when the arrangement has been made, take the gift back again and wear it themselves. The boys are very jealous, and if once made angry, behave with great brutality to the offending girl. A young fellow of about 16 told me, as he seemed to grow angry at the very thought, "If I seed my gal a-talking to another chap, I'd fetch her such a punch of the nose as would plaguey quick stop the whole business." Another lad informed me, with a knowing look, that the girls, it was a rum thing now he come to think of it, actually liked a feller for walloping them. As long as the bruises hurted, she was always thinking on the cove as gived 'em her. After a time, if the girl continues faithful, the young coster may marry her. But this is rarely the case, and many live with their girls until they have grown to be men, or perhaps they may quarrel the very first year and have a fight and part. These boys hate any continuous work. So strong is this objection to continuity that they cannot even remain selling the same article for more than a week together. Moreover, none of them can be got to keep stalls. They must be perpetually on the move, or, to use their own words, they like a moving life. They all of them delight in dressing flash, as they call it. If a governor was to try and palm off his old cord jacket upon the lad that worked with him, the boy wouldn't take it. "It's too big and seedy for me," he'd say, "and I ain't going to take your leavings." They try to dress like the men, with large pockets in their cord jackets, and plenty of them. Their trousers, too, must fit tight at the knee, and their boots they like as good as possible. A good king's man, a plush skull-cap, and a seam down the trousers are the great points of ambition with the Coster boys. A lad about 14 informed me that brass buttons, like a huntsman's, with foxes' heads on 'em, looked stunning flash, and the girls liked 'em. As for the hair, they say it ought to be long in front, and done in figure 6 curls, or twisted back to the ear, Newgate knocker style. "But the worst of it is," they add, "that it is always getting cut off in quad, all along of muzzling the bobbies." The whole of the Coster boys are fond of good living. I was told that when a lad started for himself, he would for the first week or so live almost entirely on cakes and nuts. When settled in business, they always manage to have what they call a relish for breakfast and tea, a couple of herrings or a bit of bacon or what not. Many of them never dine, excepting on the Sunday, the pony and donkey proprietors being the only costers whose incomes will permit them to indulge in a fourpenny plate of meat at a cook shop. The whole of the boys, too, are extremely fond of pudding, and should the plum duff at an eating-house contain an unusual quantity of plums, the news soon spreads, and the boys then endeavour to work that way, so as to obtain a slice. While waiting for a market, the lads will very often spend a shilling in the cakes and 3-cornered puffs sold by the Jews. The owners toss for them, and so enable the young coster to indulge his 2 favourite passions at the same time, his love of pastry and his love of gambling. The Jews' crisp butter biscuits also rank very high with the boys, who declare that they slip down like soapsuds down a gully hole. In fact, it is curious to notice how perfectly unrestrained are the passions and appetites of these youths. The only thoughts that trouble them are for their girls, their eating, and their gambling. Beyond the love of self, they have no tie that binds them to existence. End of section 7. Section 8 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 8. The Life of a Coster Lad. One lad that I spoke to gave me as much of his history as he could remember. He was a tall, stout boy about 16 years old, with a face utterly vacant. His 2 heavy, lead-coloured eyes stared unmeaningly at me, and beyond a constant anxiety to keep his front lock curled on his cheek, he did not exhibit the slightest trace of feeling. He sank into his seat heavily and of a heap, and when once settled down he remained motionless, with his mouth open and his hands on his knees, almost as if paralysed. He was dressed in all the slang beauty of his class, with a bright red handkerchief and unexceptionable boots. "My father," he told me in a thick, unimpassioned voice, "was a waggoner and worked the country roads. There was 2 on us at home with mother, and we used to play along with the boys of our court in Golding Lane at buttons and marbles. I recollects nothing more than this, only the big boys used to cheat like bricks and thump us if we grumbled. That's all I recollects of my infancy, as you calls it. Father, I've heard tell, died when I was 3 and brother only a year old. It was worse luck for us. Mother was so easy with us. I once went to school for a couple of weeks, but the cove used to fetch me a wipe over the knuckles with his stick, and as I wasn't going to stand that there, why, you see, I ain't no great scholard. We did as we liked with mother. She was so precious easy, and I never learned anything but playing buttons, and making leaden bounces, that's all. Note, here the youth laughed slightly. End note. Mother used to be up and out very early, washing in families, anything for a living. She was a good mother to us. We was left at home with the key of the room and some bread and butter for dinner. Afore she got into work, and it was a goodish long time, we was shocking hard up, and she pawned nigh everything. Sometimes, when we hadn't no grub at all, the other lads, perhaps, would give us some of their bread and butter, but often our stomachs used to ache with the hunger, and we would cry when we was very far gone. She used to be at work from 6 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, which was a long time for a child's belly to hold out again. And when it was dark, we would go and lie down on the bed and try to sleep until she came home with the food. I was 8-year-old then. A man as knowed mother said to her, "Your boy's got nothing to do. Let him come along with me and yarn a few halfpence." And so I became a coster. He gave me 4pence a morning and my breakfast. I worked with him about 3 year until I learned the markets, and then I and brother got baskets of our own, and used to keep mother. One day with another, the two on us together could make 2 shillings and 6pence by selling greens of a morning and going round to the publics with nuts of an evening, till about 10 o'clock at night. Mother used to have a bit of fried meat or a stew ready for us when we got home, and by using up the stock as we couldn't sell, we used to manage pretty tidy. When I was 14, I took up with the girl. She lived in the same house as we did, and I used to walk out of a night with her and give her half pints of beer at the publics. She were about 13 and used to dress very nice, though she weren't above middling pretty. Now I'm working for another man as gives me 1 shilling a week, victuals, washing and lodging, just as if I was one of the family. On a Sunday night I goes out selling, and all our yarns I keeps. As for going to church, why, I can't afford it. Besides, to tell the truth, I don't like it well enough. Plays, too, ain't in my line much. I'd sooner go to a dance. It's more livelier. The penny gaffs is rather more in my style. The songs are out and makes our gals laugh. The smuttier the better, I thinks. Bless you, the gals likes it as much as we do. If we lads ever has a quarrel, why, we fights for it. If I was to let a cove off once, he'd do it again. But I never give a lad a chance, so long as I can get a nigh him. I never heard about Christianity, but if a cove was to fetch me a lick of the head, I'd give it him again, whether he was a big un or a little un. I'd precious soon see a henemy of mine shot afore I'd forgive him. Where's the use? Do I understand what behaving to your neighbour is? In course I do. If a feller as lived next me wanted a basket of mine as I wasn't using, why, he might have it. If I was working it, though, I'd see him further. I can understand that all as lives in a court is neighbours, but as for policemen, they're nothing to me, and I should like to pay 'em all off well. Now, I never heerd about this here creation you speaks about. In course, God Almighty made the world, and the poor bricklayers' labourers built the houses afterwards. That's my opinion, but I can't say, for I've never been in no schools, only always hard at work, and knows nothing about it. I've heerd a little about our Saviour. They seem to say he were a goodish kind of man, but if he says as how a cove's to forgive a feller as hits you, I should say he knowed nothing about it. In course, the gals the lads goes and lives with thinks our walloping 'em very cruel of us, but we don't. Why don't we? Why, because we don't. Before father died, I used sometimes to say my prayers, but after that mother was too busy getting a living to mind about my praying. Yes, I knows. In the Lord's Prayer they says, "Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgives them as trespasses again us." It's a very good thing, in course, but no costers can't do it. Of the penny gaff. In many of the thoroughfares of London there are shops which have been turned into a kind of temporary theatre, admission 1 penny, where dancing and singing take place every night. Rude pictures of the performers are arranged outside to give the front a gaudy and attractive look, and at night time coloured lamps and transparencies are displayed to draw an audience. These places are called by the costers penny gaffs, and on a Monday night as many as 6 performances will take place, each one having its 200 visitors. It is impossible to contemplate the ignorance and immorality of so numerous a class as that of the costermongers without wishing to discover the cause of their degradation. Let anyone curious on this point visit one of these penny shows, and he will wonder that any trace of virtue and honesty should remain among the people. Here the stage, instead of being the means for illustrating a moral precept, is turned into a platform to teach the cruellest debauchery. The audience is usually composed of children so young that these dens become the schoolrooms where the guiding morals of a life are picked up, and so precocious are the little things that the girl of 9 will, from constant attendance at such places, have learnt to understand the filthiest sayings, and laugh at them as loudly as the grown-up lads around her. What notions can the young female form of marriage and chastity, when the penny theatre rings with applause at the performance of a scene whose sole point turns upon the pantomime imitation of the unrestrained indulgence of the most corrupt appetites of our nature? How can the lad learn to check his hot passions and think honesty and virtue admirable, when the shouts around him impart a glory to a descriptive song so painfully corrupt that it can only have been made tolerable by the most habitual excess? The men who preside over these infamous places know too well the failings of their audiences. They know that these poor children require no nicely turned joke to make the evening pass merrily, and that the filth they utter needs no double meaning to veil its obscenity. The show that will provide the most unrestrained debauchery will have the most crowded benches, and to gain this point things are acted and spoken that it is criminal even to allude to. Not wishing to believe in the description which some of the more intelligent of the costermongers had given of these places, it was thought better to visit one of them, so that all exaggeration might be avoided. One of the least offensive of the exhibitions was fixed upon. The penny gaff chosen was situated in a broad street near Smithfield, and for a great distance off the jingling sound of music was heard, and the gaslight streamed out into the thick night air as from a dark lantern, glittering on the windows of the houses opposite, and lighting up the faces of the mob in the road as on an illumination night. The front of a large shop had been entirely removed, and the entrance was decorated with paintings of the comic singers in their most humorous attitudes. On a table against the wall was perched the band, playing what the costers call dancing tunes, with great effect, for the hole at the money-taker's box was blocked up with hands tendering the penny. The crowd without was so numerous that a policeman was in attendance to preserve order and push the boys off the pavement, the music having the effect of drawing them insensibly towards the festooned green baize curtain. The shop itself had been turned into a waiting room, and was crowded even to the top of the stairs leading to the gallery on the first floor. The ceiling of this lobby was painted blue and spotted with whitewash clouds to represent the heavens. The boards of the trapdoor and the laths that showed through the holes in the plaster being all of the same colour. A notice was here posted over the canvas door leading into the theatre, to the effect that ladies and gentlemen to the front places must pay 2d. The visitors, with a few exceptions, were all boys and girls, whose ages seemed to vary from 8 to 20 years. Some of the girls, though their figures showed them to be mere children, were dressed in showy cotton velvet polkas, and wore dowdy feathers in their crushed bonnets. They stood laughing and joking with the lads in an unconcerned, impudent manner that was almost appalling. Some of them, when tired of waiting, chose their partners and commenced dancing grotesquely to the admiration of the lookers-on, who expressed their approbation in obscene terms that, far from disgusting the poor little women, were received as compliments, and acknowledged with smiles and coarse repartees. The boys clustered together, smoking their pipes, and laughing at each other's anecdotes, or else jingling halfpennies in time with the tune, while they whistled an accompaniment to it. Presently one of the performers, with a gilt crown on his well-greased locks, descended from the staircase, his fleshings covered by a dingy dressing-gown, and mixed with the mob, shaking hands with old acquaintances. The comic singer, too, made his appearance among the throng, the huge bow to his cravat, which nearly covered his waistcoat, and the red end to his nose, exciting neither merriment nor surprise. To discover the kind of entertainment, a lad near me and my companion was asked if there was any flash dancing. With a knowing wink, the boy answered, "Lots, show their legs and all, prime." And immediately the boy followed up his information by a request for a yenep, to get a tib of occabot. After waiting in the lobby some considerable time, the performance inside was concluded, and the audience came pouring out through the canvas door. As they had to pass singly, I noticed them particularly. Above 3/4 of them were women and girls, the rest consisting chiefly of mere boys, for out of about 200 persons I counted only 18 men. Forward they came, bringing an overpowering stench with them, laughing and yelling as they pushed their way through the waiting-room. One woman, carrying a sickly child with a bulging forehead, was reeling drunk, the saliva running down her mouth as she stared about her with a heavy fixed eye. 2 boys were pushing her from side to side, while the poor infant slept, breathing heavily as if stupefied, through the din. Lads jumping on girls' shoulders, and girls laughing hysterically from being tickled by the youths behind them, everyone shouting and jumping, presented a mad scene of frightful enjoyment. When these had left, a rush for places by those in waiting began, that set at defiance the blows and strugglings of a lady in spangles, who endeavoured to preserve order and take the checks. As time was a great object with the proprietor, the entertainment within began directly the first seat was taken, so that the lads without, rendered furious by the rattling of the piano within, made the canvas partition bulge in and out with the strugglings of those seeking admission, like a sail in a flagging wind. To form the theatre, the first floor had been removed. The whitewashed beams, however, still stretched from wall to wall. The lower room had evidently been the warehouse, while the upper apartment had been the sitting-room, for the paper was still on the walls. A gallery with a canvas front had been hurriedly built up, and it was so fragile that the boards bent under the weight of those above. The bricks in the warehouse were smeared over with red paint, and had a few black curtains daubed upon them. The coster youths require no very great scenic embellishment, and indeed the stage, which was about 8 feet square, could admit of none. 2 jets of gas, like those outside a butcher's shop, were placed on each side of the proscenium, and proved very handy for the gentlemen whose pipes required lighting. The band inside the theatre could not compare with the band without. An old grand piano, whose canvas-covered top extended the entire length of the stage, sent forth its wiry notes under the beringed fingers of a Professor Wilkinsini, while another professional, with his head resting on his violin, played vigorously as he stared unconcernedly at the noisy audience. Singing and dancing formed the whole of the hour's performance, and of the two the singing was preferred. A young girl of about 14 years of age danced with more energy than grace, and seemed to be well known to the spectators, who cheered her on by her Christian name. When the dance was concluded, the proprietor of the establishment threw down a penny from the gallery, in the hopes that others might be moved to similar acts of generosity, but no one followed up the offering, as the young lady hunted after the money and departed. The comic singer, in a battered hat and the huge bow to his cravat, was received with deafening shouts. Several songs were named by the costers, but the funny gentleman merely requested them to hold their jaws, and putting on a knowing look, sang a song, the whole point of which consisted in the mere utterance of some filthy word at the end of each stanza. Nothing, however, could have been more successful. The lads stamped their feet with delight, the girls screamed with enjoyment. Once or twice a young shrill laugh would anticipate the fun, as if the words were well known, or the boys would forestall the point by shouting it out before the proper time. When the song was ended, the house was in a delirium of applause. The canvas front to the gallery was beaten with sticks, drum-like, and sent down showers of white powder on the heads in the pit. Another song followed, and the actor, knowing on what his success depended, lost no opportunity of increasing his laurels. The most obscene thoughts, the most disgusting scenes were coolly described, making a poor child near me wipe away the tears that rolled down her eyes with the enjoyment of the poison. There were 3 or 4 of these songs sung in the course of the evening, each one being encored and then changed. One, written about Pineapple Rock, was the grand treat of the night, and offered greater scope to the rhyming powers of the author than of any of the others. In this not a single chance had been missed. Ingenuity had been exerted to its utmost, lest an obscene thought should be passed by, and it was absolutely awful to behold the relish with which the young ones jumped to the hideous meaning of the verses. There was one scene yet to come that was perfect in its wickedness. A ballet began between a man dressed up as a woman and a country clown. The most disgusting attitudes were struck, the most immoral acts represented, without one dissenting voice. If there had been any feat of agility, any grimacing, or in fact anything with which the laughter of the uneducated classes is usually associated, the applause might have been accounted for. But here were 2 ruffians degrading themselves each time they stirred a limb, and forcing into the brains of the childish audience before them thoughts that must embitter a lifetime, and descend from father to child like some bodily infirmity. When I had left, I spoke to a better class costermonger on this subject. "Well, sir, it is frightful," he said, "but the boys will have their amusements. If their amusements is bad, they don't care. They only wants to laugh, and this here kind of work does it. Give 'em better singing and better dancing, and they'd go if the price was as cheap as this is. I've seen, when a decent concert was given at a penny, as many as 4,000 costers present, behaving themselves as quietly and decently as possible. Their wives and children was with them, and no audience was better conducted. It's all stuff talking about them preferring this sort of thing. Give 'em good things at the same price, and I know they'll like the good better than the bad." My own experience with this neglected class goes to prove that if we would really lift them out of the moral mire in which they are wallowing, the first step must be to provide them with wholesome amusements. The misfortune, however, is that when we seek to elevate the character of the people, we give them such mere dry abstract truths and dogmas to digest that the uneducated mind turns with abhorrence from them. We forget how we ourselves were originally won by our emotions to the consideration of such subjects. We do not remember how our own tastes have been formed, nor do we, in our zeal, stay to reflect how the tastes of a people generally are created. And consequently we cannot perceive that a habit of enjoying any matter whatsoever can only be induced in the mind by linking with it some aesthetic affection. The heart is the mainspring of the intellect, and the feelings the real educers and educators of the thoughts. As games with the young destroy the fatigue of muscular exercise, so do the sympathies stir the mind to action without any sense of effort. It is because serious people generally object to enlist the emotions in the education of the poor, and look upon the delight which arises in the mind from the mere perception of the beauty of sound, motion, form, and colour, or from the apt association of harmonious or incongruous ideas, or from the sympathetic operation of the affections. It is because, I say, the zealous portion of society look upon these matters as vanity, that the amusements of the working classes are left to venal traders to provide. Hence, in the low-priced entertainments which necessarily appeal to the poorer and therefore to the less educated of the people, the proprietors, instead of trying to develop in them the purer sources of delight, seek only to gratify their audience in the coarsest manner, by appealing to their most brutal appetites. And thus the emotions, which the great architect of the human mind gave us as the means of quickening our imaginations and refining our sentiments, are made the instruments of crushing every operation of the intellect and debasing our natures. It is idle and unfeeling to believe that the great majority of a people whose days are passed in excessive toil, and whose homes are mostly of an uninviting character, will forego all amusements, and consent to pass their evenings by their no firesides, reading tracts or singing hymns. It is folly to fancy that the mind, spent with the irksomeness of compelled labour, and depressed perhaps with the struggle to live by that labour, after all will not, when the work is over, seek out some place where at least it can forget its troubles or fatigues in the temporary pleasure begotten by some mental or physical stimulant. It is because we exact too much of the poor, because we, as it were, strive to make true knowledge and true beauty as forbidding as possible to the uneducated and unrefined, that they fly to their penny gaffs, their twopenny hops, their beer shops, and their gambling grounds for pleasures which we deny them, and which we, in our arrogance, believe it is possible for them to do without. The experiment so successfully tried at Liverpool of furnishing music of an enlivening and yet elevating character at the same price as the concerts of the lowest grade shows that the people may be won to delight in beauty instead of bestiality, and teaches us again that it is our fault to allow them to be as they are, and not theirs to remain so. All men are compound animals, with many inlets of pleasure to their brains, and if one avenue be closed against them, why, it but forces them to seek delight through another. So far from the perception of beauty inducing habits of gross enjoyment, as serious people generally imagine, a moment's reflection will tell us that these very habits are only the necessary consequences of the non-development of the aesthetic faculty, for the two assuredly cannot coexist. To cultivate the sense of the beautiful is necessarily to inculcate a detestation of the sensual. Moreover, it is impossible for the mind to be accustomed to the contemplation of what is admirable without continually mounting to higher and higher forms of it, from the beauty of nature to that of thought, from thought to feeling, from feeling to action, and lastly to the fountain of all goodness, the great munificent creator of the seas, the mountains, and the flowers, the stars, the sunshine, and the rainbow, the fancy, the reason, the love, and the heroism of man and womankind, the instincts of the beasts, the glory of the angels, and the mercy of Christ. Of the coster girls. The costermongers, taken as a body, entertain the most imperfect idea of the sanctity of marriage. To their undeveloped minds it merely consists in the fact of a man and woman living together, and sharing the gains they may each earn by selling in the street. The father and mother of the girl look upon it as a convenient means of shifting the support of their child over to another's exertions, and so thoroughly do they believe this to be the end and aim of matrimony, that the expense of a church ceremony is considered as a useless waste of money, and the new pair are received by their companions as cordially as if every form of law and religion had been complied with. The notions of morality among these people agree strangely, as I have said, with those of many savage tribes. Indeed, it would be curious if it were otherwise. They are a part of the nomadia of England, neither knowing nor caring for the enjoyments of home. The hearth, which is so sacred a symbol to all civilized races, as being the spot where the virtues of each succeeding generation are taught and encouraged, has no charms to them. The taproom is the father's chief abiding place, whilst to the mother the house is only a better kind of tent. She is away at the stall, or hawking her goods from morning till night, while the children are left to play away the day in the court or alley, and pick their morals out of the gutter. So long as the limbs gain strength, the parent cares for nothing else. As the young ones grow up, Their only notions of wrong are formed by what the policeman will permit them to do. If we, who have known from babyhood the kindly influences of a home, require, before we are thrust out into the world to get a living for ourselves, that our perceptions of good and evil should be quickened and brightened, note, the same as our perceptions of truth and falsity, end note, by the experience and counsel of those who are wiser and better than ourselves, if indeed it needed a special creation and example to teach the best and strongest of us the law of right, how bitterly must the children of the street folk require tuition, training, and advice, when from their very cradles, if indeed they ever knew such luxuries, they are doomed to be witness in their parents, whom they naturally believe to be their superiors, habits of life in which passion is the sole rule of action, and where every appetite of our animal nature is indulged in without the least restraint. I say this much because I am anxious to make others feel, as I do myself, that we are the culpable parties in these matters, that they, poor things, should do as they do is but human nature, but that we should allow them to remain thus destitute of every blessing vouchsafed to ourselves, that we should willingly share what we enjoy with our brethren at the Antipodes, and yet leave those who are nearer, and who therefore should be dearer to us, to want even the commonest moral necessities, is a paradox that gives to the zeal of our Christianity a strong savour of the chicanery of cant. The costermongers strongly resemble the North American Indians in their conduct to their wives. They can understand that it is the duty of the woman to contribute to the happiness of the man, but cannot feel that there is a reciprocal duty from the man to the woman. The wife is considered as an inexpensive servant, and the disobedience of a wish is punished with blows. She must work early and late, and to the husband must be given the proceeds of her labour. Often when the man is in one of his drunken fits, which sometimes last 2 or 3 days continuously, she must, by her sole exertions, find food for herself and him too. To live in peace with him, there must be no murmuring, no tiring under work, no fancied cause for jealousy, for if there be, she is either beaten into submission, or cast adrift to begin life again, as another's leavings. The story of one coster girl's life may be taken as a type of the many. When quite young, she is placed out to nurse with some neighbour, the mother, if a fond one, visiting the child at certain periods of the day, for the purpose of feeding it, or sometimes, knowing the round she has to make, having the infant brought to her at certain places to be suckled. As soon as it is old enough to go alone, the court is its playground, the gutter its schoolroom, and under the care of an elder sister, the little one passes the day among children whose mothers, like her own, are too busy out in the streets helping to get the food to be able to mind the family at home. When the girl is strong enough, she in her turn is made to assist the mother by keeping guard over the younger children, or, if there be none, she is lent out to carry about a baby, and so made to add to the family income by gaining her 6pence weekly. Her time is from the earliest years fully occupied. Indeed, her parents cannot afford to keep her without doing and getting something. Very few of the children receive the least education. The parents, I am told, never give their minds to learning, for they say, "What's the use of it? That won't yarn a girl a living." Everything is sacrificed, as indeed under the circumstances it must be, in the struggle to live, ay, and to live merely. Mind, heart, and soul are all absorbed in the belly. The rudest form of animal life, physiologists tell us, is simply a locomotive stomach. Verily, it would appear as if our social state had a tendency to make the highest animal sink into the lowest. At about 7 years of age, the girls first go into the streets to sell. A shallow basket is given to them, with about 2 shillings for stock money, and they hawk, according to the time of year, either oranges, apples, or violets. Some begin their street education with the sale of watercresses. The money earned by this means is strictly given to the parents. Sometimes, though rarely, a girl who has been unfortunate during the day will not dare to return home at night, and then she will sleep under some dry arch or about some market until the morrow's gains shall ensure her a safe reception and shelter in her father's room. The life of the coster girls is as severe as that of the boys. Between 4 and 5 in the morning they have to leave home for the markets, and sell in the streets until about 9. Those that have more kindly parents return then to breakfast, but many are obliged to earn the morning's meal for themselves. After breakfast they generally remain in the streets until about 10 o'clock at night, many having nothing during all that time but one meal of bread and butter and coffee, to enable them to support the fatigue of walking from street to street with the heavy basket on their heads. In the course of a day, some girls eat as much as a pound of bread, and very seldom get any meat, unless it be on a Sunday. There are many poor families that without the aid of these girls would be forced into the workhouse. They are generally of an affectionate disposition, and some will perform acts of marvellous heroism to keep together the little home. It is not at all unusual for mere children of 15 to walk their 8 or 10 miles a day, carrying a basket of nearly 200 weight on their heads. A journey to Woolwich and back, or to the towns near London, is often undertaken to earn the 1 shilling and sixpence their parents are anxiously waiting for at home. Very few of these girls are married to the men they afterwards live with. Their courtship is usually a very short one, for, as one told me, "The life is such a hard one that a girl is ready to get rid of a little of the labour at any price." The coster lads see the girls at market, and if one of them be pretty, and a boy takes a fancy to her, he will make her bargains for her, and carry her basket home. Sometimes a coster working his rounds will feel a liking for a wench selling her goods in the street, and will leave his barrow to go and talk with her. A girl seldom takes up with a lad before she is 16, though some of them, when barely 15 or even 14, will pair off. They court for a time, going to raffles and gaffs together, and then the affair is arranged. The girl tells her parents she's going to keep company with so-and-so, packs up what things she has, and goes at once, without a word of remonstrance from either father or mother. A furnished room, at about 4 shillings a week, is taken, and the young couple begin life. The lad goes out as usual with his barrow, and the girl goes out with her basket, often working harder for her lover than she had done for her parents. They go to market together, and at about 9 o'clock her day's selling begins. Very often she will take out with her in the morning what food she requires during the day, and never return home until 11 o'clock at night. The men generally behave very cruelly to the girls they live with. They are as faithful to them as if they were married, but they are jealous in the extreme. To see a man talking to their girl is sufficient to ensure the poor thing a beating. They sometimes ill-treat them horribly, most unmercifully indeed. Nevertheless, the girls say they cannot help loving them still, and continue working for them as if they experienced only kindness at their hands. Some of the men are gentler and more considerate in their treatment of them, but by far the larger portion are harsh and merciless. Often, when the Saturday night's earnings of the two have been large, the man will take the entire money, and as soon as the Sunday's dinner is over, commence drinking hard, and continue drunk for 2 or 3 days together, until the funds are entirely exhausted. The women never gamble. They say it gives them no excitement. They prefer, if they have a spare moment in the evening, sitting near the fire, making up and patching their clothes. "Ah, sir," said a girl to me, "a neat gown does a deal with a man. He always likes a girl best when everybody else likes her too." On a Sunday they clean their room for the week and go for a treat, if they can persuade their young man to take them out in the afternoon, either to Chalk Farm or Battersea Fields, where there's plenty of life. After a girl has once grown accustomed to a street life, it is almost impossible to wean her from it. The muscular irritability begotten by continued wandering makes her unable to rest for any time in one place, and she soon, if put to any settled occupation, gets to crave for the severe exercise she formerly enjoyed. The least restraint will make her sigh after the perfect liberty of the coster's roving life. As an instance of this, I may relate a fact that has occurred within the last 6 months. A gentleman of high literary repute, struck with the heroic strugglings of a coster Irish girl to maintain her mother, took her to his house with a view of teaching her the duties of a servant. At first the transition was a painful one to the poor thing. Having travelled barefoot through the streets since a mere child, the pressure of shoes was intolerable to her, and in the evening, or whenever a few minutes' rest could be obtained, the boots were taken off, for with them on she could enjoy no ease. The perfect change of life and the novelty of being in a new place reconciled her for some time to the loss of her liberty. But no sooner did she hear from her friends that sprats were again in the market, than, as if there were some magical influence in the fish, she at once requested to be freed from the confinement and permitted to return to her old calling. Such is the history of the lower class of girls, though this lower class, I regret to say, constitutes by far the greater portion of the whole. Still, I would not for a moment have it inferred that all are bad. There are many young girls getting their living, or rather helping to get the living of others in the streets, whose goodness, considering the temptations and hardships besetting such an occupation, approximates to the marvellous. As a type of the most prudent class of coster girls, I would cite the following narrative received from the lips of a young woman in answer to a series of questions. The life of a coster girl. I wished to have obtained a statement from the girl whose portrait is here given, but she was afraid to give the slightest information about the habits of her companions, lest they should recognise her by the engraving and persecute her for the revelations she might make. After disappointing me some dozen times, I was forced to seek out some other coster girl. The one I fixed upon was a fine-grown young woman of 18. She had a habit of curtsying to every question that was put to her. Her plaid shawl was tied over the breast, and her cotton velvet bonnet was crushed in with carrying her basket. She seemed dreadfully puzzled where to put her hands, at one time tucking them under her shawl, warming them at the fire, or measuring the length of her apron, and when she answered a question she invariably addressed the fireplace. Her voice was husky from shouting apples. My mother has been in the streets selling all her lifetime. Her uncle learnt her the markets, and she learnt me. When business grew bad, she said to me, "Now you shall take care on the stall, and I'll go and work out charing." The way she learnt me the markets was to judge of the weight of the baskets of apples, and then, said she, "Always bate 'em down, almost a half." I always liked the street life very well. That was if I was selling. I've mostly kept a stall myself, but I've known gals as walk about with apples, as have told me that the weight of the baskets is sich that the neck cricks, and when the load is took off, it's just as if you'd a stiff neck, and the head feels as light as a feather. The gals begins working very early at our work. The parents makes them go out when almost babies. There's a little gal, I'm sure she ain't more than 7:30, that stands selling watercresses next my stall. And mother was saying, only look there, how that little one has to get a living afore she almost knows what a penn'orth means. There's 6 on us in family, and father and mother makes 8. Father used to do odd jobs with the gas pipes in the streets, and when work was slack, we had very hard times of it. Mother always liked being with us at home, and used to manage to keep us employed out of mischief. She'd give us an old gown to make into pinafores for the children and such like. She's been very good to us, says mother, and so's father. She always liked to hear us read to her whilst she was washing or such like. and then we big ones had to learn the little ones. But when father's work got slack, if she had no employment charing, she'd say, 'Now I'll go and buy a bushel of apples,' and then she'd turn out and get a penny that way. I suppose by sitting at the stall from 9 in the morning till the shops shuts up, say 10 o'clock at night, I can earn about 1 shilling and sixpence a day. It's all according to the apples, whether they're good or not, what we makes. If I'm unlucky, mother will say, 'Well, I'll go out tomorrow and see what I can do.' And if I've done well, she'll say, 'Come, you're a good hand at it. You've done famous.' Yes, mother's very fair that way. There's many a gal I knows whose back has to suffer if she don't sell her stock well. But thank God I never got more than a blowing up. My parents is very fair to me. I dare say there ain't 10 out of 100 gals what's living with men what's been married Church of England fashion. I know plenty myself, but I don't indeed think it right. It seems to me that the gals is fools to be ticed away, but in course they needn't go without they likes. This is why I don't think it's right. Perhaps a man will have a few words with his gal, and he'll say, 'Oh, I ain't obligated to keep her,' and he'll turn her out. And then where's that poor gal to go? Now, there's a gal I knows as came to me no later than this here week, and she had a dreadful swole face, and a awful black eye, and I says, 'Who's done that?' And she says she, 'Why, Jack,' just in that way. And then she says she, 'I'm going to take a warrant out tomorrow.' Well, he gets the warrant that same night, but she never appears again him, for fear of getting more beating. That don't seem to me like married people ought to be. Besides, if parties is married, they ought to bend to each other, and they won't for certain if they're only living together. A man as is married is obligated to keep his wife if they quarrels or not, and he says to himself, says he, 'Well, I may as well live happy, like.' But if he can turn a poor gal off as soon as he tires of her, he begins to have noises with her, and then gets quit of her altogether. Again, the men takes the money of the gals, and in course ought to treat 'em well, which they don't. This is another reason. When the gal is in the family way, the lads mostly sends them to the workhouse to lay in, and only goes sometimes to take them a bit of tea and sugar. But in course married men wouldn't behave in such likes to their poor wives. After a quarrel, too, a lad goes and takes up with another young gal, and that isn't pleasant for the first one. The first step to ruin is them places of penny gaffs, for they hears things there as oughtn't to be said to young gals. Besides, the lads is very insinuating, and after leaving them places will give a gal a drop of beer and make her half tipsy, and then they makes their arrangements. I've often heard the boys boasting of having ruined gals, for all the world as if they was the first noblemen in the land. It would be a good thing if these sort of goings on could be stopped. It's half the parents' fault, for if a gal can't get a living, they turns her out into the streets, and then what's to become of her? I'm sure the gals, if they was married, would be happier, because they couldn't be beat worse. And if they was married, they'd get a nice home about 'em, whereas if they's only living together, they takes a furnished room. I'm sure, too, that it's a bad plan, for I've heard the girls themselves say, I wish I'd never seed Jack, or Tom, or whatever it is. I'm sure I'd never be half so bad but for him.' Only last night father was talking about religion. We often talks about religion. Father has told me that God made the world, and I've heard him talk about the first man and woman as was made and lived. It must be more than 100 years ago, but I don't like to speak on what I don't know. Father, too, has told me about our Saviour, what was nailed on a cross to suffer for such poor people as we is. Father has told us, too, about his giving a great many poor people a penny loaf and a bit of fish each, which proves him to have been a very kind gentleman. The 10 Commandments was made by him, I've heard say, and he performed them, too, among other miracles. This is part of what our Saviour tells us. We are to forgive everybody, and do nobody no injury. I don't think I could forgive an enemy if she injured me very much. I'm sure I don't know why I couldn't, unless it is that I'm poor, and never learnt to do it. If a gal stole my shawl and didn't return it back, or give me the value on it, I couldn't forgive her. But if she told me she lost it off her back, I shouldn't be so hard on her. We poor girls ain't very religious, but we are better than the men, We all of us thanks God for everything, even for a fine day. As for sprats, we always says they're God's blessing for the poor, and thinks it hard of the Lord Mayor not to let 'em come in afore the 9th of November, just because he wants to dine off them, which he always do. Yes, we knows for certain that they eats plenty of sprats at the Lord Mayor's blanket. They say in the Bible that the world was made in 6 days, the beasts, the birds, the fish and all, and sprats was among them in course. There was only one house at that time as was made, and that was the ark for Adam and Eve and their family. It seems very wonderful indeed how all this world was done so quick. I should have thought that England alone would have took double the time, shouldn't you, sir? But then it says in the Bible, God Almighty's a just and true God, and in course time would be nothing to him. When a good person is dying, we says the Lord has called upon him, and he must go, but I can't think what it means, unless it is that an angel comes, like when we're a-dreaming, and tells the party he's wanted in heaven. I know where heaven is, it's above the clouds, and they're placed there to prevent us seeing into it. That's where all the good people go. But I'm afeard, she continued solemnly, there's very few costers among the angels, especially those as deceives poor girls. No, I don't think this world could well go on for ever. There's a great deal of ground in it, certainly, and it seems very strong at present, but they say there's to be a flood on the earth, and earthquakes, and that will destroy it. The earthquake ought to have took place some time ago, as people tells me, but I never heard any more about it. If we cheats in the streets, I know we shan't go to heaven, but it's very hard upon us, for if we didn't cheat, we couldn't live, profits is so bad. It's the same with the shops, and I suppose the young men there won't go to heaven neither. But if people won't give the money, both costers and tradesmen must cheat, and that's very hard. Why, look at apples. Customers want them for less than they cost us, and so we are forced to shove, in bad times as well as good times. And if we're to suffer for that, it does seem to me dreadful cruel. Curious and extravagant as this statement may perhaps appear to the uninitiated, nevertheless it is here given as it was spoken, and it was spoken with an earnestness that proved the poor girl looked upon it as a subject, the solemnity of which forced her to be truthful. End of section 8. Section 9 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 9. Of costermongers and thieves. Concerning the connection of these two classes, I had the following account from a costermonger. I've known the coster trade for 12 years, and never knew thieves go out a-costering as a cloak. They may have done so, but I very much doubt it. Thieves go for an idle life, and costermongering don't suit them. Our chaps don't care a d-n who they associate with. If they're thieves, they meet 'em all the same, or anything that way. But costers buy what they call a gift, maybe it's a watch or coat what's been stolen, from any that has it to sell. A man will say, if you've a few shillings you may make a good thing of it. Why, this identical watch is only 20 shillings, and it's worth 50. So if the coster has money he buys. Thieves will get threepence, where a mechanic or a coster will earn a halfpenny. And the most ignorant of our people has a queer sort of respect for thieves, because of the money they make. Poverty's as much despised among costers as among other people. People that's badly off among us are called cursed. In bad weather, it's common for costers to curse themselves, as they call having no trade. Well, I'm cursed, they say when they can make no money. It's a common thing among them to shout after anyone they don't like that's reduced, well, ain't you cursed? The costers, I am credibly informed, gamble a great deal with the wealthier class of thieves, and win of them the greater part of the money they get. Of the more provident costermongers. Concerning this head I give the statement of a man whose information I found fully confirmed. We are not such a degraded set as some believe, sir, but a living doesn't tumble into a man's mouth nowadays. A good many of us costers rises into greengrocers and coal sheds, and still carries on their rounds as costers all the same. Why, in Locksfields I could show you 20 such, and you'd find them very decent men, sir, very. There's one man I know that's risen that way, who is worth hundreds of pounds, and keeps his horse and cart like a gentleman. They rises to be voters, and they all vote Liberal. Some marry the better kind of servants, such servant maids as wouldn't marry a rag and bottle shop, but doesn't object to a coal shed. It's mostly younger men that manages this. As far as I've observed, these costers, after they has settled and got to be housekeepers, don't turn their backs on their old mates. They'd have a nice life of it if they did. Yes, a very nice life. Of the homes of the costermongers. The costermongers usually reside in the courts and alleys in the neighbourhood of the different street markets. They themselves designate the locality where, so to speak, a colony of their people has been established, a coster district, and the entire metropolis is thus parcelled out, almost as systematically as if for the purposes of registration. These costermonger districts are as follows, and are here placed in the order of the numerical importance of the residents: the New Cut, Lambeth; Whitecross Street, Leather Lane; the Brill, Somerstown; Whitechapel, Camberwell, Walworth, Peckham, Bermondsey; the Broadway, Westminster; Shoreditch, Paddington and Edgware Road, Tottenham Court Road, Drury Lane, Old Street Road, Clare Market, Ratcliffe Highway, Lisson Grove, Petticoat and Rosemary Lane, Marylebone Lane, Oxford Street, Rotherhithe, Deptford, Dock Head, Greenwich, Commercial Road East, Poplar, Limehouse, Bethnal Green, Hackney Road, Kingsland, Camden Town. The homes of the costermongers in these places may be divided into three classes. Firstly, those who, by having a regular trade or by prudent economy, are enabled to live in comparative ease and plenty. Secondly, those who, from having a large family or by imprudent expenditure, are, as it were, struggling with the world. And thirdly, those who, for want of stock money or ill success in trade, are nearly destitute. The first home I visited was that of an old woman who, with the assistance of her son and girls, contrived to live in a most praiseworthy and comfortable manner. She and all her family were teetotalers, and may be taken as a fair type of the thriving costermonger. As I ascended a dark flight of stairs, a savoury smell of stew grew stronger at each step I mounted. The woman lived in a large, airy room on the first floor, the drawing-room, as she told me, laughing at her own joke, well lighted by a clean window, and I found her laying out the savoury-smelling dinner looking most temptingly clean. The floor was as white as if it had been newly planed. The coke fire was bright and warm, making the lid of the tin saucepan on it rattle up and down as the steam rushed out. The wall over the fireplace was patched up to the ceiling with little square pictures of saints, and on the mantelpiece, between a row of bright tumblers and wine-glasses filled with odds and ends, stood glazed crockery-ware images of Prince Albert and Monsieur Julien. Against the walls, which were papered with hangings of 4 different patterns and colours, were hung several warm shawls, and in the bandbox, which stood on the stained chest of drawers, you could tell that the Sunday bonnet was stowed safely away from the dust. A turn-up bedspread thrown back, and covered with a many-coloured patchwork quilt, stood opposite to a long dresser, with its mugs and cups dangling from the hooks, and the clean blue plates and dishes ranged in order at the back. There were a few bushel baskets piled up in one corner. "But the apples smelt so," she said. "They left them in a stable at night." By the fire sat the woman's daughter, a pretty, meek-faced, grey-eyed girl of 16, who was home nursing for a cold. Steve, her boy, I was informed, was out working. With his help, the woman assured me, she could live very comfortably. God be praised! And when he got the barrow he was promised, she gave me to understand that their riches were to increase past reckoning. Her girl, too, was to be off at work as soon as Sprats came in. "It's on Lord Mayor's Day they comes in," said a neighbour, who had rushed up to see the strange gentleman. "They says he has 'em on his table, but I never seed 'em. They never gives us the pieces, no, not even the heads." And everyone laughed to their utmost. The good old dame was in high spirits, her dark eyes sparkling as she spoke about her Steve. The daughter, in a little time, lost her bashfulness, and informed me that one of the Polish refugees was a-courting Mrs. M., who had given him a pair of black eyes. On taking my leave, I was told by the mother that their silver-gilt Dutch clock, with its glass face and black-leaded weights, was the best one in London, and might be relied on with the greatest safety. As a specimen of the dwellings of the struggling costers, the following may be cited. The man, a tall, thick-built, almost good-looking fellow, with a large fur cap on his head, lived with his family in a front kitchen, and as there were, with his mother-in-law, 5 persons and only 1 bed, I was somewhat puzzled to know where they could all sleep. The barrow, standing on the railings over the window, half shut out the light, and when anyone passed, there was a momentary shadow thrown over the room, and a loud rattling of the iron gratings above that completely prevented all conversation. When I entered, the mother-in-law was reading aloud one of the threepenny papers to her son, who lolled on the bed that, with its curtains, nearly filled the room. There was the usual attempt to make the fireside comfortable. The stone sides had been well whitened, and the mantelpiece decorated with its small tin trays, tumblers, and a piece of looking-glass. A cat with a kitten were seated on the hearth-rug in front. "They keeps the varmint away," said the woman, stroking the puss, "and gives a look of home." By the drawers were piled up 4-bushel baskets, and in a dark corner near the bed stood a tall measure full of apples that scented the room. Over the head, on a string that stretched from wall to wall, dangled a couple of newly washed shirts, and by the window were 2 stone barrels, for lemonade when the coster visited the fairs and races. Whilst we were talking, the man's little girl came home. For a poor man's child she was dressed to perfection. Her pinafore was clean, her face shone with soap, and her tidy cotton print gown had clearly been newly put on that morning. She brought news that Janey was coming home from Auntie's, and instantly a pink cotton dress was placed by the mother-in-law before the fire to air. Note: it appeared that Janey was out at service, and came home once a week to see her parents and take back a clean frock. End note. Although these people were living, so to speak, in a cellar, still every endeavour had been made to give the home a look of comfort. The window, with its paper-patched panes, had a clean calico blind. The side table was dressed up with yellow jugs and cups and saucers, and the bandboxes had been stowed away on the flat top of the bedstead. All the chairs, which were old-fashioned mahogany ones, had sound backs and bottoms. Of the 3rd class, or the very poor, I chose the following type out of the many others that presented themselves. The family here lived in a small slanting-roofed house, partly stripped of its tiles. More than 1/2 of the small leaden squares of the first-floor window were covered with brown paper, puffing out and crackling in the wind, while through the greater part of the others were thrust out ball-shaped bundles of rags to keep out the breeze. The panes that did remain were of all shapes and sizes, and, at a distance, had the appearance of yellow glass, they were so stained with dirt. I opened a door with a number chalked on it, and groped my way up a broken, tottering staircase. It took me some time after I had entered the apartment before I could get accustomed to the smoke that came pouring into the room from the chimney. The place was filled with it, curling in the light, and making everything so indistinct that I could with difficulty see the white mugs ranged in the corner cupboard, not 3 yards from me. When the wind was in the north, or when it rained, it was always that way, I was told. But otherwise, said an old dame about 60, with long grisly hair spreading over her black shawl, It is pretty good for that." On a mattress on the floor lay a pale-faced girl, 18 years old last 12th cake day, her drawn-up form showing in the patchwork counterpane that covered her. She had just been confined, and the child had died. A little straw stuffed into an old tick was all she had to lie upon, and even that had been given up to her by the mother until she was well enough to work again. To shield her from the light of the window, a cloak had been fastened up slantingly across the panes, and on a string that ran along the wall was tied amongst the bonnets a clean nightcap. "Against the doctor came," as the mother, curtsying, informed me. By the side of the bed, almost hidden in the dark shade, was a pile of sieve baskets, crowned by the flat shallow that the mother worked with. The room was about 9 feet square, and furnished a home for 3 women. The ceiling slanted like that of a garret, and was the colour of old leather, excepting a few rough white patches where the tenants had rudely mended it. The white light was easily seen through the laths, and in one corner a large patch of the paper looped down from the wall. One night the family had been startled from their sleep by a large mass of mortar, just where the roof bulged in, falling into the room. "We never want rainwater," the woman told me, "for we can catch plenty just over the chimney place." They had made a carpet out of 3 or 4 old mats. They were obligated to it for fear of dropping anything through the boards into the donkey stables in the parlour underneath. "But we only pay 9d. a week rent," said the old woman, "and mustn't grumble." The only ornament in the place was on the mantelpiece, an old earthenware sugar basin, well silvered over, that had been given by the eldest girl when she died, as a remembrance to her mother. 2 cracked teacups, on their inverted saucers, stood on each side, and dressed up the fireside into something like tidiness. The chair I sat on was by far the best out of the 3 in the room, and that had no back, and only half its quantity of straw. The parish, the old woman told me, allowed her 1 shilling a week and 2 loaves, but the doctor ordered her girl to take sago and milk, and she was many a time sorely puzzled to get it. The neighbours helped her a good deal, and often sent her part of their unsold greens. Even if it was only the outer leaves of the cabbages, she was thankful for them. Her other girl, a big-boned wench with a red shawl crossed over her bosom and her black hair parted on one side, did all she could, and so they lived on. As long as they kept out of the big house, the workhouse, she would not complain. I never yet beheld so much destitution borne with so much content. Verily, the acted philosophy of the poor is a thing to make those who write and preach about it hide their heads. Of the dress of the costermongers. From the homes of the costermongers we pass on to a consideration of their dress. The costermonger's ordinary costume partakes of the durability of the warehouseman's, with the quaintness of that of the stable-boy. A well-to-do coster, when dressed for the day's work, usually wears a small cloth cap, a little on one side. A close-fitting worsted tie-up skull-cap is very fashionable just now among the class, and ringlets at the temples are looked up to as the height of elegance. Hats they never wear, excepting on Sunday, on account of their baskets being frequently carried on their heads. Coats are seldom indulged in. Their waistcoats, which are of a broad-ribbed corduroy, with fustian back and sleeves, being made as long as a groom's, and buttoned up nearly to the throat. If the corduroy be of a light sandy colour, then plain brass or sporting buttons, with raised foxes or stags' heads upon them, or else black bone buttons with a flower pattern, ornament the front. But if the cord be of a dark rat-skin hue, then mother-of-pearl buttons are preferred. 2 large pockets, sometimes 4, with huge flaps or lapels like those in a shooting coat, are commonly worn. If the costermonger be driving a good trade, and have his set of regular customers, he will sport a blue cloth jacket, similar in cut to the cord ones above described, but this is looked upon as an extravagance of the highest order, for the slime and scales of the fish stick to the sleeves and shoulders of the garment, so as to spoil the appearance of it in a short time. The fashionable stuff for trousers at the present is a dark-coloured cable cord, and they are made to fit tightly at the knee and swell gradually until they reach the boot, which they nearly cover. Velveteen is now seldom worn, and knee breeches are quite out of date. Those who deal wholly in fish wear a blue serge apron, either hanging down or tucked up round their waist. The costermonger, however, prides himself most of all upon his neckerchief and boots. Men, women, boys, and girls all have a passion for these articles. The man who does not wear his silk neckerchief, his king's man as it is called, is known to be in desperate circumstances, the inference being that it has gone to supply the morning's stock money. A yellow flower on a green ground, or a red and blue pattern, is at present greatly in vogue. The women wear their kerchiefs tucked in under their gowns, and the men have theirs wrapped loosely round the neck, with the ends hanging over their waistcoats. Even if a costermonger has 2 or 3 silk handkerchiefs by him already, he seldom hesitates to buy another when tempted with a bright showy pattern hanging from a Field Lane doorpost. The costermonger's love of a good strong boot is a singular prejudice that runs throughout the whole class. From the father to the youngest child, all will be found well shod. So strong is their predilection in this respect, that a costermonger may be immediately known by a glance at his feet. He will part with everything rather than his boots, and to wear a pair of second-hand ones, or translators, as they are called, is felt as a bitter degradation by them all. Among the men this pride has risen to such a pitch that many will have their upper leathers tastily ornamented, and it is not uncommon to see the younger men of this class with a heart or a thistle surrounded by a wreath of roses worked below the instep on their boots. The general costume of the women or girls is a black velveteen or straw bonnet, with a few ribbons or flowers, and almost always a net cap fitting closely to the cheek. The silk king's man covering their shoulders is sometimes tucked into the neck of the printed cotton gown, and sometimes the ends are brought down outside to the apron strings. Silk dresses are never worn by them. They rather despise such articles. The petticoats are worn short, ending at the ankles, just high enough to show the whole of the much admired boots. Coloured or illustrated shirts, as they are called, are especially objected to by the men. On the Sunday, no costermonger will, if he can possibly avoid it, wheel a barrow. If a shilling be an especial object to him, he may perhaps take his shallow and head basket as far as Chalk Farm or some neighbouring resort, but even then he objects strongly to the Sunday trading. They leave this to the Jews and Irish, who are always willing to earn a penny, as they say. The prosperous coster will have his holiday on the Sunday, and if possible his Sunday suit as well, which usually consists of a rough beaver hat, brown petersham with velvet facings of the same colour, and cloth trousers with stripes down the side. The women generally manage to keep by them a cotton gown of a bright showy pattern, and a new shawl. As one of the craft said to me, costers likes to see their gals and wives look ladylike when they takes them out. Such of the costers as are not in a flourishing way of business seldom make any alteration in their dress on the Sunday. There are but 5 tailors in London who make the garb proper to costermongers. One of these is considered somewhat slop, or, as a coster called him, a springer up. This springer up is blamed by some of the costermongers, who condemn him for employing women at reduced wages. A whole court of costermongers, I was assured, would withdraw their custom from a tradesman if one of their body, who had influence among them, showed that the tradesman was unjust to his workpeople. The tailor in question issues bills after the following fashion. I give one verbatim, merely withholding the address, for obvious reasons. One try, you'll come again. Slap-up tog and out-and-out Kixie's builder. Mr. Blank nabs the chance of putting his customers awake that he's just made his escape from Russia, not forgetting to clap his maulies upon some of the right sort of ducks, to make single and double-backed slops for gentlemen in black, when on his return home he was stunned to find one of the top manufacturers of Manchester had cut his lucky and stepped off to the Swan Stream, leaving behind him a valuable stock of moleskins, cords, velveteens, plushes, swandowns, and so on, and I, having some ready in my kick, grabbed the chance and stepped home with me swag, and am now safe landed at my crib. I can turn out toggery of every description very slap up, at the following low prices for ready gilt, tick being no go. Upper Benjamins, built on a downy plan, a monarch to half a finnaf. Slap up velveteen togs, lined with the same, £1 1/4 and a peg. Moleskin, ditto, any colour, lined with the same, 1 couter. A pair of kerseymere Kixies, any colour, built very slap up, with the artful dodge, a canary. Pair of stout cord, ditto, built in the Melton Mowbray style, half a sov. Pair of very broad cord, ditto, made very saucy, 9 bob and a kick. Pair of long sleeve moleskin, all colours, built hanky-spanky, with a double fakement down the side, and artful buttons at bottom, half a monarch. Pair of stout ditto, built very serious, 9 times. Pair of out-and-out fancy sleeve Kixies, cut to drop down on the trotters, 2 bulls. Waist togs, cut long, with moleskin back and sleeves, 10 peg. Blue cloth ditto, cut slap, with pearl buttons, 14 peg. Mud pipes, kneecaps, and trotter cases, built very low. A decent allowance made to seedy swells, tea-kettle purgers, head-robbers, and flunkies, out of collar. N.B. Gentlemen finding their own brawdy can be accommodated. Of the diet and drink of costermongers. It is less easy to describe the diet of costermongers than it is to describe that of many other of the labouring classes, for their diet, so to speak, is an outdoor one. They breakfast at a coffee stall, and, if all their means have been expended in purchasing their stock, and none of it be yet sold, they expend on the meal only 1 penny, reserved for the purpose. For this sum they can procure a small cup of coffee and 2 thin, note, that is to say, 2 thin slices of bread and butter, end note. For dinner, which on a weekday is hardly ever eaten at the costermonger's abode, they buy block ornaments, as they call the small dark-coloured pieces of meat exposed on the cheap butcher's blocks or counters. These they cook in a tap-room, half a pound costing 2d. If time be an object, the coster buys a hot pie or 2, preferring fruit pies when in season, and next to them meat pies. "We never eat eel pies," said one man to me, "because we know they're often made of large dead eels. We, of all people, are not to be had that way." But the aristocrats eats them, and never knows the difference. I did not hear that these men had any repugnance to meat pies, but the use of the dead eel happens to come within the immediate knowledge of the costermongers, who are indeed its purveyors. Saveloys, with a pint of beer or a glass of short, note, neat gin, end note, is with them another common weekday dinner. The costers make all possible purchases of street dealers, and pride themselves in thus sticking to their own. On Sunday, the costermonger, when not cracked up, enjoys a good dinner at his own abode. This is always a joint, most frequently a shoulder or half-shoulder of mutton, and invariably with lots of good taters baked along with it. In the quality of their potatoes these people are generally particular. The costermonger's usual beverage is beer, and many of them drink hard, having no other way of spending their leisure but in drinking and gambling. It is not unusual in a good time for a costermonger to spend 12 shillings out of every 20 shillings in beer and pleasure. I ought to add that the single fellows, instead of living on block ornaments and the like, live, when doing well, on the best fare at the spiciest cookshops on their rounds or in the neighbourhood of their residence. There are some families of costermongers who have persevered in carrying out the principles of teetotalism. One man thought there might be 200 individuals, including men, women, and children, who practised total abstinence from intoxicating drinks. These parties are nearly all somewhat better off than their drinking companions. The number of teetotalers among the costers, however, was more numerous 3 or 4 years back. Of the cries, rounds, and days of costermongers. I shall now proceed to treat of the London costermongers' mode of doing business. In the first place, all the goods they sell are cried or hawked, and the cries of the costermongers in the present day are as varied as the articles they sell. The principal ones, uttered in a sort of cadence, are now, "New mackerel, 6 a shilling." Note, "I've got a good jacketing many a Sunday morning," said one dealer, "for waking people up with crying mackerel, but I've said I must live while you sleep." End note. "Buy a pair of live soles, 3 pair for 6pence." Or, with a barrow, "Soles, a penny a pair, a penny a pair." "Place alive, cheap." "Buy a pound crab, cheap." "Pineapples, halfpenny a slice." "Mussels, a penny a quart." "Oysters, a penny a lot." "Salmon alive, 6pence a pound." "Cod alive, 2pence a pound." "Real Yarmouth bloaters, 2 a penny." "New herrings alive, 16 a groat." Note, this is the loudest cry of any. End note. "Penny a bunch turnips." Note, the same with greens, cabbages, and so on. End note. "All new nuts, penny half pint." "Oranges, 2 a penny." "All large and alive-o, new sprats. Oh, penny a plate." "Wild Hampshire rabbits, 2 a shilling." "Cherry ripe, 2pence a pound." "Fine ripe plums, penny a pint." "Ingans, a penny a quart." "Eels, 3 pounds a shilling." "Large live eels, 3 pounds a shilling." The continual calling in the streets is very distressing to the voice. One man told me that it had broken his, and that very often, while out, he lost his voice altogether. "They seem to have no breath," the men say, "after calling for a little while." The repeated shouting brings on a hoarseness, which is one of the peculiar characteristics of hawkers in general. The costers mostly go out with a boy to cry their goods for them. If they have 2 or 3 hallooing together, it makes more noise than one, and the boys can shout better and louder than the men. The more noise they can make in a place, the better they find their trade. Street selling has been so bad lately that many have been obliged to have a drum for their bloaters, to drum the fish off, as they call it. In the second place, the costermongers, as I said before, have mostly their little bit of a round. That is, they go only to certain places, and if they don't sell their goods, they work back the same way again. If they visit a respectable quarter, they confine themselves to the mews near the gentlemen's houses. They generally prefer the poorer neighbourhoods. They go down or through almost all the courts and alleys, and avoid the better kind of streets, unless with lobsters, rabbits, or onions. If they have anything inferior, they visit the low Irish districts, for the Irish people, they say, want only quantity and care nothing about quality. That they don't study. But if they have anything they wish to make a price of, they seek out the mews, and try to get it off among the gentlemen's coachmen, for they will have what is good. Or else they go among the residences of mechanics, for their wives, they say, like good living as well as the coachmen. Some costers, on the other hand, go chance rounds. Concerning the busiest days of the week for the costers' trade, they say Wednesdays and Fridays are the best, because they are regular fish days. These 2 days are considered to be those on which the poorer classes generally run short of money. Wednesday night is called draw night among some mechanics and labourers, that is, they then get a portion of their wages in advance, and on Friday they run short as well as on the Wednesday, and have to make shift for their dinners. With the few halfpence they have left, they are glad to pick up anything cheap, and the street fishmonger never refuses an offer. Besides, he can supply them with a cheaper dinner than any other person. In the season, the poor generally dine upon herrings. The poorer classes live mostly on fish, and the dropped and rough fish is bought chiefly for the poor. The fish huckster has no respect for persons, however. One assured me that if Prince Halbert was to stop him in the street to buy a pair of soles off him, he'd as soon sell him a rough pair as any other man. Indeed, I'd take in my own father, he added, if he wanted to deal with me. Saturday is the worst day of all for fish, for then the poor people have scarcely anything at all to spend. Saturday night, however, the street seller takes more money than at any other time in the week. Of the costermongers on their country rounds. Some costermongers go what they term country rounds, and they speak of their country expeditions as if they were summer excursions of mere pleasure. They are generally variations from a life growing monotonous. It was computed for me that at present 3 out of every 20 costermongers take a turn in the country, at least once a year. Before the prevalence of railways, twice as many of these men carried their speculations in fish, fruit, or vegetables to a country mart. Some did so well that they never returned to London. 2, for instance, after a country round, settled at Salisbury. They are now regular shopkeepers, and very respectable too, was said to me, for I believe they're both pretty tidy off for money, and are growing rich. The railway communication supplies the local dealer with fish, vegetables, or any perishable article with such rapidity and cheapness that the London itinerant's occupation in the towns and villages about the metropolis is now half gone. In the following statement by a costermonger, the mode of life on a country round is detailed with something of an assumption of metropolitan superiority. It was fine times, sir, 10 years back. Aye, and 5 year back, in the country. And it ain't so bad now if a man's known. It depends on that now far more than it did, and on a man's knowing how to work a village. Why, I can tell you, if it wasn't for such as me, there's many a man working on a farm would never taste such a nice thing as a fresh herring. Never, sir. It's a feast at a poor country labourer's place, when he springs 6 penn'orth of fresh herrings, some for supper and some in salt for the next day. I've taken a shilling's worth to a farmer's door on a darkish night in a cold autumn, and they'd a warm and good dish for supper, and looked on me as a sort of friend. We carry them relishes from London, and they like London relishes, for we know how to set them off. I've fresh herringed a whole village near Guildford, first thing in the morning. I've drummed round Guildford too, and done well. I've waked up Kingston with herrings. I've been as welcome as anything to the soldiers in the barracks at Brentwood and Romford and Maidstone with my fresh herrings, for they're good customers. In 2 days I've made £2 out of 10 shillings worth of fresh herrings bought at Billingsgate. I always lodge at a public house in the country, so do all of us, for the publicans are customers. We are well received at the public houses. Some of us go there for the handiness of the lush. I've done pretty well with red herrings in the country. A barrel holds, say, 800. We sell the barrels at 6pence apiece, and the old women fight after them. They pitch and tar them to make water barrels. More of us would settle in the country, only there's no life there. The most frequented round is from Lambeth to Wandsworth, Kingston, Richmond, Guildford, and Farnham. The costermonger is then sold out, as he calls it. He has disposed of his stock, and returns by the way which is most lightly told, no matter if the saving of 1 penny or 2pence entail some miles extra travelling. It cost me 15 pence for tolls from Guildford for an empty cart and donkey, said a costermonger just up from the country. Another round is to Croydon, Reigate, and the neighbourhoods. Another to Edgware, Kilburn, Watford, and Barnet. Another to Maidstone. But the costermonger, if he starts trading at a distance, as he now does frequently, has his barrow and goods sent down by railway to such towns as Maidstone, so he saves the delay and cost of a donkey cart. A mate sees to the transmission of the goods from London, the owner walking to Maidstone to be in readiness to work them immediately he receives them. "The railway's an ease and a saving," I was told. "I've got a stock sent for 2 shillings, and a donkey's keep would cost that for the time it would be in travelling. There's 5,000 of us, I think, might get a living in the country if we stuck to it entirely." If the country enterprise be a failure, the men sometimes abandon it in a pet, sell their goods at any loss, and walk home, generally getting drunk as the first step to their return. Some have been known to pawn their barrow on the road for drink. This they call doing queer. In summer the costermongers carry plums, peas, new potatoes, cucumbers, and quantities of pickling vegetables, especially green walnuts, to the country. In winter their commodities are onions, fresh and red herrings, and sprats. "I don't know how it is," said one man to me, "but we sell inguns and all sorts of fruits and vegetables cheaper than they can buy them where they're grown. And green walnuts too, when you'd think they had only to be knocked off a tree." Another costermonger told me that in the country he and his mates attended every dance or other amusement, if it wasn't too respectable. Another said, "If I'm idle in the country on a Sunday, I never go to church. I never was in a church. I don't know why, for my silk handkerchief's worth more than one of their smock frocks, and is quite as respectable." Some costermongers confine their exertions to the fairs and races, and many of them are connected with the gipsies, who are said to be the usual receivers of the stolen handkerchiefs at such places. Of the earnings of costermongers. The earnings of the costermonger, the next subject of inquiry that, in due order, presents itself, vary as much as in more fashionable callings, for he is greatly dependent on the season, though he may be little affected by London being full or empty. Concurrent testimony supplied me with the following estimate of their earnings. I cite the average earnings, apart from any charges or drawbacks, of the most staple commodities. In January and February the costers generally sell fish. In these months the wealthier of the street fishmongers, or those who can always command money to go to market, enjoy a kind of monopoly. The wintry season renders the supply of fish dearer and less regular, so that the poorer dealers cannot buy at first hand, and sometimes cannot be supplied at all, while the others monopolize the fish more or less, and will not sell it to any of the other street dealers until a profit has been realized out of their regular customers, and the demand partially satisfied. "Why, I've known one man sell £10 worth of fish, most of it mackerel, at his stall in Whitecross Street," said a costermonger to me, "and all in one snowy day in last January. It was very stormy at that time, and fish came in unregular, and he got a haul. I've known him sell £2 worth in an hour, and once £2 10s worth, for I then helped at his stall. If people has dinner parties, they must have fish, and gentlemen's servants came to buy." The average earnings, however, of those that go rounds in these months are computed not to exceed 8 shillings a week, Monday and Saturday being days of little trade in fish. "March is dreadful," said an itinerant fish seller to me. "We don't average, I'm satisfied, more nor 4 shillings a week. I've had my barrow idle for a week sometimes, at home every day, though it had to be paid for all the same. At the latter end of March, if it's fine, it's 1 shilling a week. Better, because there's flower roots in, all a-growing, you know, sir. And that lasts until April, and we then make above 6 shillings a week. I've heard people say when I've cried, 'all a-growing' on a finish day, 'Aye, now summer's a-coming.' I wish you may get it," says I to myself, "for I've studied the seasons." In May the costermonger's profit is greater. He vends fresh fish, of which there is a greater supply and a greater demand, and the fine and often not very hot weather ensures its freshness, and he sells dried herrings and roots, as they are called, such as wallflowers and stocks, The average earnings then are from 10 shillings to 12 shillings a week. In June, new potatoes, peas and beans tempt the costermonger's customers, and then his earnings rise to £1 a week. In addition to this £1, if the season allow, a costermonger at the end of the week, I was told by an experienced hand, will earn an extra 10 shillings if he has anything of a round. Why, I've cleared 30 shillings myself, he added, on a Saturday night. In July, cherries are the principal article of traffic, and then the profit varies from 4 shillings to 8 shillings a day, weather permitting, or 30 shillings a week on a low average. On my inquiry if they did not sell fish in that month, the answer was, "No, sir, we pitch fish to the blank. We stick to cherries, strawberries, raspberries and ripe currants, and gooseberries. Potatoes is getting good and cheap then, and so is peas. Many a round's worth £1 every day of the week." In August, the chief trading is in Orleans plums, greengages, apples and pears, and in this month the earnings are from 5 shillings to 6 shillings a day. Note, I may here remark that the costermongers care little to deal in either vegetables or fish when the fruit's in, but they usually carry a certain supply of vegetables all the year round for those customers who require them. End note. In September, apples are vended, and about 2 shillings and sixpence a day made. In October, the weather gets cold, I was told, and the apples gets fewer, and the day's work's over at 4. We then deals most in fish, such as soles. There's a good bit done in oysters, and we may make 1 shilling or 1 shilling and sixpence a day, but it's uncertain. In November, fish and vegetables are the chief commodities, and then from 1 shilling to 1 shilling and sixpence a day is made. But in the latter part of the month, an extra sixpence or shilling a day may be cleared, as sprats come in and sell well when newly introduced. In December, the trade is still principally in fish, and 12pence or 18p a day is the costermonger's earnings. Towards the close of the month, he makes rather more, as he deals in new oranges and lemons, holly, ivy, and so on, and in Christmas week he makes 3 shillings or 4 shillings a day. These calculations give an average of about 14 shillings and sixpence a week when a man pursues his trade regularly. One man calculated it for me at 15 shillings average the year through. That is, supposing, of course, that the larger earnings of the summer are carefully put by to eke out the winter's income. This, I need hardly say, is never done. Prudence is a virtue which is comparatively unknown to the London costermongers. They have no knowledge of savings banks, and to expect that they themselves should keep their money by them untouched for months, even if they had the means of so doing, is simply to expect impossibilities, to look for the continued withstanding of temptation among a class who are unused to the least moral or prudential restraint. Some costers, I am told, make upwards of 30 shillings a week all the year round, but allowing for cessations in the street trade, through bad weather, neglect, ill health, or casualty of any kind, and taking the more prosperous costers with the less successful, the English with the Irish, the men with the women, perhaps 10 shillings a week may be a fair average of the earnings of the entire body the year through. These earnings, I am assured, were 5 years ago at least 25% higher. Some said they made half as much again. "I can't make it out how it is," said one man, "but I remember that I could go out and sell 12 bushel of fruit in a day when sugar was dear, and now when sugar's cheap, I can't sell 3 bushel on the same round. Perhaps we want thinning." Such is the state of the working classes. Say all the costers, they have little or no money to spend. "Why, I can assure you," declared one of the parties, from whom I obtained much important information, "there's my missus. She sits at the corner of the street with fruit. 8 years ago she would have taken 8 shillings out of that street on a Saturday, and last Saturday week she had 1 bushel of apples, which cost 1 and sixpence. She was out from 10 in the morning till 10 at night, and all she took that day was 1 shilling and 7pence halfpenny. Go to whoever you will hear much upon the same thing. Another told me, the costers are often obliged to sell the things for what they gave for them. The people haven't got money to lay out with them. They tell us so, and if they're poor, we must be poor too. If we can't get a profit upon what goods we buy with our stock money, let it be our own or anybody's else, we're compelled to live upon it. And when that's broken into, we must either go to the workhouse or starve. If we go to the workhouse, they'll give us a piece of dry bread and abuse us worse than dogs. Indeed, the whole course of my narratives show how the costers generally, though far from universally, complain of the depressed state of their trade. The following statement was given to me by a man who for 12 years had been a stall-keeper in a street market. It shows to what causes he, and I found others express similar opinions, attributes the depression. I never knew things so bad as at present. Never. I had 6 prime codfish, weighing 15 pounds to 20 pounds each, yesterday and the day before, and had to take 2 home with me last night, and lost money on the others, besides all my time and trouble and expense. I had 100 herrings too, that cost 3 shillings, prime quality, and I only sold 10 out of them in a whole day. I had 2 pads of soles, sir, and lost 4 shillings, that is 1 pad, by them. I took only 4 shillings the first day I laid in this stock, and only 2 and 6pence the next. I then had to sell for anything I could get, and throw some away. Yet people say mine's a lazy, easy life. I think the fall-off is owing to meat being so cheap, because people buy that rather than my goods, as they think there's more stay in it. I'm afeard things'll get worse too. He then added, by way of sequitur, though it is difficult to follow the reasoning, if this here is free trade, then to H. with it, I say. Of the capital and income of the costermongers. I shall now pass from the consideration of the individual earnings to the income and capital of the entire body. Great pains have been taken to ensure exactitude on these points, and the following calculations are certainly below the mark. In order to be within due bounds, I will take the costermongers, exclusive of their wives and families, at 10,000, whereas it would appear that their numbers are upwards of 11,000. 1,000 carts at £3 3 shillings each, £3,150. Donkeys and occasionally ponies are harnessed to barrows. 5,000 barrows at £2 each, £10,000. 1,500 donkeys at £1 5 shillings each, £1,875. Note, one intelligent man thought there were 2,000 donkeys, but I account that in excess. End note. 200 ponies at £5 each, £1,000. Note, some of these ponies, among the very first-class men, are worth £20. One was sold by a coster for £30. End note. 1,700 sets of harness at 5 shillings each, £425. Note, all calculated as worn and second-hand. End note. 4,000 baskets, or shallows, at 1 shilling each, £200. 3,500 stalls or standings at 5 shillings each, £875. Note, the stall and barrow men have generally baskets to be used when required. End note. 10,000 weights, scales, and measures at 2 shillings and 6pence each, £1,250. Note, it is difficult to estimate this item with exactitude. Many average the value at 3 shillings and 4pence. End note. Stock money for 10,000 costers at 10 shillings each, £5,000. Total capital, £23,775. Very nearly £24,000 then, at the most moderate computation, represents the value of the animals, vehicles, and stock belonging to the costermongers in the streets of London. The keep of the donkeys is not here mixed up with their value, and I have elsewhere spoken of it. The whole course of my narrative shows that the bulk of the property in the street goods, and in the appliances for their sale, is in the hands of usurers as well as of the costers. The following account shows the sum paid yearly by the London costermongers for the hire, rent, or interest (note, I have heard each word applied) of their barrows, weights, baskets, and stock. Hire of 3,000 barrows at 1 shilling and threepence a week, £9,750. Hire of 600 weights, scales, and so on, at 1 shilling and sixpence a week for 2, and sixpence a week for 10 months, £1,020. Hire of 100 baskets, and so on, at sixpence a week, £130. Interest on £2,500 stock money at £125 a week, £6,500, calculating at 1 shilling interest weekly for 20 shillings. Total paid for hire and interest, £17,400. Concerning the income of the entire body of costermongers in the metropolis, I estimate the earnings of the 10,000 costermongers, taking the average of the year, at 10 shillings weekly. My own observations, the results of my inquiries, confirmed by the opinion of some of the most intelligent of the costermongers, induce me to adopt this amount. It must be remembered that if some costermongers do make 30 shillings a week through the year, others will not earn a fourth of it, and hence many of the complaints and sufferings of the class. Then there is the drawback in the sum paid for hire, interest, and so on, by numbers of these people, so that it appears to me that if we assume the income of the entire body, including Irish and English, to be 15 shillings a week per head in the summer, and 5 shillings a week each in the winter, as the two extremes, or a mean of 10 shillings a week all the year through, we shall not be far out either way. The aggregate earnings of the London costermongers at this rate are £5,000 per week, or £260,000 yearly. Reckoning that 30,000 individuals have to be supported out of this sum, it gives an average of 3 shillings 4pence a week per head. But it is important to ascertain not only the earnings or aggregate amount of profit made by the London costermongers in the course of the year, but likewise their receipts or aggregate amount of takings, and thus to arrive at the gross sum of money annually laid out by the poorer classes of the metropolis in the matter of fish, fruit, and vegetables alone. Assuming that the average profits of the costermongers are at the rate of 25%, note, and this, I am satisfied, is a high estimate, for we should remember that though cent per cent may be frequently obtained, still their goods, being of a perishable nature, are as frequently lost or sold off at a tremendous sacrifice. Assuming then, I say, that the average profits of the entire 10,000 individuals are 25% on the cost price of their stock, and that the aggregate amount of their profits or earnings is upwards of £260,000, it follows that the gross sum of money laid out with the London costers in the course of the 12-month is £1,040,000 sterling, a sum so enormous as almost to make us believe that the tales of individual want are matters of pure fiction. Large, however, as the amount appears in the mass, still, if distributed among the families of the working men and the poorer class of Londoners, it will be found that it allows but the merest pittance per head per week for the consumption of those articles which may be fairly said to constitute the staple commodities of the dinners and desserts of the poor. End of section 9. Section 10 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 10. Of the providence and improvidence of the costermongers. The costermongers, like all wandering tribes, have generally no foresight. Only an exceptional few are provident, and these are mostly the more intelligent of the class, though some of the very ignorant do occasionally save. The providence of the more intelligent costermonger enables him in some few cases to become a settled man, as I have before pointed out. He perhaps gets to be the proprietor of a coal shed with a greengrocery and potato business attached to it, and with the usual trade in oysters and ginger beer. He may, too, sometimes have a sum of money in the savings bank, or he may invest it in the purchase of a lease of the premises he occupies, or expend it in furnishing the rooms of his house to let them out to single men lodgers, or he may become a usurer, and lend out his money to his less provident brethren at £1,040 per cent per annum, or he may purchase largely at the markets, and engage youths to sell his surplus stock at half profits. The provident costermonger, who has thus got on in the world, is rarely speculative. He can hardly be induced to become a member of a building or freehold land society, for instance. He has been accustomed to an almost immediate return for his outlays, and distrusts any remote or contingent profit. A regular costermonger, or any who has been a regular costermonger in whatever trade he may be afterwards engaged, generally dies intestate, let his property be what it may, but there is seldom any dispute as to the disposition of his effects. The widow takes possession of them as a matter of course. If there be grown-up children, they may be estranged from home, and not trouble their heads about the matter, or if not estranged, an amicable arrangement is usually come to. The costermonger's dread of all courts of law, or of anything connected with the law, is only second to their hatred of the police. The more ignorant costermonger, on the other hand, if he be of a saving turn, and have no great passion for strong drink or gaming, is often afraid to resort to the simple modes of investment which I have mentioned. He will rather keep money in his pocket, for though it does not fructify there, at least it is safe. But this is only when provided with a donkey or pony what suits. When not so provided, he will suit himself forthwith. If, however, he have saved a little money, and have a craving after gambling or amusements, he is sure at last to squander it that way. Such a man, without any craving for drink or gaming, will often continue to pay usuriously for the hire of his barrow, not suspecting that he is purchasing it over and over and over again in his weekly payments. To suggest to him that he might place his money in a bank is to satisfy him that he would be had in some way or other, as he believes all banks and public institutions to be connected with government and the taxes and the police. Were anyone to advise a man of this class, and it must be remembered that I am speaking of the ignorant costers, to invest a spare £50, supposing he possessed it, in the 3 per cents, it would but provoke a snappish remark that he knew nothing about them, and would have nothing to do with them, for he would be satisfied that there was some cheatery at the bottom. If he could be made to understand what is meant by £3 per centum per annum, he would be sure to be indignant at the robbery of giving only 7.5 for the use of £1 for a whole year. I may state, in conclusion, that a costermonger of the class I have been describing mostly objects to give change for a £5 note. He will sooner give credit when he knows the party than change, even if he have it. If, however, he feels compelled, rather than offend a regular customer, to take the note, he will not rest until he has obtained sovereigns for it at a neighbouring innkeeper's, or from some tradesman to whom he is known. "Sovereigns," said one man, and not a very ignorant man, to me, "is something to lay hold on. A note ain't." Moreover, should one of the more ignorant, having tastes for the beer shop and so on, meet with a great hall or save £5 by some continuous industry, note, which he will most likely set down as luck, end note, he will spend it idly or recklessly in dissipation and amusements, regardless of the coming winter, whatever he may have suffered during the past. Nor, though they know from the bitterest experience that their earnings in the winter are not half those of the rest of the year, and that they are incapacitated from pursuing their trade in bad weather, do they endeavour to make the extra gains of their best time mitigate the want of the worst. Of the costermongers in bad weather and during the cholera. 3 wet days, I was told by a clergyman who is now engaged in selling stenographic cards in the streets, will bring the greater part of 30,000 street people to the brink of starvation. This statement, terrible as it is not exaggerated. The average number of wet days every year in London is, according to the records of the Royal Society, 161. That is to say, rain falls in the metropolis more than 3 days in each week, and very nearly every other day throughout the year. How precarious a means of living, then, must street selling be? When a costermonger cannot pursue his outdoor labour, he leaves it to the women and children to work the public houses, while he spends his time in the beer shop. Here he gambles away his stock money oft enough, if the cards or the luck runs again him, or else he has to dip into his stock money to support himself and his family. He must then borrow fresh capital, at any rate of interest, to begin again, and he begins on a small scale. If it be in the cheap and busy seasons, he may buy a pad of soles for 2 shillings and sixpence, and clear 5 shillings on them, and that sets him a-going again, and then he gets his silk handkerchief out of pawn and goes as usual to market. The sufferings of the costermongers during the prevalence of the cholera in 1849 were intense. Their customers generally relinquished the consumption of potatoes, greens, fruit, and fish, indeed of almost every article on the consumption of which the costermongers depend for his daily bread. Many were driven to apply to the parish. Many had relief, and many hadn't, I was told. 2 young men, within the knowledge of one of my informants, became professional thieves after enduring much destitution. It does not appear that the costermongers manifested any personal dread of the visitation of the cholera, or thought that their lives were imperilled. "We weren't a bit afraid," said one of them, "and perhaps that was the reason so few costers died of the cholera. I knew them all in Lambeth, I think, and I know only one die of it. And he drank hard, poor Waxy. He was a good fellow enough, and was well known in the cut. But it was a terrible time for us, sir. It seems to me now like a shocking dream. Fish I couldn't sell a bit of. The people had a perfect dread of it. All but the poor Irish, and there was no making a crust out of them. They had no dread of fish, however. Indeed, they reckon it a religious sort of living on fish, but they will have it dirt cheap. We were in terrible distress all that time." Of the costermongers' raffles. In their relief of the sick, if relief it is to be called, the costermongers resort to an exciting means. Something is raffled, and the proceeds given to the sufferer. This mode is common to other working classes. It partakes of the excitement of gambling, and is encouraged by the landlords of the houses to which the people resort. The landlord displays the terms of the raffle in his bar a few days before the occurrence, which is always in the evening. The raffle is not confined to the sick, but when any one of the class is in distress, that is to say, without stock money, and unable to borrow it. A raffle for some article of his is called at a public house in the neighbourhood. Cards are printed and distributed among his mates. The article, let it be whatever it may, perhaps a handkerchief, is put up at 6pence a member, and from 20 to 40 members are got, according as the man is liked by his mates, or as he has assisted others similarly situated. The paper of every raffle is kept by the party calling it, and before he puts his name down to a raffle for another party, he refers to the list of subscribers to his raffle in order to see if the person ever assisted him. Raffles are very critical things. The pint pots fly about wonderful sometimes, to use the words of one of my informants. The party calling the raffle is expected to take the chair if he can write down the subscribers' names. One who had been chairman at one of these meetings assured me that on a particular occasion, having called a general dealer to order, the party very nearly split his head open with a quart measure. If the hucksters know that the person calling the raffle is down, and that it is necessity that has made him call it, they will not allow the property put up to be thrown for. "If you was to go to the raffle tonight, sir," said one of them to me many months ago, before I became known to the class, "they'd say to one another, directly you come in, 'Who's this here swell? What's he want?' And they'd think you were a cad, or else a spy come from the police. But they'd treat you civilly, I'm sure. Some, very likely, would fancy you were a fust kind of a gentleman, come there for a lark. But you need have no fear, though the pint pots does fly about sometimes." Of the markets and trade rights of the costermongers, and of the laws affecting them. The next point of consideration is what are the legal regulations under which the several descriptions of hawkers and peddlers are allowed to pursue their occupations. The laws concerning hawkers and peddlers, note 50 George III, chapter 41, and 6 George IV, chapter 80, end note, treat of them as identical callings. The hawker, however, is, strictly speaking, one who sells wares by crying them in the streets of towns, while the peddler travels on foot through the country with his wares, not publicly proclaiming them, but visiting the houses on his way to solicit private custom. Until the commencement of the present century, before the increased facilities for conveyance, the peddlers were a numerous body in the country. The majority of them were Scotchmen, and some amassed considerable wealth. Railways, however, have now reduced the numbers to insignificance. Hawkers and peddlers are required to pay £4 yearly for a licence, and an additional £4 for every horse or ass employed in the conveyance of wares. The hawking or exposing for sale of fish, fruit, or victuals does not require a licence, and further, it is lawful for any one, being the maker of any home manufacture, to expose it for sale in any fair or market without a warrant. Neither does anything in either of the two acts in question prohibit any tinker, cooper, glazier, plumber, harness mender, or other person from going about and carrying the materials proper to their business. The right of the costermongers, then, to hawk their wares through the streets is plainly inferred by the above acts. That is to say, nothing in them extends to prohibit persons going about, unlicensed and at their own discretion, and selling fish, vegetables, fruit, or provisions generally. The law acknowledges none of the street markets. These congregations are indeed in antagonism to the municipal laws of London, which provide that no market or public place where provisions are sold shall be held within 7 miles of the city. The law, though it permits butchers and other provision mongers to hire stalls and standings in the flesh and other markets recognised by custom or usage, gives no such permission as to street trading. The right to sell provisions from stands in the streets of the metropolis, it appears, is merely permissive. The regulation observed is this: where the costermongers or other street dealers have been in the habit of standing to sell their goods, they are not to be disturbed by the police unless on complaint of an adjacent shopkeeper or other inhabitant. If such a person shows that the costermonger whose stand is near his premises is by his improper conduct a nuisance, or that by his clamour or any peculiarity in his mode of business he causes a crowd to gather and obstruct the thoroughfare, the policeman's duty is to remove him. If the complaint from the inhabitants against the street sellers be at all general, the policeman of the beat report it to the authorities, taking no steps until they receive instructions. It is somewhat anomalous, however, that the law now recognises, inferentially it is true, the right of costermongers to carry about their goods for sale. Formerly the stands were sometimes tolerated, but not the itinerancy. The enactments of the Common Council from the time of Elizabeth are stringent against itinerant traders of all descriptions, but stringent to no purpose of prevention. In 1607 a Common Council enactment sets forth that many people of bad and lewd condition daily resort from the most part of this realm to the said city, suburbs, and places adjoining, procuring themselves small habitations, namely, one chamber room for a poor foreigner and his family, in a small cottage with some others as poor as himself, in the city, suburbs, or places adjacent, to the great increase and pesterings of this city with poor people, many of them proving shifters, living by cozenings, stealing, and embezzlings of men's goods, as opportunity may serve them, removing from place to place accordingly, many times running away, forsaking their wives and children, leaving them to the charge of the said city and the hospitals of the same. It was towards this class of men who, by their resort to the capital, recruited the numbers of the street sellers and public porters and others, that the jealousy of the corporation was directed. The city shopkeepers 3 centuries ago complained vehemently and continuously of the injuries inflicted on their trade by itinerant dealers, complaints which led to bootless enactments. In Elizabeth's reign the Court of Common Council declared that the streets of the city should be used, as in ancient times, for the common highway, and not for the traffic of hucksters, pedlars, and hagglers. But this traffic increased, and in 1632 another enactment was accounted necessary. Oyster wives, herb wives, tripe wives, and all such unruly people were threatened with the full pains and penalties of the outraged law if they persevered in the prosecution of their callings, which are stigmatized as a way whereby to live a more easy life than by labour. In 1694 the street sellers were menaced with the punishments then deemed suitable for arrant rogues and sturdy beggars, whipping, and that remedy to be applied alike to males and females. The tenor of these vagrant laws not being generally known, I here transcribe them as another proof of the wisdom and mercy of our ancestors in the good old times. In the year 1530, the English Parliament enacted that while the impotent poor should receive licenses from the justices of the peace to beg within certain limits, all men and women, being whole and mighty in body and able to labour, if found vagrant and unable to give an account as to how they obtained their living, should be apprehended by the constables, tied to the tail of a cart naked, and beaten with whips through the nearest market town or hamlet, till their bodies be bloody by reason of such whipping. 5 years afterwards it was added that if the individual had been once already whipped, he or she should not only be whipped again, but also shall have the upper part of the gristle of his ear clean cut off, so as it may appear for a perpetual token hereafter that he hath been a contemner of the good order of the Commonwealth. And finally, in 1562, it was directed that any beggar convicted of being a vagabond should, after being grievously whipped, be burned through the gristle of the right ear with a hot iron of the compass of an inch about, unless some person should agree to take him as a servant, of course without wages, for a year. Then, that if he twice run away from such master, he should be adjudged a felon, and that if he ran away a third time, he should suffer pains of death and loss of land and goods as a felon, without benefit of clergy or sanctuary. The only acts now in force which regulate the government of the streets, so to speak, are those best known as Michelangelo Taylor's Act and the 2 and 3 Victoria, best known as the Police Act. Of the removals of costermongers from the streets. Such are the laws concerning street trading. Let us now see the effect of them. Within these 3 months, or little more, there have been many removals of the costermongers from their customary standings in the streets. This, as I have stated, is never done unless the shopkeepers represent to the police that the costermongers are an injury and a nuisance to them in the prosecution of their respective trades. The costermongers, for the most part, know nothing of the representation of the shopkeepers, so that perhaps the first intimation that they must quit comes from the policemen, who thus incur the full odium of the measure, the majority of the street people esteeming it a mere arbitrary act on the part of the members of the force. The first removal recently took place in Leather Lane, Holborn, between 3 and 4 months back. It was effected in consequence of representations from the shopkeepers of the neighbourhood, but the removal was of a brief continuance. Leather Lane, I was told, looked like a desert compared to what it was. People that had lived there for years hardly knew their own street, and those that had complained might twiddle their thumbs in their shops for want of something better to do. The reason, or one reason, why the shopkeeper's trade is coexistent with that of the street sellers was explained to me in this way by a tradesman perfectly familiar with the subject. The poorer women, the wives of mechanics or small tradesmen, who have to prepare dinners for their husbands, like, as they call it, to make one errand do. If the wife buys fish or vegetables in the street, as is generally done, she will at the same time buy her small piece of bacon or cheese at the cheesemonger's, a small quantity of tea and sugar at the grocer's, her firewood at the oilman's, or her pound of beef or liver at the butcher's. In all the street markets there are plenty of such tradesmen, supplying necessaries not vended in the streets, and so one errand is sufficient to provide for the wants of the family. Such customers, that is, such as have been used to buy in the streets, will not be driven to buy at the shops. They can't be persuaded that they can buy as cheap at the shops, and besides they are apt to think shopkeepers are rich and street sellers poor, and that they may as well encourage the poor. So if one street market is abolished, they'll go to another, or buy of the itinerant costermongers, and they'll get their bite of groceries and the like at the shops in the neighbourhood of the other street market, even if they have a walk for it. And thus everybody's injured by removing markets, except a few, and they are those at the nearest markets that's not disturbed. In Leather Lane the shopkeepers speedily retrieved what many soon came to consider the false step, as regards their interests, which they had taken, and in a fortnight or so they managed, by further representations to the police authorities, and by agreement with the street sellers, that the street market people should return. In little more than a fortnight from that time, Leather Lane, Holborn, resumed its wonted busy aspect. In Lambeth, the case at present is different. The men, women, and children between 2 and 3 months back were all driven by the police from their standings. These removals were made, I am assured, in consequence of representations to the police from the parishioners, not of Lambeth, but of the adjoining parish of Christchurch, Blackfriars Road, who described the market as an injury and a hindrance to their business. The costermongers, etc., were consequently driven from the spot. A highly respectable tradesman in the Cut told me that he and all his brother shopkeepers had found their receipts diminished a quarter, or an eighth at least, by the removal, and, as in all populous neighbourhoods profits were small, this falling off was a very serious matter to them. In the Cut and its immediate neighbourhood are tradesmen who supply street dealers with the articles they trade in, such as cheap stationery, laces, children's shoes, braces, and toys. They, of course, have been seriously affected by the removal, but the pinch has fallen sorest upon the street sellers themselves. These people depend a good deal one upon another, as they make mutual purchases. Now, as they have neither stalls nor means, such a source of profit is abolished. "It is hard on such as me," said a fruit seller to me, "to be driven away for nothing that I've done wrong as I knows of, and not let me make a living as I've been brought up to. I can't get no work at any of the markets. I've tried Billingsgate and the Borough hard, but there is as many poor men trying for a crust. They're fits to knock a newcomer's head off, though if they did it wouldn't be much matter. I had 9 shillings and sixpence stock money, and I sold the apples and a few pears I had for 3 shillings and ninepence, and that 13 shillings and threepence I've been spinning out since I lost my pitch. But it's done now, and I haven't had 2 meals a day for a week and more, and them not to call meals, only bread and coffee, or bread and a drink of beer. I tried to get a round of customers, but all the rounds was full, and I'm a very bad walker and a weak man too. My wife's gone to try the country. I don't know where she is now. I suppose I shall lose my lodging this week, and then I must see what the great house will say to me. Perhaps they'll give me nothing but take me in, and that's hard on a man as don't want to be a pauper." Another man told me that he now paid 3 shillings a week for privilege to stand with 2 stalls on a space opposite the entrance into the National Baths, New Cut, and that he and his wife, who had stood for 11 years in the neighbourhood without a complaint against them, could hardly get a crust. One man with a fruit stall assured me that 9 months ago he would not have taken £20 for his pitch, and now he was a regular bankrupt. I asked a girl who stood beside the curb with her load in front strapped round her loins whether her tray was heavy to carry. "After 8 hours at it," she answered, "it swaggers me like drink." The person whom I was with brought to me 2 girls who, he informed me, had been forced to go upon the streets to gain a living. Their stall on the Saturday night used to have £4 worth of stock, but trade had grown so bad since the new police order that after living on their wares they had taken to prostitution for a living, rather than go to the house. The ground in front of the shops has been bought up by the costermongers at any price. Many now give the tradesmen 6 shillings a week for a stand, and one man pays as much as 8 for the right of pitching in front. The applications for parochial relief in consequence of these removals have been fewer than was anticipated. In Lambeth parish, however, about 30 families have been relieved, at a cost of £50. Strange to say, a quarter, or rather more, of the very applicants for relief had been furnished by the parish with money to start the trade, their expulsion from which had driven them to pauperism. It consequently becomes a question for serious consideration whether any particular body of householders should, for their own interest, convenience, or pleasure, have it in their power to deprive so many poor people of their only means of livelihood, and so either force the ratepayers to keep them as paupers, or else drive the women who object to the imprisonment of the Union to prostitution and the men to theft, especially when the very occupation which they are not allowed to pursue not only does no injury to the neighbourhood, but is, on the contrary, the means of attracting considerable custom to the shops in the locality, and has, moreover, been provided for them by the parish authorities as a means of enabling them to get a living for themselves. Of the tricks of costermongers. I shall now treat of the tricks of trade practised by the London costermongers. Of these the costers speak with as little reserve and as little shame as a fine gentleman of his peccadilloes. "I've boiled lots of oranges," chuckled one man, "and sold them to Irish hawkers as wasn't wide awake for stunning big uns. The boiling swells the oranges, and so makes them look finer ones, but it spoils them, for it takes out the juice. People can't find that out, though, until it's too late. I boiled the oranges only a few minutes, and 3 or 4 dozen at a time." Oranges thus prepared will not keep, and any unfortunate Irishwoman, tricked as were my informant's customers, is astonished to find her stock of oranges turn dark-coloured and worthless in 48 hours. The fruit is cooked in this way for Saturday night and Sunday sale, times at which the demand is the briskest. Some prick the oranges and express the juice, which they sell to the British winemakers. Apples cannot be dealt with like oranges, but they are mixed. A cheap, red-skinned fruit, known to costers as gorfs, is rubbed hard to look bright and feel soft, and is mixed with apples of a superior description. Gorfs are sweet and sour at once, I was told, and fit for nothing but mixing. Some foreign apples from Holland and Belgium were bought very cheap last March, at no more than 16p a bushel, and on a fine morning as many as 50 boys might be seen rubbing these apples in Hooper Street, Lambeth. "I've made a crown out of a bushel of 'em on a fine day," said one sharp youth. The larger apples are rubbed sometimes with a piece of woolen cloth, or on the coat skirt, if that appendage form part of the dress of the person applying the friction, but most frequently they are rolled in the palms of the hand. The smaller apples are thrown to and fro in a sack, a lad holding each end. "I wish I knew how the shopkeepers manage their fruit," said one youth to me. "I should like to be up to some of their moves. They do manage their things so plummy." Cherries are capital for mixing, I was assured by practical men. They purchase 3 sieves of indifferent Dutch and 1 sieve of good English cherries, spread the English fruit over the inferior quality, and sell them as the best. Strawberry pottles are often half cabbage leaves, a few tempting strawberries being displayed on the top of the pottle. "Topping up," said a fruit dealer to me, "is the principal thing, and we're perfectly justified in it. You ask any coster that knows the world, and he'll tell you that all the salesmen in the markets tops up. It's only making the best of it." Filberts they bake to make them look brown and ripe. Prunes they boil to give them a plumper and finer appearance. The latter trick, however, is not unusual in the shops. The more honest costermongers will throw away fish when it is unfit for consumption. Less scrupulous dealers, however, only throw away what is utterly unsaleable, but none of them fling away the dead eels, though their prejudice against such dead fish prevents their indulging in eel pies. The dead eels are mixed with the living, often in the proportion of 20 pounds dead to 5 pound alive, equal quantities of each being accounted very fair dealing. "And after all," said a street fish dealer to me, "I don't know why dead eels should be objected to. The aristocrats don't object to them. Nearly all fish is dead before it's cooked, and why not eels? Why not eat them when they're sweet, if they're ever so dead, just as you eat fresh herrings? I believe it's only among the poor and among our chaps that there's this prejudice. Eels die quickly if they're exposed to the sun." Herrings are made to look fresh and bright by candlelight, by the lights being so disposed as to give them, I was told, a good reflection. Why, I can make them look splendid, quite a picture. I can do the same with mackerel, but not so prime as herrings. There are many other tricks of a similar kind, detailed in the course of my narrative. We should remember, however, that shopkeepers are not immaculate in this respect. End of section 10. Section 11 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 11. Of the street sellers of fish. Of the kind and quantities of fish sold by the London costermongers. Having now given the reader a general view of the numbers, characters, habits, tastes, amusements, language, opinions, earnings, and vicissitudes of the London costermongers, having described their usual style of dress, diet, homes, conveyances, and street markets, having explained where the donkeys are bought, or the terms on which they borrow them, their barrows, their stock money, and occasionally their stock itself, having shown the ordinary mode of dealing, either in person or by deputy, either at half profits or by means of boys, where they go and how they manage on their rounds in town and in the country, what are the laws affecting them, as well as the operation of those laws upon the rest of the community, having done all this by way of giving the reader a general knowledge of the street sellers of fish, fruit, and vegetables, I now proceed to treat more particularly of each of these classes seriatim. Beginning with the street fishmongers, I shall describe in due order the season when, the market where, and the classes of people by whom the wet fish, the dry fish, and the shellfish are severally sold and purchased in the London streets, together with all other concomitant circumstances. The facilities of railway conveyance, by means of which fish can be sent from the coast to the capital with much greater rapidity, and therefore be received much fresher than was formerly the case, have brought large supplies to London from places that before contributed no quantity to the market, and so induced, as I heard in all quarters at Billingsgate, an extraordinary lowness of price in this species of diet. This cheap food, through the agency of the costermongers, is conveyed to every poor man's door, both in the thickly crowded streets where the poor reside, a family at least in a room, in the vicinity of Drury Lane and of Whitechapel, in Westminster, Bethnal Green, and St. Giles's, and through the long miles of the suburbs. For all low-priced fish, the poor are the costermongers' best customers, and a fish diet seems becoming almost as common among the ill-paid classes of London as is a potato diet among the peasants of Ireland. Indeed, now the fish season of the poor never, or rarely, knows an interruption. If fresh herrings are not in the market, there are sprats, and if not sprats, there are soles or whitings or mackerel or plaice. The rooms of the very neediest of our needy metropolitan population always smell of fish, most frequently of herrings. So much so, indeed, that to those who, like myself, have been in the habit of visiting their dwellings, the smell of herrings, even in comfortable homes, savours from association so strongly of squalor and wretchedness as to be often most oppressive. The volatile oil of the fish seems to hang about the walls and beams of the rooms for ever. Those who have experienced the smell of fish only in a well-ordered kitchen can form no adequate notion of this stench in, perhaps, a dilapidated and ill-drained house, and in a rarely cleaned room. And I have many a time heard both husband and wife, one couple especially, who were sweating for a gorgeous clothes emporium, say that they had not time to be clean. The costermonger supplies the poor with every kind of fish, for he deals usually in every kind when it is cheap. Some confine their dealings to such things as shrimps or periwinkles, but the adhering to one particular article is the exception and not the rule, while shrimps, lobsters, and so on are rarely bought by the very poor. Of the entire quantity of fish sent to Billingsgate Market, the costermongers, stationary and itinerant, may be said to sell 1/3, taking one kind with another. The fish sent to London is known to Billingsgate salesmen as red and white fish. The red fish is, as regards the metropolitan mart, confined to the salmon. The other descriptions are known as white. The costermongers classify the fish they vend as wet and dry. All fresh fish is wet, all cured or salted fish dry. The fish which is sold pickled is known by that appellation, but its street sale is insignificant. The principal fish staple, so to speak, of the street fishmonger is soles, which are in supply all, or nearly all, the year. The next are herrings, mackerel, whitings, Dutch eels, and plaice. The trade in plaice and sprats is almost entirely in the hands of the costermongers. Their sale of shrimps is nearer a half than a third of the entire quantity sent to Billingsgate, but their purchase of cod or of the best lobsters or crabs is far below a third. The costermonger rarely buys turbot or brill or even salmon, unless he can retail it at 6d. the pound. When it is at that price, a street salmon seller told me that the eagerness to buy it was extreme. He had known persons who appeared to him to be very poor buy a pound of salmon just for a treat once in a way. His beat, or rather readiest customers, for at sixpence a pound all classes of the community may be said to be his purchasers, were the shopkeepers of the busier parts and the occupants of the smaller private houses of the suburbs. During the past year, salmon was scarce and dear, and the costermongers bought, comparatively, none of it. In a tolerably cheap season, they do not sell more than from a 15th to a 20th of the quantity received at Billingsgate. In order to be able to arrive at the quantity or weight of the several kinds of fish sold by the costermongers in the streets of London, it is necessary that we should know the entire amount sent to Billingsgate Market, for it is only by estimating the proportion which the street sale bears to the whole that we can attain even an approximation to the truth. The following table gives the results of certain information collected by myself for the first time, I believe, in this country. The facts, as well as the estimated proportions of each kind of fish sold by the costermongers, have been furnished me by the most eminent of the Billingsgate salesmen, gentlemen to whom I am under many obligations for their kindness, consideration, and assistance at all times and seasons. Table showing the quantity, weight, and measure of the following kinds of fish sold in Billingsgate Market in the course of the year. Reader's note. The table has 4 columns: number of fish, weight or measure of fish, proportion sold by costermongers. End reader's note. Wet fish. Salmon and salmon trout, 29,000 boxes, 14 fish per box. 406,000 fish. Weight 3,480,000 pounds. 1/20th sold by costermongers. Live cod, averaging £10 each. 400,000 fish. Weight 4 million pounds. 1/4 sold by costermongers. Soles, averaging £1/4 pound each. 97,520,000 fish. 26,880,000. 1/15th sold by costermongers. Whiting, averaging 6 ounces each. 17,920,000 fish. Weight 6,720,000 pounds. 1/4 sold by costermongers. Haddock, averaging £2 each. 2,470,000 fish. Weight 4,940,000 pounds. 1/10 sold by costermongers. Plaice, averaging £1 each. 33,600,000 fish. Weight 33,600,000 pounds. 7/8 sold by costermongers. Mackerel, averaging £1 each. 23,520,000 fish. Weight 23,520,000 pounds. 2/3 sold by costermongers. Fresh herrings, 250,000 barrels. 700 fish per barrel. 175 million fish. Weight 42 million pounds. 1/2 sold by costermongers. Fresh herrings in bulk 1,050 million. Weight 252 million pounds. 3/4 sold by costermongers. Sprats, number of fish omitted. Weight 4 million pounds. 3/4 sold by costermongers. Eels from Holland and eels from England and Ireland, 6 fish per pound. Total 9,797,760 fish. Eels from Holland 1,505,280 pounds. Eels from England and Ireland 127,680 pounds. 1/4 of the total sold by costermongers. Flounders 7,200 quarterns, 36 fish per quartern. 259,200 fish. Weight 43,200 pounds. All sold by costermongers. Dabs 7,500 quarterns, 36 fish per quartern. 270,000 fish. Weight 48,750 pounds. All sold by costermongers. Dry fish. Barrelled cod 15,000 barrels, 50 fish per barrel. 750,000 fish. Weight 4,200,000 pounds. 1/8 sold by costermongers. Dried salt cod, £5 each. 1,600,000 fish. Weight 8 million pounds. 1/10 sold by costermongers. Smoked haddock, 650,000 barrels, 300 fish per barrel. 19,500,000 fish. Weight 10,920,000 pounds. 1/8 sold by costermongers. Bloaters, 265,000 baskets, 150 fish per basket. 49,750,000 fish. Weight 10,600,000 pounds. 1/4 sold by costermongers. Red herrings, 100,000 barrels, 500 fish per barrel. 50 million fish. Weight 14 million pounds. 1/2 sold by costermongers. Dried sprats, 9,600 large bundles, 30 fish per bundle. 288,000 fish. Weight 96,000 pounds. None sold by costermongers. Note: costermongers dry their own sprats. End note. 288,000 fish. Shellfish. Oysters, 309,935 barrels, 1,600 fish per barrel. 495,896,000 fish. Weight not stated. 1/4 sold by costermongers. Lobsters, averaging £1 each fish. 1,200,000 fish. Weight 1,200,000 pounds. 1/20 sold by costermongers. Crabs, averaging £1 each fish. 600,000 fish. Weight 600,000 pounds. 1/12 sold by costermongers. Shrimps, 324 to the pint. 498,428,648 fish. Measure 192,295 gallons. 1/2 sold by costermongers. Note: the half bushel measure at Billingsgate is double quantity, or more correctly, a bushel. End note. Whelks, 224 to the half bushel. 4,943,200 fish. 22,067 half bushels. All sold by costermongers. Mussels, 1,000 to the half bushel. 50,400,000 fish. Measure 50,400 half bushels. 2/3 sold by costermongers. Cockles, 2,000 to the half bushel. 67,392,000 fish. Measure 33,696 half bushels. 3/4 sold by costermongers. Periwinkles, 4,000 to the half bushel. 304 million fish. Measure 76,000 half bushels. 3/4 sold by costermongers. Of the costermongers' fish season. The season for the street fishmongers begins about October and ends in May. In October, or a month or two earlier maybe, they generally deal in fresh herrings, the supply of which lasts up to about the middle or end of November. This is about the best season. The herrings are sold to the poor, upon an average at 12 a groat, or from 3s to 4s the hundred. After or during November, the sprat and plaice season begins. The regular street fishmonger, however, seldom deals in sprats. He works those only when there is no other fish to be got. He generally considers this trade beneath him, and more fit for women than men. Those costers who do sell them dispose of them now by weight at the rate of 1 to 2d the pound, a bushel averaging from 40 to 50 pounds. The plaice season continues to the first or second week in May. During May the casualty season is on, and there is little fish certain from that time till salmon comes in, and this is about the end of the month. The salmon season lasts till about the middle of July. The selling of salmon is a bad trade in the poor districts, but a very good one in the better streets or the suburbs. At this work the street fishmonger will sometimes earn on a fine day from 5s to 12s. The losses, however, are very great in this article if the weather prove bad. If kept at all over, it loses its colour and turns to a pale red, which is seen immediately the knife goes into the fish. While I was obtaining this information some months back, a man went past the window of the house in which I was seated, with a barrow drawn by a donkey. He was crying, "Fresh cod, oh! A penny halfpenny a pound, cod alive, oh!" My informant called me to the window, saying, "Now, here is what we call rough cod." He told me it was 3 days old. He thought it was eatable then, he said. The eyes were dull and heavy and sunken, and the limp tails of the fish dangled over the ends of the barrow. He said it was a hanging market that day. That is to say, things had been dear, and the costers couldn't pay the price for them. He should fancy, he told me, the man had paid for the fish from 9d. to a shilling each, which was at the rate of a penny a pound. He was calling them at a penny halfpenny. He would not take less than this until he had got his own money in, and then, probably, if he had 1 or 2 of the fish left, he would put up with a penny per pound. The weight he was working was 12 ounces to the pound. My informant assured me he knew this, because he had borrowed his 12-ounce pound weight that morning. This, with the draught of 2 ounces in the weighing machine, and the ounce gained by placing the fish at the end of the pan, would bring the actual weight given to 9 ounces per pound, and probably, he said, the man had even a lighter pound weight in his barrow, ready for a scaly customer. After the street fishmonger has done his morning's work, he sometimes goes out with his tub of pickled salmon on a barrow or stall, and sells it in saucers at a penny each or by the piece. This he calls as fine Newcastle salmon. There is generally a great sale for this at the races, and if country people begin with a pennyworth, they end up with a shilling's worth. A pennyworth, the costers say, makes a fool of the mouth. If they have any on hand and a little stale at the end of the week, they will sell it at the public houses to the Lushingtons, and to them, with plenty of vinegar, it goes down sweet. It is generally bought for 7 shillings a kit, a little bit pricked, but if good, the price is from 12 shillings to 18 shillings. "We're in no ways particular to that," said one candid coster to me. "We don't have the eating on it ourselves, and people ain't always got their taste, especially when they've been drinking. And we sell a great deal to parties in that way. We think it no sin to cheat 'em of a penny, while the publicans takes a shilling." Towards the middle of June, the street fishmonger looks for mackerel, and he is generally employed in selling this fish up to the end of July. After July, the Billingsgate season is said to be finished. From this time to the middle of October, when the herrings return, he is mostly engaged selling dried haddocks and red herrings, and other casualty fish that may come across him. Many of the street fishmongers object to deal in periwinkles or stewed mussels or boiled whelks, because, being accustomed to take their money in 6d. at a time, they do not like, they say, to traffic in half-pennyworths. The dealers in those articles are generally looked upon as an inferior class. There are during the day 2 periods for the sale of street fish. The one, the morning trade, beginning about 10 and lasting till 1 in the day, and the other, the night trade, lasting from 6 in the evening up to 10 at night. What fish is left in the forenoon is generally disposed of cheap at night. That sold at the latter time is generally used by the working class for supper, or kept by them with a little salt in a cool place for the next day's dinner, if it will last as long. Several articles are sold by the street fishmonger, chiefly by night. These are oysters, lobsters, pickled salmon, stewed mussels, and the like. The reason why the latter articles sell better by night is, my informant says, because people are lofty-minded, and don't like to be seen eating on 'em in the street in the daytime. Shrimps and winkles are the staple commodities of the afternoon trade, which lasts from 3 to 5:30 in the evening. These articles are generally bought by the working classes for their tea. Billingsgate. To see this market in its busiest costermonger time, the visitor should be there about 7 o'clock on a Friday morning. The market opens at 4, but for the first 2 or 3 hours it is attended solely by the regular fishmongers and bummeries, who have the pick of the best there. As soon as these are gone, the costers' sale begins. Many of the costers that usually deal in vegetables buy a little fish on the Friday. It is the fast day of the Irish, and the mechanics' wives run short of money at the end of the week, and so make up their dinners with fish. For this reason the attendance of costers' barrows at Billingsgate on a Friday morning is always very great. As soon as you reach the monument, you see a line of them, with 1 or 2 tall fishmongers' carts breaking the uniformity, and the din of the cries and commotion of the distant market begins to break on the ear like the buzzing of a hornet's nest. The whole neighbourhood is covered with the hand-barrows, some laden with baskets, others with sacks. Yet as you walk along, a fresh line of costers' barrows are creeping in, or being backed into almost impossible openings, until at every turning nothing but donkeys and rails are to be seen. The morning air is filled with a kind of seaweedy odour, reminding one of the seashore, and on entering the market, the smell of fish, of whelks, red herrings, sprats, and 100 others, is almost overpowering. The wooden, barn-looking square where the fish is sold is soon after 6 o'clock crowded with shiny cord jackets and greasy caps. Everybody comes to Billingsgate in his worst clothes, and no one knows the length of time a coat can be worn until they have been to a fish sale. Through the bright opening at the end are seen the tangled rigging of the oyster boats and the red worsted caps of the sailors. Over the hum of voices is heard the shouts of the salesmen, who, with their white aprons, peering above the heads of the mob, stand on their tables, roaring out their prices. All are bawling together, salesmen, and hucksters of provisions, capes, hardware, and newspapers, till the place is a perfect Babel of competition. "Handsome cod, best in the market, all alive, alive, alive-o! You, here's your fine Yarmouth bloaters, who's the buyer? Here you are, governor, splendid whiting, some of the right sort. Turbot, all alive, turbot. Glass of nice peppermint, this cold morning a halfpenny a glass. Here you are at your own price, fine soles, oh. Oi, now's your time, fine grizzling sprats, all large and no small. Hello, here. Beautiful lobsters, good and cheap, fine cock crabs, all alive, oh. Fine brill, and 1 turbot, have that lot for £1. Come and look at 'em, governor, you won't see a better sample in the market. Here, this way for splendid skate-o, skate-o. Haddock, all fresh and good. Currant and meat puddings, a halfpenny each. Now, you mussel buyers, come along. Now's your time for fine fat mussels. Here's food for the belly and clothes for the back, but I sell food for the mind, shouts the news vendor. Here's smelt, oh. Here you are, fine finny haddock. Hot soup, nice peas soup, all hot. Ahoy here, live place, all alive, oh. Now or never, welk. Who'll buy brill, oh. Capes, waterproof capes, sure to keep the wet out, a shilling apiece. Eels, oh, alive, oh. Fine flounders, a shilling a lot. Who'll have this prime lot of flounders? Shrimps, fine shrimps. Wink. Hi, here you are, just 8 eels left, only 8. Oh ho, this way. Fish alive, oh. In the darkness of the shed, the white bellies of the turbots, strung up bow fashion, shine like mother of pearl, while the lobsters lying upon them look intensely scarlet from the contrast. Brown baskets piled up on one another, and with the herring scales glittering like spangles all over them, block up the narrow paths. Men in coarse canvas jackets and bending under huge hampers push past, shouting, Move on there, and women with the long limp tails of codfish dangling from their aprons elbow their way through the crowd. Round the auction tables stand groups of men turning over the piles of soles and throwing them down till they slide about in their slime. Some are smelling them, while others are counting the lots. There, that lot of soles are worth your money, cries the salesman to one of the crowd as he moves on leisurely. None better in the market. You shall have 'em for £1.50 crown. Oh, shouts another salesman, it's no use to bother him. He's no go. Presently a tall porter with a black oyster bag staggers past, trembling under the weight of his load, his back and shoulders wet with the drippings from the sack. Shove on one side, he mutters from between his clenched teeth as he forces his way through the mob. Here is a tray of reddish-brown shrimps piled up high, and the owner busy sifting his little fish into another stand, while a doubtful customer stands in front, tasting the flavour of the stock and consulting with his companion in speculation. Little girls carrying matting bags that they have brought from Spitalfields come up and ask you in a begging voice to buy their baskets, and women with bundles of twigs for stringing herrings cry out, "Halfpenny a bunch," from all sides. Then there are blue-black piles of small live lobsters, moving about their bound-up claws and long feelers, one of them occasionally being taken up by a looker-on and dashed down again like a stone. Everywhere everyone is asking, "What's the price, master?" while shouts of laughter from round the stalls of the salesmen, bantering each other, burst out occasionally over the murmuring noise of the crowd. The transparent smelts on the marble slabs, and the bright herrings, with the lump of transparent ice magnifying their eyes like a lens, are seldom looked at until the market is over, though the hampers and piles of huge maids, dropping slime from the counter, are eagerly examined and bartered for. One side of the market is set apart for whelks. There they stand in sackfuls with the yellow shells piled up at the mouth, and one or two of the fish curling out like corkscrews, placed as a sample. The coster slips one of these from its shell, examines it, pushes it back again, and then passes away to look well round the market. In one part the stones are covered with herring barrels, packed closely with dried fish, and yellow heaps of stiff haddock rise up on all sides. Here a man walks up with his knot on his shoulder, waiting for a job to carry fish to the trucks. Boys in ragged clothes, who have slept during the night under a railway arch, clamour for employment, while the heads of those returning from the oyster boats rise slowly up the stone sides of the wharf. The costermongers have nicknamed the long row of oyster boats moored close alongside the wharf Oyster Street. On looking down the line of tangled ropes and masts, it seems as though the little boats would sink with the crowds of men and women thronged together on their decks. It is as busy a scene as one can well behold. Each boat has its black signboard, and salesman in his white apron walking up and down his shop, and on each deck is a bright pewter pot and tin-covered plate, the remains of the salesman's breakfast. "Who's for bakers? Who's for archers? Who'll have Alstons?" shout the oyster merchants, and the red cap of the man in the hold bobs up and down as he rattles the shells about with his spade. These holds are filled with oysters, a grey mass of sand and shell, on which is a bushel measure well piled up in the centre, while some of them have a blue muddy heap of mussels divided off from the natives. The sailors in their striped guernseys sit on the boat sides smoking their morning's pipe, allowing themselves to be tempted by the Jew boys with cloth caps, old shoes, and silk handkerchiefs. Lads with bundles of whips skip from one boat to another, and seedy-looking mechanics, with handfuls of tin fancy goods, hover about the salesmen, who are the principal supporters of this trade. The place has somewhat the appearance of a little Holywell Street, for the old clothes trade is entirely in the hands of the Jew boys, and coats, caps, hats, umbrellas, and old shoes are shouted out in a rich nasal twang on all sides. Passing by a man and his wife, who were breakfasting on the stone coping, I went to the shore, where the watermen ply for passengers to the eel boats. Here I found a crowd of punts, half filled with flounders, and small closely packed baskets of them ranged along the seats. The lads, who act as jacks in the water, were busy feeling in the mud for fish that had fallen overboard, little caring for the water that dashed over their red, swollen feet. Presently a boat piled up with baskets shot in, grazing the bottom, and men and women, blue with the cold morning air, stepped out. The Dutch-built eel-boats, with their bulging, polished oak sides, were half hidden in the river mist. They were surrounded by skiffs that ply from the Surrey and Middlesex shores and wait while their fares buy the fish. The holds of these eel-boats are fitted up with long tanks of muddy water, and the heads of the eels are seen breathing on the surface, a thick brown bubble rising slowly and floating to the sides. Wooden sabots and large porcelain pipes are ranged round the ledges, and men in tall fur caps, with high cheekbones and rings in their ears, walk the decks. At the stern of one boat was moored a coffin-shaped barge, pierced with holes, and hanging in the water were baskets shaped like olive jars, both to keep the stock of fish alive and fresh. In the centre of the boat stood the scales, a tall, heavy apparatus, one side fitted up with the conical net bag to hold the eels, and the other with the weights and pieces of stone to make up for the extra draught of the water hanging about the fish. When a skiff-load of purchasers arrives, the master Dutchman takes his hands from his pockets, lays down his pipe, and, seizing a sort of long-handled landing net, scoops from the tank a lot of eels. The purchasers examine them and try to beat down the price. "You calls them eels, do you?" says a man with his bag ready opened. "Yes," answered the Dutchman, without any show of indignation. "Certainly there is a few among them," continued the customer, and after a little more of this kind of chaffering, the bargain is struck. The visitors to the eel boats were of all grades. One was a neatly dressed girl to whom the costers showed the utmost gallantry, calling her "my dear," and helping her up on the shiny sides of the boat, and many of the men had on their blue serge apron, but these were only when the prices were high. The greatest crowd of customers is in the heavy barge alongside of the Dutch craft. Here a stout sailor in his red woolen shirt and canvas petticoat is surrounded by the most miserable and poorest of fish purchasers. The men with their crushed hats, tattered coats, and unshorn chins, and the women with their pads on their bonnets, and brown ragged gowns blowing in the breeze. One, in an old table-cover shawl, was beating her palms together before the unmoved Dutchman, fighting for an abatement, and showing her stock of halfpence. Others were seated round the barge, sorting their lots in their shallows, and sanding the fish till they were quite yellow. Others again were crowding round the scales, narrowly watching the balance, and then begging for a few dead eels to make up any doubtful weight. As you walk back from the shore to the market, you see small groups of men and women dividing the lot of fish they have bought together. At one basket, a coster, as you pass, calls to you and says, "Here, master, just put these 3 halfpence on these 3 cod, and oblige your party." The coins are placed, and each one takes the fish his coin is on, and so there is no dispute. At length nearly all the busy marketing has finished, and the costers hurry to breakfast. At one house, known as Rodway's Coffee House, a man can have a meal for 1 penny, a mug of hot coffee and 2 slices of bread and butter, while for 2 pence what is elegantly termed a tightener, that is to say, a most plentiful repast, may be obtained. Here was a large room with tables all round, and so extremely silent that the smacking of lips and sipping of coffee were alone heard. Upwards of 1,500 men breakfast here in the course of the morning, many of them taking as many as 3 such meals. On the counter was a pile of white mugs, and the bright tin cans stood beside the blazing fire, while Rodway himself sat at a kind of dresser, cutting up and buttering the bread with marvellous rapidity. It was a clean, orderly, and excellent establishment, kept by a man, I was told, who had risen from a saloop stall. Opposite to the Corn Exchange were ranged the stalls and barrows with the street eatables, and the crowds round each showed the effects of the sharp morning air. One, a Jew's, had hot pies with lids that rose as the gravy was poured in from an oil can. Another carried a stone jar of peppermint water at a halfpenny a glass, and the pea soup stand was hemmed in by boys and men blowing the steam from their cups. Beside these were Jews with cloth caps and knives and square yellow cakes. One old man, in a corner, stood examining a threadbare scarf that a cravatless coster had handed to him. Coffee stalls were in great plenty, and men left their barrows to run up and have an oyster or an hot heel. One man here makes his living by selling sheets of old newspapers at a halfpenny each for the costers to dress their trays with. Though seemingly rather out of place, there was a mosaic jewellery stand. Old umbrellas, too, were far from scarce, and one had brought a horsehair stall for sale. Everybody was soon busy laying out their stock. The wrinkled, dull-eyed cod was freshened up, the red-eyed gurnet placed in rows, the eels prevented from writhing over the basket sides by cabbage leaves, and the soles pared off like gloves. Then the little trucks began to leave, crawling, as it were, between the legs of the horses in the vans crowding Thames Street, and plunging in between huge wagons, but still appearing safely on the other side. And the 4,000 costers who visit Billingsgate on the Friday morning were shortly scattered throughout the metropolis. End of section 11. Section 12 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 12. Of the forestalling of markets and the Billingsgate bummeries. Forestalling, writes Adam Smith, is the buying or contracting for any cattle, provisions, or merchandise on its way to the market, or at market, or dissuading persons from buying their goods there, or persuading them to raise the price, or spreading any false rumours with intent to enhance the value of any article. In the remoter periods of our history, several statutes were passed prohibiting forestalling under severe penalties, but as more enlarged views upon such subjects began to prevail, their impolicy became obvious, and they were consequently repealed in 1772. But forestalling is still punishable by fine and imprisonment, though it be doubtful whether any jury would now convict an individual accused of such practices. In Billingsgate, the forestallers, or middlemen, are known as bummeries, who, as regards means, are a far superior class to the hagglers, note the forestallers of the green markets, end note. The bummery is the jobber or speculator on the fish exchange. Perhaps on every busy morning 100 men buy a quantity of fish which they account likely to be remunerative, and retail it, or dispose of it in lots to the fishmongers or costermongers. Few, if any, of these dealers, however, are merely bummeries. A salesman, if he have disposed of the fish consigned to himself, will turn bummery if any bargain tempt him. Or a fishmonger may purchase twice the quantity he requires for his own trade in order to procure a cheaper stock, and bummery what he does not require. These speculations in fish are far more hazardous than those in fruit or vegetables, for later in the day a large consignment by railway may reach Billingsgate, and, being thrown upon the market, may reduce the price 1/2. In the vegetable and fruit markets there is but one arrival. The costermongers are among the best customers of the bummeries. I asked several parties as to the origin of the word bummery, and how long it had been in use. "Why, bless your soul, sir," said one Billingsgate labourer, "there always was bummeries, and there always will be, just as Jack there is a rough, and I'm a blessed bobber." One man assured me it was a French name, another that it was Dutch. A fishmonger to whom I was indebted for information told me he thought that the bummery was originally a bumboat man, who purchased of the wind-bound smacks at Gravesend or the Nore, and sent the fish up rapidly to the market by land. I may add, as an instance of the probable gains of the forestallers in the olden times, that a tradesman whose family had been long connected with Billingsgate showed me, by his predecessor's books and memoranda, that in the depth of winter, when the Thames was perhaps choked with ice, and no supply of fish got up to London, any that might by management reach Billingsgate used to command exorbitant prices. To speak only of the present century, March the 11th, 1802, a codfish, note, 8 pounds weight, end note, was bought by Messrs. Phillips and Robertson, fishmongers, Bond Street, for £1 8s. February 1809, a salmon, note 19 pounds weight, end note, was bought by Mr. Phillips at a guinea a pound, £19 19s for the fish. March the 24th, 1824, 3 lobsters were sold for a guinea each. The haggler, I may here observe, is the bummery or forestaller, or middleman, of the green markets. As far as the costermonger's trade is concerned, he deals in fruit and vegetables. Of these traffickers, there are fully 200 in Covent Garden Market, from 60 to 70 in Farringdon, from 40 to 50 in the Borough, from 50 to 60 in Spitalfields, and none in Portman Market, such being the only wholesale green markets for the purposes of the costermongers. The haggler is a middleman who makes his purchases of the growers when the day is somewhat advanced and the whole produce conveyed to the market has not been disposed of. The grower will then, rather than be detained in town, sell the whole lot remaining in his cart or waggon to a haggler, who resells it to the costers, or to any other customer, from a stand which he hires by the day. The costermongers who are the most provident, and either have means or club their resources for a large purchase, often buy early in the morning, and so have the advantage of anticipating their fellows in the street trade with the day before them. Those who buy later are the customers of the hagglers, and are street sellers whose means do not command an extensive purchase, or who do not care to venture upon one unless it be very cheap. These men speak very bitterly of the hagglers, calling them cracked-up shopkeepers and scurfs, and declaring that but for them the growers must remain and sell off their produce cheap to the costermongers. A species of forestalling is now not uncommon, and is on the increase among the costermongers themselves. There are 4 men having the command of money who attend the markets and buy either fish or vegetables largely. One man especially buys almost daily as much fruit and vegetables as will supply 30 street dealers. He adds 3d. a bushel to the wholesale market price of apples, 6d. to that of pears, 9d. to plums, and 1s. to cherries. A purchaser can thus get a smaller quantity than he can always buy at market, and avails himself of the opportunity. Moreover, a good many of the more intelligent street dealers now club together, 6 of them, for instance, contributing 15s. each, and a quantity of fish is thus bought by one of their body. Note, a smaller contribution suffices to buy vegetables. End note. Perhaps on an equal partition each man thus gets for his 15s as much as might have cost him 20s had he bought single-handed. This mode of purchase is also on the increase. Of wet fish sellers in the streets. Concerning the sale of wet or fresh fish, I had the following account from a trustworthy man of considerable experience and superior education. "I've sold wet fish in the streets for more than 14 years," he said. "Before that I was a gentleman, and was brought up a gentleman, if I'm a beggar now. I bought fish largely in the north of England once, and now I must sell it in the streets of London." "Never mind talking about that, sir. There's some things won't bear talking about." "There's a wonderful difference in the streets since I knew them first. I could make £1 then, where I can hardly make a crown now. People had more money and less meanness then. I consider that the railways have injured me and all wet fish sellers to a great extent. Fish now, you see, sir, comes in at all hours, so that nobody can calculate on the quantity that will be received. Nobody. That's the mischief of it. We're afraid to buy, and miss many a chance of turning a penny. In my time, since railways were in, I've seen codfish sold at a guinea in the morning that were a shilling at noon, for either the wind and the tide had served, or else the railway fishing places were more than commonly supplied. and there was a glut to London. There's no trade requires better judgment than mine, none whatever. Before the railways, and I never could see the good of them, the fish came in by the tide, and we knew how to buy, for there would be no more till next tide. Now we don't know. I go to Billingsgate to buy my fish, and I am very well known to Mr. Blank and Mr. Blank. Note, mentioning the names of some well-known salesmen. End note. The Jews are my ruin there now. When I go to Billingsgate, Mr. Blank will say, or rather I will say to him, "How much for this pad of soles?" He will answer, 14 shillings. 14 shillings, I say. I'll give you 7 shillings. That's the proper amount. Then the Jew boys, none of them 20 that are there, ranged about, will begin, and one says, when I bid 7 shillings, "I'll give 8 shillings. 9, says another, close on my left. 10, shouts another on my right, and so they go offering on. At last Mr. Blank says to one of them, as grave as a judge, "Yours, sir, at 13 shillings. But it's all gammon. The 13 shillings buyer isn't a buyer at all, and isn't required to pay a farthing, and never touches the goods. It's all done to keep up the price to poor fishermen, and so to poor buyers that are our customers in the streets. Money makes money, and it don't matter how. Those Jew boys, I dare say they're the same sort as once sold oranges about the streets, are paid, I know, a shilling for spending 3 or 4 hours that way in the cold and wet. My trade has been injured, too, by the great increase of Irish costermongers, for an Irishman will starve out an Englishman any day. Besides, if a tailor can't live by his trade, he'll take to fish, or fruit and cabbages. The month of May is a fine season for plaice, which is brought very largely by my customers. Plaice are sold at a halfpenny and a penny apiece. It is a difficult fish to manage, and in poor neighbourhoods an important one to manage well. The old hands make a profit out of it, new hands a loss. There's not much cod or other wet fish sold to the poor while plaice is in. My customers are poor men's wives, mechanics, I fancy. They want fish at most unreasonable prices. If I could go and pull them off a line flung off Waterloo Bridge, and no other expense, I couldn't supply them as cheap as they expect them. Very cheap fish sellers lose their customers through the Billingsgate bummeries, for they have pipes, and blow up the codfish most of all, and puff up their bellies till they're twice the size. But when it comes to table, there's hardly to say any fish at all. The Billingsgate authorities would soon stop it if they knew all I knew. They won't allow any roguery or any trick if they only come to hear of it. These bummeries have caused many respectable people to avoid street buying, and so fair traders like me are injured. I've nothing to complain of about the police. Oh, oft enough, if I could be allowed 10 minutes longer on a Saturday night, I could get through all my stock without loss. About 11:45, I begin to hallo away as hard as I can, and there's plenty of customers that lay out never a farthing till that time, and then they can't be served fast enough, so they get their fish cheaper than I do. If any halloes out that way sooner, we must all do the same. Anything rather than keep fish over a warm Sunday. I have kept mine in ice. I have an opportunity now, but it'll keep in a cool place this time of year. I think there's as many sellers as buyers in the streets, and there's scores of them don't give just weights or measure. I wish there was good moral rules in force, and everybody gave proper weight. I often talk to street dealers about it. I've given them many a lecture, but they say they only do what plenty of shopkeepers do, and they just get fined and go on again, without being a pin the worst thought of. They're abusive sometimes too. I mean the street sellers are, because they're ignorant. I have no children, thank God, and my wife helps me in my business. Take the year through, I clear from 10 shillings to 12 shillings every week. That's not much to support 2 people. Some weeks I earn only 4 shillings, such as in wet March weather. In others I earn 18 shillings or £1. November, December and January are good months for me. I wouldn't mind if they lasted all the year round. I'm often very badly off indeed, very badly, And the misery of being hard up, sir, is not when you're making a struggle to get out your trouble, no, nor to raise a meal off herrings that you've given away once, but when your wife and you's sitting by a grate without a fire and putting the candle out to save it, a-planning how to raise money. Can we borrow there? Can we manage to sell if we can borrow? Shall we get from very bad to the parish? Then perhaps there's a day lost, and without a bite in our mouths, trying to borrow, let alone a little drop to give a body courage, which perhaps is the only good use of spirit after all. That's the pinch, sir, when the rain you hear outside puts you in mind of drowning. Subjoined is the amount, in round numbers, of wet fish annually disposed of in the metropolis by the street sellers. Salmon, 20,000 fish, 175,000 pounds weight. Live cod, 100,000 fish, 1,000,000 pounds weight. Soles, 6,500,000 fish, 1,650,000 pounds weight. Whiting, 4,440,000 fish, 1,680,000 pounds weight. Haddock, 250,000 fish, 500,000 pounds weight. Plaice, 29,400,000 fish, 29,400,000 pounds weight. Mackerel, 15,700,000 fish, 15,700,000 pounds weight. Herrings, 875 million fish, 210 million pounds weight. Sprats, note number of fish not stated, end note, 3 million pounds weight. Eels from Holland, 400,000 fish, 65,000 pounds weight. Flounders, 260,000 fish, 43,000 pounds weight. Dabs, 270,000 fish, 48,000 pounds weight. Total quantity of wet fish sold in the streets of London, 932,340,000 fish, 263,261,000 pounds weight. From the above table we perceive that the fish, of which the greatest quantity is eaten by the poor, is herrings. Of this, compared with plaice, there is upwards of 30 times the number consumed. After plaice rank mackerel, and of these the consumption is about 1/2 less in number than plaice, while the number of soles vended in the streets is again half of that of mackerel. Then come whiting, which are about 2/3 the number of the soles, while the consumption to the poor of haddock, cod, eels, and salmon is comparatively insignificant. Of sprats, which are estimated by weight, only 1/5 of the number of pounds are consumed compared with the weight of mackerel. The pound's weight of herrings sold in the streets in the course of a year is upwards of 7 times that of plaice, and 14 times that of mackerel. Altogether, more than 260 million pounds, or 116,000 tons weight of wet fish, are yearly purchased in the streets of London for the consumption of the humbler classes. Of this aggregate amount, no less than 5/6 consists of herrings, which, indeed, constitute the great slop diet of the metropolis. Of sprat selling in the streets. Sprats, one of the cheapest and most grateful luxuries of the poor, are generally introduced about the 9th of November. Indeed, Lord Mayor's Day is sometimes called Sprat Day. They continue in about 10 weeks. They are sold at Billingsgate by the toss or chuck, which is about half a bushel and weighs from 40 pounds to 50 pounds. The price varies from 1 shilling to 5 shillings. Sprats are, this season, pronounced remarkably fine. "Look at my lot, sir," said a street seller to me. "They're a heap of new silver." And the bright shiny appearance of the glittering little fish made the comparison not inappropriate. In very few, if in any, instances does a costermonger confine himself to the sale of sprats, unless his means limit him to that one branch of the business. A more prosperous street fishmonger will sometimes detach the sprats from his stall and his wife or one of his children will take charge of them. Only a few sprat sellers are itinerant, the fish being usually sold by stationary street sellers at pitches. One who worked his sprats through the streets, or sold them from a stall, as he thought best, gave me the following account. He was dressed in a newish fustian jacket, buttoned close up his chest, but showing a portion of a clean cotton shirt at the neck, with a bright coloured coarse handkerchief round it. The rest of his dress was covered by a white apron. His hair, as far as I could see it under his cloth cap, was carefully brushed, and, it appeared, as carefully oiled. At the first glance I set him down as having been a gentleman's servant. He had a somewhat deferential, though far from cringing, manner with him, and seemed to be about 25 or 26. He thought he was older, he said, but did not know his age exactly. "Ah, sir," he began in a tone according with his look, "sprats is a blessing to the poor. Fresh herrings is a blessing too, and sprats is young herrings, and is a blessing in portion." Note, for so he pronounced what seemed to be a favourite word with him, proportion. End note. "It's only 4 years, yes, 4, I'm sure of that, since I walked the streets starving in the depth of winter, and looked at the sprats and said, I wish I could fill my belly off you. Sir, I hope it was no great sin, but I could hardly keep my hands from stealing some and eating them raw. If they make me sick, thought I, the police will take care of me, and that'll be something. While these thoughts was a-passing through my mind, I met a man who was a gentleman's coachman. I knew him a little formally, and so I stopped him and told him who I was, and that I hadn't had a meal for 2 days. "Well, by G blank," said the coachman, "you look like it. Why, I shouldn't have known you. Here's a shilling." And then he went on a little way, and then stopped, and turned back, and thrust threepence halfpenny more into my hand, and bolted off. I've never seen him since, but I'm grateful to him in the same proportion, as if I had. After I'd had a penn'orth of bread and a penn'orth of cheese, and half a pint of beer, I felt a new man, and I went to the party as I'd longed to steal the sprats from, and told him what I'd thought of. I can't say what made me tell him, but it's turned out for good. I don't know much about religion, though I can read a little, but maybe that had something to do with it. The rest of the man's narrative was, briefly told, as follows. He was the only child of a gentleman's coachman. His father had deserted his mother and him, and gone abroad, he believed, with some family. His mother, however, took care of him until her death, which happened when he was a little turned 13, he had heard, but could not remember the year. After that he was a helper and a jobber in different stables, and anybody's boy, for a few years, until he got a footman's, or rather footboy's, place, which he kept above a year. After that he was in service, in and out of different situations, until the time he specified, when he had been out of place for nearly 5 weeks and was starving. His master had got in difficulties, and had gone abroad, so he was left without a character. "Well, sir," he continued, "the man as I wanted to steal the sprats from says to me, says he, 'Poor feller, I know what a hempty belly is myself. Come and have a pint.' And over that there pint he told me if I could rise 10 shillings, there might be a chance for me in the streets, and he'd show me how to do. He died not very long after that, poor man. Well, after a little bit, I managed to borrow 10 shillings of Mr. Blank. I thought of him all of a sudden. He was butler in a family that I had lived in, and had a charitable character, though he was reckoned very proud. But I plucked up a spirit, and told him how I was off, and he said, 'Well, I'll try you,' and he lent me 10 shillings, which I paid him back little by little in 6 or 8 weeks. And so I started in the costermonger's line, with the advice of my friend, and I've made from 5 shillings to 10 shillings, sometimes more, a week at it, ever since. The police don't trouble me much. They is civil to me in proportion, as I am civil to them. I never mixed with the costers, but when I've met them at market. I stay at a lodging-house, but it's very decent and clean, and I have a bed to myself at 1 shilling a week, for I'm a regular man. I'm on sprats now, you see, sir, and you'd wonder sometimes to see how keen people looks to them when they're new. They're a blessing to the poor in proportion, of course. Not 20 minutes before you spoke to me, there was 2 poor women came up. They was sickly looking, but I don't know what they was. Perhaps shirt makers. And they says to me, says they, 'Show us what a penny plateful is.' 'Certainly, ladies,' says I. Then they whispered together, and at last one says she, 'We'll have 2 platefuls.' I told you they was a blessing to the poor, especially to such as them as lives all the year round on bread and tea. But it's not only the poor as buys, others in proportion. When they're new, they're a treat to everybody. I've sold them to poor working men who've said, 'I'll take a treat home to the old woman and the kids. They dotes on sprats.' Gentlemen's servants is very fond of them, and mechanics comes down, such as shoemakers in their leather aprons, and sings out, 'Here, old sprats, give us 2 penneth.' They're such a relish. I sell more to men than to women, perhaps, but there's little difference. They're best stewed, sir, I think, if you're fond of sprats, with vinegar and a pick of allspice. That's my opinion, and only yesterday an old cook said I was right. I makes 1 and 6pence to 2 and 6pence a day, and sometimes rather more on my sprats, and sticks to them as much as I can. I sell about my toss a day, seldom less. Of course I can make as many penn'orths of it as I please, but there's no custom without one gives middling penn'orths. If a toss costs me 3 shillings, I may make 60 penn'orths of it sometimes 70 or more, and sometimes less than 60. There's many turns over as much as me, and more than that. I'm thinking that I'll work the country with a lot. They'll keep to a second day when they're fresh to start, especially if it's frosty weather too, and then they're better than ever. Yes, and a greater treat, scalding hot from the fire. They're the cheapest and best of all suppers in the winter time. I hardly know which way I'll go. If I can get anything to do among horses in the country, I'll never come back. I've no tie to London." To show how small a sum of money will enable the struggling, striving poor to obtain a living, I may here mention that in the course of my inquiries among the mudlarks, I casually gave a poor shoeless urchin, who was spoken of by one of the city missionaries as being a well-disposed youth, 1 shilling out of the funds that had been entrusted to me to dispense. Trifling as the amount appears, it was the means of keeping his mother, sister, and himself through the winter. It was invested in sprats, and turned over and over again. I am informed by the best authorities that near upon 1,000 tosses of sprats are sold daily in London streets while the season lasts. These, sold retail in penn'orths, at very nearly 5 shillings the toss, give about £150 a day, or say £1,000 a week, spent on sprats by the poorer classes of the metropolis, so that, calculating the sprat season to last 10 weeks, about £10,000 would be taken by the costermongers during that time from the sale of this fish alone. Another return, furnished me by an eminent salesman at Billingsgate, estimates the gross quantity of sprats sold by the London costers in the course of the season at 3 millions of pounds weight, and this, disposed of at the rate of 1 penny per pound, gives upwards of £12,000 for the sum of money spent upon this one kind of fish. Of shellfish sellers in the streets. I had the following account from an experienced man. He lived with his mother, his wife, and 4 children in one of the streets near Gray's Inn Lane. The street was inhabited altogether by people of his class, the women looking sharply out when a stranger visited the place. On my first visit to this man's room, his wife, who is near her confinement, was at dinner with her children. The time was 11:45. The meal was tea, and bread with butter very thinly spread over it. On the wife's bread was a small piece of pickled pork, covering about 1/8 of the slice of a quartern loaf, cut through. In one corner of the room, which is on the ground floor, was a scantily covered bed. A few dingy-looking rags were hanging up to dry in the middle of the room, which was littered with baskets and boxes mixed up with old furniture, so that it was a difficulty to stir. The room, although the paper covering the broken panes in the window was torn and full of holes, was most oppressively close and hot, and there was a fetid smell difficult to sustain, though it was less noticeable on a subsequent call. I have often had occasion to remark that the poor, especially those who are much subjected to cold in the open air, will sacrifice much for heat. The adjoining room, which had no door, seemed littered like the one where the family were. The walls of the room I was in were discoloured and weather-stained. The only attempt at ornament was over the mantel-shelf, the wall here being papered with red and other gay-coloured papers that once had been upholsterers' patterns. On my second visit, the husband was at dinner with the family, on good boiled beef and potatoes. He was a small-featured man, with a head of very curly and long black hair, and both in mien, manners, and dress resembled the mechanic far more than the costermonger. He said, "I've been 20 years and more, perhaps 24, selling shellfish in the streets. I was a boot closer when I was young, and have made my 20 shillings and 30 shillings and sometimes 40 shillings, and then sometimes not 10 shillings a week. But I had an attack of rheumatic fever and lost the use of my hands for my trade. The streets hadn't any great name, as far as I knew then, but as I couldn't work, it was just a choice between street selling and starving, so I didn't prefer the last. It was reckoned degrading to go into the streets, but I couldn't help that. I was astonished at my success when I first began and got into the business, that is, into the understanding of it, after a week or 2 or 3. Why, I made £3 the first week I knew my trade properly. Yes, I cleared £3. I made, not long after, £5 a week, but not often. I was giddy and extravagant. Indeed, I was a fool, and spent my money like a fool. I could have brought up a family then like a gentleman. I sent them to school as it is, but I hadn't a wife and family then, or it might have been better. It's a great check on a man as a family. I began with shellfish, and sell it still, very seldom anything else. There's more demand for shells, no doubt because it's far cheaper, but then there's so many more sellers. I don't know why exactly. I suppose it's because poor people go into the streets when they can't live other ways, and some do it because they think it's an idle life, but it ain't. When I took 35 shillings in a day at my stall, and well on to half of it profit, I now take 5 shillings or 6 shillings, or perhaps 7 shillings, in the day, and less profit on that less money. I don't clear 3 shillings a day now, take the year through. I don't keep accounts, but I'm certain enough that I average about 15 shillings a week the year through, and my wife has to help me to make that. She'll mind the stall while I take her round sometimes. I sell all kinds of shellfish, but my great dependence is on winkles. I don't do much in lobsters, very few speculate in them. The price varies very greatly. What's 10 shillings a score one day may be 25 shillings the next. I sometimes get a score for 5 shillings or 6 shillings, but it's a poor trade, for 6pence is the top of the tree with me for a price to a seller. I never get more. I sell them to mechanics and tradesmen. I do more in pound crabs. There's a great call for ha'porths and penn'orths of lobster or crab by children. That's their claws. I bile them all myself, and buy them alive. I can bile 20 in half an hour, and do it over a grate in a backyard. Lobsters don't fight or struggle much in the hot water if they're properly packed. It's very few that knows how to bile a lobster as he should be biled. I wish I knew any way of killing lobsters before biling them. I can't kill them without smashing them to bits, and that won't do at all. I kill my crabs before I bile them. I stick them in the throat with a knife and they're dead in an instant. Some sticks them with a skewer, but they kick a good while with the skewer in them. It's a shame to torture anything when it can be helped. If I didn't kill the crabs, they'd shed every leg in the hot water. They'd come out as bare of claws as this plate. I've known it oft enough as it is. Though I kill them uncommon quick, a crab will be quicker and shed every leg. Throw them off in the moment I kill them. But that doesn't happen once in 50 times. Oysters are capital this season. I mean, as to quality. But they're not a good sale. I made £3 a week in oysters, not reckoning anything else, 18 or 20 years back. It was easy to make money then, like putting down 1 sovereign and taking 2 up. I sold oysters then, oft enough, at a penny apiece. Now I sell far finer, at 3 a penny, and 5 for 2pence. People can't spend money in shellfish when they haven't got any. They say that fortune knocks once at every man's door. I wish I'd opened my door when he knocked at it. This man's wife told me afterwards that last winter, after an attack of rheumatism, all their stock money was exhausted, and her husband sat day by day at home, almost out of his mind, for nothing could tempt him to apply to the parish, and "he would never have mentioned his sufferings to me," she said. "He had too much pride." The loan of a few shillings from a poor costermonger enabled the man to go to market again, or he and his family would now have been in the Union. As to the quantity of shellfish sold in the streets of London, the returns before cited give the following results: oysters, 124 million; lobsters, 60,000; crabs, 50,000; shrimps, 770,000 pints; whelks, 4,950,000; mussels, 1 million quarts; cockles, 750,000 quarts; periwinkles, 3,640,000 pints. Of shrimp selling in the streets. Shrimp selling, as I have stated, is one of the trades to which the street dealer often confines himself throughout the year. The sale is about equally divided between the two sexes, but the men do the most business, walking, some of them, 15 to 20 miles a day, in a round of 10 miles there and 10 back. The shrimps vended in the streets are the Yarmouth prawn shrimps, sold at Billingsgate at from 6d. to 10d. a gallon, while the best shrimps, chiefly from Lee in Essex, vary in price from 10d. to 2 shillings and 6d. a gallon, 2 shillings being a common price. The shrimps are usually mixed by the street dealers, and they are cried from stalls or on rounds, "Penny a half pint, fine fresh shrimps." Note, I heard them called nothing but shrimps by the street dealers. End note. The half pint, however, is in reality but half that quantity. "It's the same measure as it was 30 years back," I was told, in a tone as if its antiquity removed all imputations of unfair dealing. Some young men do well on shrimps, sometimes taking 5 shillings in an hour on a Saturday evening, when people get their money and wants a relish. The females in the shrimp line are the wives, widows, or daughters of costermongers. They are computed to average 1 shilling and 6d. a day profit in fine, and from 9d. to 1 shilling in bad weather, and in snowy or very severe weather sometimes nothing at all. One shrimp seller, a middle-aged woman wrapped up in a hybrid sort of cloak that was half a man's and half a woman's garment, gave me the following account. There was little vulgarity in either her language or manner. "I was in the shrimp trade since I was a girl. I don't know how long. I don't know how old I am. I never knew, but I've 2 children. One's 6 and t'others are near 8, both girls. I've kept count of that as well as I can. My husband sells fish in the street. So did father, but he's dead. We buried him without the help of the parish, as many gets. That's something to say. I've known the trade every way. It never was any good in public houses. They want such great ha'porths there. They'll put up with what isn't very fresh, to be sure, sometimes, and good enough for them too, I say, as spoils their taste with drink." Note, this was said very bitterly. End note. "If it wasn't for my husband's drinking for a day together now and then, we'd do better. He's neither to have nor to hold when he's the worst for liquor, and it's the worst with him, for he's a quiet man when he's his own man. Perhaps I make 9d. a day, perhaps a shilling or more. Sometimes my husband takes my stand, and I go a round. Sometimes, if he gets through his fish, he goes my round. I give good measure, and my pint's the regular shrimp pint." Note, it was the half pint I have described. End note. "The trade's not as good as it was. People hasn't the money. They tells me so. It's bread before shrimps, says they. I've heard them say it very cross if I've wanted hard to sell. Some days I can sell nothing. My children stays with my sister when me and my old man's out. They don't go to school, but Jane, the sister, learns them to sew. She makes drawers for the slop sellers, but has very little work, and gets very little for the little she does. She would learn them to read if she knew how. She's married to a pavior that's away all day. It's a hard life, mine, sir. The winters are coming, and I'm sometimes numbed with sitting at my stall in the cold. My feet feels like lumps of ice in the winter, and they're beginning now as if they weren't my own. Standing's far harder work than going around. I sell the best shrimps. My customers is judges. If I've any shrimps over on a night, as I often have 1 or 2 nights a week, I sells them for half price to an Irish woman, and she takes them to the beer shops and the coffee shops. She washes them to look fresh. I don't mind telling that, because people should buy of regular people. It's very few people know how to pick a shrimp properly. You should take it by the head and the tail and jam them up, and then the shell separates, and the shrimp comes out beautifully. That's the proper way. Sometimes the sale on the rounds may be the same as that at the stalls, or 10 or 20% more or less, according to the weather, as shrimps can be sold by the itinerant dealers better than by the stall keepers, in wet weather when people prefer buying at their doors. But in hot weather, the stall trade is the best, for people often fancy that the shrimps is sent out to sell because they'll not keep no longer. It's only among customers as knows you can do any good on a round then. The costermongers sell annually, it appears, about 770,000 pints of shrimps. At 2d. a pint, a very low calculation, the street sale of shrimps amounts to upwards of £6,400 yearly. End of section 12.